Chapter 2951. Fine. Xiaohua sighed, but he wasn't disheartened. The reason he used the thunder summoning technique and the cloud summoning technique was to intimidate the weak, and at the same time, he could give the millions of natives of Meng Mountains rain and dew in exchange for a soul cultivator's cultivation technique. Killing two birds with one stone, why wouldn't he do it? For the next few months, Xiaohua used the cloud summoning technique every day. Moreover, the green seal script didn't seem to cause any harm to Xiaohua's life essence. His face was still the same as before, and time didn't leave any trace on it. Moreover, in these few months, Xiaohua's nascent divinity soared 90,000 miles in the mysterious dark clouds, directly reaching the peak of clear God heaven. He was only one step away from reaching bright Ruah heaven. Of course, the effect of the cloud summoning technique on the nascent divinity was the same as the effect of spirit pills on a cultivator's cultivation. It was always extremely effective in the beginning, but the further one used it, the weaker the effect would be. As for those soul scholars, swordsmen, and even cultivators who coveted Xiaohua and the others, in the beginning, the number of people who noticed Xiaohua's divine ability didn't decrease. But as the reign increased, more and more people noticed Xiaohua's divine ability. Everyone knew that Xiaohua was important in Huda's stronghold, and even in the entire Meng Mountains. Everyone understood that a person like this wasn't someone that a single power could control. Therefore, in the end, the number of soul senses and divine wills that swept over actually decreased by a lot, gradually disappearing. Of course, the most important thing was that since Xiaohua knew the cloud summoning technique, who could guarantee that he didn't know other killing techniques? Within Meng Mountains, all soul warriors and shamans knew that using green seal script incantations would consume their life essence. No one dared to use it carelessly. Even if it was an incantation used to kill, they would still be extremely cautious when using it. Now that they saw Xiaohua casually using the green seal script, who would dare to come and look for trouble? Huff! Although Xiaohua couldn't distinguish north from south, east from west, and couldn't tell if he was near Drifting Cloud Lake, he estimated that it was about time. Only then did he let out a long breath. His killing the chicken to scare the monkey, or as it was called, joining forces finally had some effect. Little friend, you've worked hard. Old Wu looked at Xiaohua descending. The green light on his face was extremely bright. He said indifferently, "Your empty fort strategy is almost used up, you should rest more. If you have any rejuvenation pills, you can take some. Although you can use the green seal script incantations, it isn't as simple as you think. In the future, if there's no special reason, I advise you to use it less." Yes, this junior understands. Xiaohua knew that he had reaped what he had sown and made Elder Wu somewhat dissatisfied, but he had no other choice. Once they left Meng Mountains, they would have to rely on themselves. If they did not make any plans for themselves, why would they need others to worry about them? His teat. Just as Old Wu said, at this moment, the green light in Xiaohua's clear spirit heaven was dim. Other than the little white dragon's soul that was not affected, whether it was Xiaohua's primordial spirit or those soul strands, they all felt weak. There were even specks of green light. Those 50 green seal characters were also weakly floating in the sky. Sigh. Xiaohua sighed. He took out some twilight moon from his space and sent it into Qingshan heaven. Immediately, an indescribable nourishment was transmitted into Xiaohua's soul along with the green light of Qingshan heaven. It was just like when he tasted the spirit tea brewed by midnight in the tea house in Sky Patrol City. Wonderful. Xiaohua sighed and couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. Then he thought to himself, damn it, even the Huda stronghold has such a good thing like the twilight moon. Then among the things the Shaman King sent, are there even more useful things for soul cultivators? Thinking of the Shaman King, Xiaohua frowned again. This Shaman King seems to know too much? How did he know that I like to collect these things? Could it be that his divine connection technique can predict this space? Thinking of this, Xiaohua's back was suddenly covered in cold sweat. Impossible. Impossible. In a hurry, Xiaohua thought of Zhu Xia. Even someone as strong as Zhu Xia couldn't know. How could the Shaman King know? But I might have to make some preparations first. Xiaohua was worried again. A man without foresight is bound to have immediate worries. If I get too many spirit seeds, who knows what kind of trouble that cultivator or swordsman will come up with. Xiaohua's meditation lasted for several days. As the bone phoenix flew past the foothills, The drifting cloud lake that Xiao Hua and the rest had first arrived at appeared in the distance. Fairy Hong Xia stood on the bone phoenix's back, biting her lips. Her eyes looked at the foothills, which had already turned green, and her heart was filled with mixed feelings. She really couldn't imagine. She had only come to the ancestral shrine of Million Meng Mountains once. From the time she encountered the night rain when passing by Drifting Cloud Lake, to the time when she was sent out of Million Meng Mountains by Elder Wu of Huda's stockade using the bone phoenix, to the time when she came to Drifting Cloud Lake again, in just 2 years, so many things had happened. She then looked at the man who was sitting cross-legged in front of her. The green light around his body was gradually disappearing. His back was still thin, but it was still so stalwart. She felt a sense of softness and warmth in her heart. During this period of time, everything that happened was shouldered by this man. She felt incomparably safe in this man's chest. If it weren't for this man's protection, let alone her, even Xiao Mao and Li Zongbao would have perished in the Meng Mountains. Not to mention, each of them had their own fortuitous encounters now. What would I said earlier? My attitude towards Josiah, towards Ziming, was it too much? Fairy Hong Xia hesitated. After all, my dear Xiao didn't do anything with them? At this moment, the skeletal phoenix let out a long cry that sounded like a deep thunderclap, waking Fairy Hong Xia up from her deep thoughts. When Fairy Hong Xia focused her gaze, she saw that they had arrived at the border of Mount Meng. Clouds and mist were slowly seeping out from the drifting cloud lake in the distance, and the skeletal phoenix had stopped in midair, flapping its wings that were flickering with a red glow and black mist. It's time to go back. Fairy Hong Xia sighed. She couldn't help but turn around and look. Although the vast and boundless Million Meng Mountains were still mysterious, it was obvious that a corner of this mystery had been lifted. Under this mystery, the 4 of them had left behind countless feelings. Xiao Hua was also awakened by the bone phoenix's cry. A green light flashed across his body, and he stood up from the bone phoenix. He also looked down, and then turned around to look at the depths of Million Meng Mountains. Flying out from the bone phoenix, he took a deep breath and said, "Senior, there's no such thing as an eternal banquet in this world. Although the Huda stronghold is located in the depths of Million Meng Mountains, but in the blink of an eye, we've arrived at the edge of Million Meng Mountains. I believe that with Venerable Wu's prestige, you can't easily step into the sword domain, right?" Hee. Venerable Wu chuckled, looking at the distant clouds. Since when did Meng Mountains have so many rules? However, if I step into the sword domain, those sword cultivators in the sword domain would be unhappy. It's better for me not to go. Then we'll bid farewell. We're grateful for Senior's kindness in sending us off. Xiaohua bowed deeply, and then looked at Venerable Wu. Of course, he had the intention of intimidating them by summoning clouds and rain for such a long time. Xiaohua also coveted the so-called earth, heaven, and saint class cultivation techniques. However, Venerable Wu didn't seem to know. Looking at Li Zongbao, Xiao Mao, and Fairy Hong Xia flying out from the bone phoenix and bowing to Venerable Wu, he waved his hand and said, "It's still far from here to the 3 kingdoms of cultivators. I can't send you off. It's better for you all to be careful." After saying that, Venerable Wu put his hand behind his back, and the bone phoenix circled around, spreading its wings and flying away. The group of spirit warriors that were guarding the stronghold also urged their spirit beasts to follow. Xiaohua couldn't help but reach out his hand and open his mouth, as if he wanted to call out to Venerable Wu. But he was too embarrassed to call out to him. "Damn it, it's broken, it's broken." Looking at the back of the bone phoenix that was getting smaller and smaller, and the black aura and red light that were fading, Xiaohua couldn't help but shout out. He was thinking of summoning clouds and rain, and wanted to leave a good impression on Venerable Wu so that he could obtain the soul cultivation technique from him. Who knew that Venerable Wu would see through his intentions in an instant. Or maybe he was angry in his heart, and actually left with a flick of his sleeves. Everything he did before was in vain. "AI, let's go!" Xiaohua was a little dejected, and like a rooster that had lost a fight, he weakly waved his hand and said, "Hee." Fairy Hong Xia covered her mouth and laughed. She understood her lover's thoughts very well. Flying to Xiaohua's side, she pulled on Xiaohua's Taoist robe and said, "Xiaohua, don't forget. You said that day that you would let Venerable Wu bargain based on the situation. Furthermore, Venerable Wu didn't really promise you that he would give you the cultivation technique. It's normal that he doesn't want to give it to you now. How would I know that Venerable Wu would be so untrustworthy? Xiaohua was a little flustered and exasperated. He shouted, "If he doesn't like it, then so be it. Why didn't he say a word? I was just afraid that others would hunt us down. That's why I showed a little bit of my strength. Is there a need for him to be so jealous?" Hee hee, Xiao Mao also laughed. "Big brother, you have to be careful with your words. Don't let Venerable Wu hear you. We haven't left Million Meng Mountains yet." Hearing that, Xiaohua rolled his eyes. Looking at the disappearing distance, he said resentfully, "That's exactly what I want Venerable Wu to hear. Being trustworthy. That's the basic principle of being a person. Let's go." Li Zongbao waved his hand indifferently. "If we stay here any longer, someone might really come after us." "Humph, do you think I'm afraid of them?" Xiaohua sneered, but he still flew up. Xiao Mao also took out the flowing cloud airship and invited everyone to board. "Oh, right, Xiao Mao, why is there no news about Yiyu?" After the flowing cloud airship flew past the flowing cloud lake, Xiaohua still didn't give up looking at Million Meng Mountains. Suddenly, he thought of something and asked. Chapter 2952. Xiao Mao was taken aback. He immediately realized that Xiaohua had nowhere to vent his anger and wanted to vent it on Yiyu. He thought for a moment and said, "This guy is the Fu man of the Shibai village. Right now he must be worried about the seeds of the Wu village under the Shibai village. Besides, he must know about the relationship between Big Brother and Huta village. Even if he had 10 times the courage, he wouldn't dare to find trouble with you. Humph, Yu deserves to die. Even if he doesn't find trouble with us, we can't let him go," Xiaohua said with hatred. "Yi will die, but not now." Fairy Hong Xia also hated Yi Yu. Now that we have left Million Meng Mountains, and Xiaohua's reputation in Million Meng Mountains is a bit embarrassing, why don't we talk about it in the future? "Yes, with Xiao Mao here, Yi will definitely come," Li Zongbao said calmly. "All right, I'll let him go for now," Xiaohua said helplessly. Then he looked at Li Zongbao and said, "Senior brotherly, from now on, don't use your kill immortal whip. Wait until this little brother has practiced the refining technique of soul cultivation and healed your injuries." "No problem," Li Zongbao said impatiently. "With you by my side, do I still need to do anything? Don't be so wishy-washy. Let's go back to Liang first." "Yes, I understand." Xiaohua knew that Li Zongbao was extremely anxious. He looked at Fairy Hong Xia and felt the same. The flying boat was like a flowing cloud. In just a few moments, it had flown for over 10 miles. But suddenly, Xiaohua slapped his forehead and said, "Xiao Mao, stop the flying boat for now. Big brother forgot something again." "Oh, what is it?" Xiao Mao quickly stopped the airship and asked curiously. "Sai, it's all because of this guy." Xiaohua took out the storage bag. He shook his hand and the fire ape fell out of the bag. The fire ape landed in the air and was slightly startled. When it saw the situation around it, it immediately bared its teeth and revealed a ferocious expression. The flames around its body rose and it pounced toward Xiaohua. "Evil creature," Xiaohua sneered. He chanted an incantation and pointed his finger. The sun-moon corona on the fire ape's forehead let out a rumbling sound. The fire ape no longer cared about attacking Xiaohua. It held its head and rolled in the air while howling. "Darling Xiao." Fairy Hong Xia was stunned. She was as confused as Li Zongbao and Xiao Mao. She pointed at the fire ape and asked curiously, What is this?" "This is a fire ape." Xiaohua knew that this fire ape was related to Xue Xue, so he didn't dare to be careless. He wanted to know why the fire ape came to Million Meng Mountains and why it found Hanba. He then told Xiaohua about his encounter with the fire ape, but he didn't tell him about the fire ape and Xue Xue. "Oh, big brother, you're asking me to summon Hanba, right?" Xiao Mao understood. "That's right. We've left millions of Meng Mountains. I'm afraid Hanba won't be able to follow us. If we don't ask now, when will we know?" Xiaohua nodded. "Big brother, please wait a moment." Xiao Mao nodded. He closed his eyes and meditated for a moment, then opened his mouth again. "Hanba is currently at a critical juncture in its cultivation, so it won't be able to follow me to the country of Shi. Once it's successful in its cultivation, it will definitely go to Xuanyan sect to look for me. Actually, it won't be too late for Big Brother to ask then." Xiaohua rolled his eyes again. Nonsense. Who knew when Xue Xue would need this fire ape? If he didn't ask now, when would he? Sure enough, in less than 2 hours, an indescribable heat was born in everyone's heart. Their blood was also surging and unstoppable. Hanba had appeared. When Hamba saw the fire ape rolling in pain in midair, it seemed to be angered. Its sharp gaze swept across Xiaohua, so much so that Xiaohua could feel an indescribable heat wave around him. Naturally, Xiao Mao could sense Hamba's hostility. He snorted coldly and opened his mouth to scold Hamba. Hamba helplessly shrunk his neck, which was almost gone, and blinked his eyes. On his face, which had already lost its red hair, there was obviously a resentful expression. It was almost the same expression that Xiao Hua had when he faced Elder Wu. Damn it, Xiao Hua didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He opened his mouth and said, Xiao Mao, ask this fire ape what's its relationship with it. How did it come to millions of Meng mountains from the country of Xi? Why are you looking for it? If this fire ape is Hamba's man, Big Brother will treat this fire ape well. Once it's finished, I'll set it free. Man? This time, it was Xiao Mao's turn to not know whether to laugh or cry. After thinking for a moment, he shook his head slightly and began to ask Hamba. Hamba's voice was very hoarse. It was impossible to make out any syllables. However, Xiao Mao seemed to be able to understand it, nodding his head from time to time. Big Brother. In the end, Xiao Mao smiled and said to Xiao Hua, Little Brother has already asked clearly. This fire ape and Hamba don't have any special relationship. They're just demon beasts that have taken shape. They've met a few times in the past. This fire ape didn't come to millions of Meng mountains to look for Hamba. It came to look for one of its close relatives. As for what Hamba is, I'm not sure. It just received a message from the fire ape and came to meet it. Ah, before the fire ape was sealed, they knew each other? They can even send messages? Xiao Hua was a little stunned. Furthermore, there's a close relative of the fire ape in millions of Meng mountains? Damn it, are these demon beasts going to become demons? Big Brother, according to what Hamba said, there are indeed demon beasts that have become demons in this world. Xiao Mao smiled and said, It's said that there are many of them in millions of Meng mountains. Even Hamba himself said that he's nothing. Some demon beasts can even cultivate into humans. They're no different from ordinary soul scholars. Isn't that so? Suddenly, Xiaohua thought of that elder Wu he saw in the ancestral shrine of Huta's stockade. He actually had two faces. How could an ordinary person look like that? Maybe he was some kind of demon beast. Forget it. Xiaohua nodded. With a wave of his hand, he used the universe in the sleeve technique and once again put the fire ape into his spirit storage pouch. Big Brother, is there anything else? If there's nothing else, I'll let Hamba go back. Xiao Mao probed. That. Xiao Hua was a little hesitant. He was a little worried about bringing Hamba along. At least with Hamba, this trip to Sword Domain would be a little easier. Xiao Mao seemed to have seen through Xiao Hua's thoughts and hurriedly said, Big Brother, Hamba is now at a critical juncture. If you don't have to use it, then don't use it, right? When it comes to find me, that's the best time to use it. All right. Xiao Hua naturally only thought of it as draining the pond to catch fish and nodded. After that, Xiao Mao gave Hitorigami a few instructions. Hitorigami actually lowered its head and leaned its head against Xiao Mao's hand, looking extremely strange. Xiao Mao obviously didn't feel good either. He patted Hamba's shoulder, turned his head, and jumped onto the flying boat. Under the urging of his magic power, the flowing cloud flying boat suddenly rose and rushed into the sky. Roar! Behind the flying boat, Hamba's hoarse roar could be heard. Sigh, when Xiao Hua heard it, his heart was slightly sour. He understood the misery in Xiao Mao's heart. Although he found his roots in the millions of Meng mountains, they didn't recognize him at all. The shaman of Shibai village didn't have the slightest intention of letting him recognize his ancestors. In the end, Xiao Mao didn't even know who his father was. Fortunately, in this world, besides Xiao Mao, there was also Hamba. Although Hamba was a demon beast, it also had the bloodline of the Shi by great god. It could be considered a closer relative than Xiao Mao. Xiao Mao didn't dare to look back. He controlled the flowing cloud-flying boat and rushed forward like an arrow, afraid that he would turn back if he hesitated. After flying for nearly 2 hours, the flowing cloud-flying boat finally slowed down. Looking at Xiao Mao, whose expression had somewhat calmed down, Li Zongbao said indifferently, You're a cultivator of the Dao sect. Since you entered the Dao sect at a young age, naturally you're fated with the Dao sect. Although soul cultivators are powerful, they've declined. Look at those uncivilized natives. Even if you're their shaman now, how heavy of a burden can you bear? Why don't you focus on cultivating? It won't be too late for you to return to the millions of Meng mountains after you've achieved great success. Not to mention the current shaman. Even the shaman king might bow down to you. Thank you for your encouragement, senior brother Li. Xiao Mao nodded and sighed. I originally came here to accompany senior brother, but I didn't expect that there would be so many troubles. Seeing that my background has already surfaced, I can't do anything even if I don't cultivate diligently. Night Rain already knows my whereabouts, then that nascent soul cultivator will definitely know soon. I can only rely on the merit of the great battle of Tao and sword, and my Xuanyan school to protect myself. That's right. Xiao Hua was also greatly shocked. He quickly said, Xiao Mao, if possible, why don't you stay in the millions of Meng Mountains? Stay in the millions of Meng Mountains? Xiao Mao shook his head calmly. Night Rain's influence in the millions of Meng Mountains is definitely no less than Zimming, and I can't possibly stay in the Huda Stockade forever, right? Even if I stay in the Huda Stockade forever, who can guarantee that I won't be schemed against by Night Rain? After all, I'm not Daoist Xiao. What Xiao Mao said makes sense. Fairy Hongxia nodded and said, in the millions of Meng Mountains, Huan Country, and Shi Country, Xuanyan School is still safer. Xiao Mao has the merit of the great battle of Tao and sword, and the sect master's special pardon. If Xuanyan School can't even protect him, how can it still be called Xuanyan School? Even if Xiao Mao's enemy is a nascent soul cultivator, he still has to think about his own reputation and the consequences of revealing this matter. Now that the great battle of Tao and sword is happening, a nascent soul cultivator having a connection with a sword cultivator, that's a big deal. In my opinion, within the next 10 years, that nascent soul cultivator won't do anything to Xiao Mao. Li Zongbao also nodded. We can only wait for the great battle of Tao and sword to calm down. Then there's a possibility of making a move. And after 10 years, Hamba will have succeeded, and I'm afraid he'll already be guarding by my side. Xiao Mao laughed, therefore, Big Brother, you don't have to be too worried. Humph, of course Big Brother doesn't have to be worried about you. Xiao Hua sneered. No, my brother, a nascent soul cultivator is nothing. There's no need for Hamba to come. I alone can beat him to the ground. Xiao Hua's words with his gold core cultivation was extremely arrogant, but whether it was Li Zongbao, Fairy Hongxia, or Xiao Mao, none of them felt that there was anything wrong with Xiao Hua's words. They were truly convinced by Xiao Hua's methods. Even if Xiao Hua said that he could kill an avatar, they would probably nod their heads blankly. Caw-caw. Suddenly, an owl-like voice sounded in the air. Who dares to talk so big? Who dares to kill a nascent soul cultivator? He's just a small gold core cultivator. Aren't you afraid of blowing the sky open? Who? When Xiao Hua heard this, his complexion changed greatly. This voice came too suddenly, and Xiao Hua absolutely did not expect that under the escort of the Huda Stockade's Wu Lao, a spirit warrior would immediately chase after the Wu Lao as soon as he left. His plan to move clouds and rain along the way could be considered a waste. Between shame and anger, Xiao Hua coldly said, a thief who doesn't dare to show himself. I'm afraid you've been chasing after me for a long time, right? Immediately, the Buddha's sense swept behind him, but before Xiao Hua's Buddha's sense could find any trace of the person, several sharp, flying sword-like divine senses swept from all sides of the flying boat, firmly locking onto the four people. Only then did Xiao Hua and the others come to their senses, unconsciously turning as white as paper. Half a li away from the flowing cloud-flying boat, four swordsmen appeared in the air. In front of these four swordsmen was a beautiful woman, but her face was as cold as frost. Her face was full of ridicule and astonishment. Who else could it be but Lu Ruochong of the Black Phoenix Sword Sect? In addition to Lu Ruochong, there were 3 other swordsmen, firmly surrounding the flowing cloud-flying boat in a triangular formation. In front of the flowing cloud-flying ship, there was a young swordsman with a robust figure. His 5 strands of beard looked very spirited. However, his pair of sword-like eyes carried a kind of incomparable hatred. He was staring fixedly at Xiao Hua's face as he slowly flew over. Chapter 2953. On the left rear of the flowing cloud-flying ship, there was a female swordsman with a graceful figure. She wore very little clothing, only covering her vital parts. Her exposed bluish-white skin emitted a lustrous sword light. When one's gaze fell on her, a feeling of dizziness involuntarily arose in one's heart. It was as if one didn't even need to look at the female swordsman's appearance to be mesmerized by her sword light. To the right of the flowing cloud-flying ship was an old man. This old man wasn't tall and was a bit fat. His sword clothes were also bulging. However, this old man's bean-sized eyes were flashing with a sharp brilliance. Every time he raised his hand, a fiery red sword light flashed with a thin flame sword intent, as if it could split the void apart. Swordsman transformation. Xiaohua sensed these sharp sword intents and immediately identified the cultivation of these three swordsmen. Moreover, these three swordsmen had restrained their sword intent and successfully concealed their whereabouts. They didn't arouse the sword origin in Xiaohua's body. Needless to say, they were at least second-grade transformation swords, surpassing the Void Heaven Sword School's Shuemingcha. Go! Xiaohua saw the appearance of several swordsman transformation swordsmen and immediately understood that he was their target. He didn't hesitate and left Fairy Hongxia and the others behind. His body was surrounded by lightning, and with a rumbling sound, he rushed towards the sky. It was only when he had flown a few dozen feet away that Fairy Hongxia's terrified voice called out, "Darling Xiao, run." Xiaohua felt a trace of guilt in his heart, but he understood that Li Zongbao, Xiao Mao, and Fairy Hongxia were only at the Foundation establishment realm. Not to mention three swordsman transformation swords. They were nothing in LV Ruochang's eyes. As long as he used some method to escape, these three people might not be in any trouble. However, Xiaohua's thoughts were just thoughts. Could he escape? Kaka, you were so arrogant just a moment ago. How come you've become a coward now? The gloomy voice came from the young swordsman. A huge sword light suddenly shot out from the swordsman's mouth, producing a loud rumbling sound, and rapidly pierced towards Xiaohua's body. This sword light was extremely fast, as if it had instantly streaked across the sky and appeared between Xiaohua's chest and abdomen. Within the snow-white sword light, streaks of ice python-like sword intent slashed towards Xiaohua with their soul-devouring fangs. Xiaohua didn't panic in the slightest. He also slashed with his right hand, and a sword light also appeared. With a boom, it smashed onto the ice-cold sword light. Woo, with a sharp whistling sound, Xiaohua's figure borrowed the sword light to rush into the sky. His speed increased by more than 20%. The young swordsman's complexion turned somewhat unsightly. His mouth issued a sound of astonishment. The sword light around his body suddenly flashed, and a huge sword suddenly appeared. Then he chased after Xiaohua. The strange thing was that after the huge sword flew out for a few dozen meters, it slowly disappeared without any trace of fluctuation or sword chi. How could Xiaohua care about this young swordsman? His figure had just used the lightning escape to rush up another few dozen meters when a sword intent, like the falling of the Milky Way, sprinkled down on his head. Admittedly, the strands of rain were like those of an orphan girl, but the desolation within was enough to split the soul. Damn it! Xiaohua couldn't help but curse in his heart. He was already struggling to deal with one sword transformation, but the Huan state actually sent out 3 sword transformations. The third sword transformation hadn't even made a move yet. Just 2 sword transformations. He probably couldn't deal with them, right? Go to hell. Xiaohua's heart was filled with hatred. He understood that the matter of his sword transformation cultivation was no longer a secret. The sword light around his body surged, and the sword origin shot out. A huge sword was also slowly born. Inside, 9 flying swords of different sizes were arranged in different shapes. This shape was constantly changing. Even the flying swords within the sword formation turned into shooting stars. Countless tiny hurricanes madly gathered and slashed towards the ice river sword intent. It was like 9 stars transiting the sun. Boom! A loud sound rang out. That unparalleled sword intent was actually torn apart by Xiaohua's huge sword. Below that sword intent, the graceful swordswoman's figure was revealed. However, this swordswoman's face didn't have any astonishment. Instead, it showed a kind of pleasant surprise. Even those big curved eyes contained traces of charm. Looking at Xiaohua's heart sword and the 9 stars within the heart sword, a smile appeared on her dark red lips. She even muttered in a low voice, 9 stars transiting the sun. This guy actually knows 9 stars transiting the sun. It wasn't rough. Except for the Execution Dream and Mountain Splitter, Xiaohua's other 7 sword orbs were completely repaired in the sword catacomb. However, they had always been nurtured in the sword scars of his primordial spirit and hadn't been successful. During the trip to Meng Mountains, Xiaohua once again placed his attention on soul cultivation. That is, when he just activated the Execution Dream and Mountain Splitter, he realized that the 9 flying swords were all successful. Xiaohua was overjoyed, but he didn't care too much. He immediately used the 9 stars transiting the sun that he had comprehended countless times in the sword intent. Sure enough, 9 stars transiting the sun was extraordinary. In just one sword strike, it defeated a second-grade sword transformation flying sword. Of course, Xiaohua still didn't have the time to appreciate this graceful swordswoman's charm. Nor did he have the time to savor the joy of defeating a second-grade sword transformation flying sword. He didn't even have the time to look at the swordswoman's figure. Before he could escape from the huge sword, he once again activated the lightning evasion and rushed away. Swoosh! Xiaohua flew out another 10 zhong. Seeing that there was a glimmer of hope to escape the encirclement, countless scarlet flames appeared in the space of nearly 100 zhong. Not only were these flames extremely hot, they were also abnormally sharp. The entire sky had become a place of mountains of blades and seas of fire. Humph! Xiaohua was not afraid of fire. He coldly snorted in his heart, opened his mouth, and a wisp of spirit fire immediately flew out. Normally, this was his last resort. But now, in order to escape, he couldn't care about anything else. When the spirit fire appeared, under Xiaohua's divine flame art, it immediately turned into a net and rushed in front of the huge sword. Although the sword will of the flame was powerful and seemed to be able to burn the surrounding space, when it came into contact with the spiritual fire, it was like a snowflake coming into contact with boiling water, instantly melting into the spiritual fire. In the blink of an eye, Xiaohua urged the spiritual fire to rush out of a gap in the fire lake, and was about to break out of the encirclement of the 3 swordsmen. This, what Xue Mingcha said, was true. Under the lake of fire, the old swordsman hadn't transformed into a sword, but his body was surrounded by a fiery sword light. His fiery red eyes revealed a hint of contemplation. This nameless actually has a supreme spirit fire in his hands. While the old swordsman was pondering, the huge sword transformed by Xiaohua had already flown out of the lake of fire. The lightning was shining brightly, and it was flying towards the direction of millions of Meng mountains. But at this moment, above the seemingly clear blue sky, many whirlpools suddenly appeared. These thumb-sized whirlpools didn't even wait for Xiaohua to see clearly, and they immediately emitted a powerful sword energy. Clang! Not allowing Xiaohua to do anything, the sword energy around his body emitted a strong sword cry, as if it was going to come out of his body. Moreover, the huge sword transformed by Xiaohua was also emitting a mournful cry, and the sword light was almost skyrocketing. There's a 4th sword transformation? Xiaohua was shocked. Buzz! The sword energy roared, and all the whirlpools instantly converged to form a huge sword. Wasn't this the young swordsman who fought with Xiaohua for the first time? Invisible sword. Xiaohua suddenly realized. However, he was still shocked by the speed of this young swordsman. He didn't expect that there would always be someone who was faster than him, and that there was someone who could be faster than his lightning evasion. Boom! The young swordsman's huge sword was very close to Xiaohua, and it didn't give Xiaohua any chance to dodge. The 2 huge swords clashed together. A powerful roar was heard, and a powerful hurricane was generated. It was like the wind was sweeping away the clouds, and it was like the gathering of the wind and the clouds, flattening everything in the sky. Even Xiaohua's body, that flame that hadn't been retracted, was swept away. Looking at the 2 huge swords, the young swordsman's majestic body didn't move, and the sword light around him slowly dissipated, revealing a proud face. He coldly stared at Xiaohua, who was falling down from the sky like a falling leaf. Xiaohua seemed to have lost consciousness, falling straight down. His entire body was jolted left and right by the shockwaves created by the huge swords, and he looked extremely pitiful. Xiaohua hadn't truly transformed into a sword. Even though he had the sword will of the 9 stars illuminating the sun, he still couldn't defeat a second-grade sword transformation. Humph, you've just stepped into the threshold of sword transformation, and you actually dare to compete with me, a real sword transformation swordsman. Didn't Xue Mingcha teach you a lesson? Although the old swordsman sneered sarcastically, his body didn't slow down. Even the graceful female cultivator also stood guard on the other side to prevent Xiaohua from escaping. She also laughed. Yes, even if you have the sword will of the 9 stars illuminating the sun, hee, you haven't truly stepped into sword transformation. So how can you be my opponent? Xiaohua. Fairy Hong Xia couldn't help but cry out sorrowfully. Her body flew out from the flowing cloud flying ship, wanting to catch the falling Xiaohua. Xiao Hua flew out from the flowing cloud-flying ship until he was struck down by the young swordsman. In just a few moments, Fairy Hong Xia and the others didn't have time to react, and Xiao Hua had already flown hundreds of feet away. Now that Fairy Hong Xia flew up again, how could she catch up with Xiao Hua? However, when Xiao Hua was still hundreds of feet away from the ground, Fairy Hong Xia tried her best to circulate her magic power, wanting to catch Xiao Hua's body before he fell to the ground. Xiao Hua's body suddenly moved. Like a stiff snake that had awakened from hibernation, he rushed towards the ground at an extremely fast speed. Ah! Fairy Hong Xia suddenly froze, her hand covering her mouth as she stood in midair. Prung, with a loud sound, Xiao Hua's figure abruptly crashed into the solid ground. Although his entire body was flashing with an earthen yellow brilliance, the earth escape technique that he had always been proficient in actually lost its effect at this crucial moment. Solidifying earth into steel, Xiao Hua's face was filled with awkwardness. Looking at the faint glow on the ground and the distant LV Ruochang who was standing steadily in midair, his heart was filled with shock. Sword cultivator. How did a sword cultivator know that I know the earth escape technique? Chapter 2954. Senior John Doe. LV Ruochang was in the distance. He seemed to know that he was no match for John Doe, so he didn't fly closer. With only sarcasm in his tone, he said, "Unexpected things can't be done again and again. Do you think that the swordsmen of my sword domain are all idiots? You have done so many things, and my sword domain people do not know?" Hee. Xiao Hua saw the 3 sword transformation swordsmen slowly descend, and behind Lu Ruochang, there were dozens of swordsmen flying out. Although they were not sword transformation swordsmen, they were at least grade 1 or 2 illusory swordsmen. Knowing that it would not be easy to escape today, he sneered and flew towards Fairy Hong Xia. As for Xiao Mao, who had just reacted, he hurriedly urged the flowing cloud-flying ship to fly in front of the two. "What's wrong? Not boasting anymore?" The young swordsman stood in the air and said indifferently, "With your cultivation, you actually want to kill a nascent soul cultivator? What a joke. However, to be honest, although this old man had estimated your strength, but I still underestimated you. You actually forced this old man to sword transformation swordsman." Hee. Xiao Hua sneered and did not speak. However, the young cultivator still said, "It's fine if you don't speak. It can only mean that you have a guilty conscience. But from your words just now, this old man is somewhat puzzled. I wonder if you can dispel this old man's doubts?" "Speak." Xiao Hua replied indifferently. "This old man knows that you are a terrifying phoenix, and also know that you are nameless. I also know that you dare to kill a grade 3 illusory swordsman. I also know that you know the rare earth escape technique among the Dao sect cultivators. But this old man did not expect that you would dare to kill a nascent soul cultivator. This old man wants to ask you, what kind of divine being are you?" "Who am I, don't you already know?" Although Xiao Hua's face was pale and his eyes were spinning rapidly, he still wanted to escape. However, he did not admit defeat and retorted sarcastically, "On the other hand, who are you? One is a grade 3 illusory swordsman, and the other 3 are sword transformation swordsmen. You actually did not care about your face, and trapped us 4 puny foundation establishment cultivators here. Do you still care about your face?" "Hee, Xiao Hua, you also know about face?" Lu Ruochang sneered. "If you had any sense of shame, how could you mix with foundation establishment cultivators with your nascent soul cultivation base? Ambushing and killing countless warriors of my sword region? Today, this sword might as well tell you that your death has arrived." This was Martial Uncle Qin Hung of the Void Heaven Sword School, Senior Martial Brother Qin Jian's master. "You tried to kill Senior Brother Qin Jian with your nascent soul cultivation, which is a taboo of the sword domain. Today, Senior Uncle Qin Hung is here to avenge Qin Jian." Then, Lu Ruochang's finger moved away from the young swordsman and pointed at the old swordsman as he said, "You killed Ling Yunwu, Yuan and her husband, and took the sword pouch of my sword domain. Now, Martial Uncle Xue Chendong of the Ling Feng sword sect is also here to avenge the disciples of Sword's Gate." Hee. Xiao Hua sneered. "Many swordsmen have died in my hands. If you want to avenge yourselves, you don't have to sign up one by one. Anyway, I know that the sword cultivators of the Hung country bully the weak with numbers. It's not the first time you've encountered such a situation." Hee. The young swordswoman giggled. She was so beautiful that the sword armor on her body was almost scraped off. Little brother, you're quite brave. I like you the most. I'm Feng Suewu of the Black Phoenix Sword Sect. I heard that the terrifying phoenix in the Dao Sword War was actually a nascent soul nameless, and had the strength of a first-grade sword transformation realm cultivator. I've long been impressed. Now that I've met you, I'm even more impressed. You even have the 9 stars soaring sun sword intent. If little brother is interested in joining my sword domain, I can recommend myself to help little brother reach the divine sword realm. At this moment, Qin Heng frowned and reminded, Feng Suwu, the 9 stars soaring sun sword sect's secret technique. I know little brother Xiao is willing. Feng Suwu glanced at Xiao Hua in an extremely charming manner and smiled. I'm not afraid of the flame bamboo sword sect. What can others do about our love? Formless sword as expected. Xiao Hua's gaze swept across the crowd. He knew in his heart that there was no chance of survival today. He couldn't help but feel anxious. When he heard Feng Suwu's teasing, he licked his lips and said with a smile, TKSK. Old witch, how old are you? You're actually still thinking about this young master? Isn't the legend of an old cow eating young grass exactly like this? Hee hee. Feng Suewu actually didn't get angry. She smiled and said, I'm an old witch. How can you be worse? You're drooling over Fairy Hong Xia's youth and beauty. Isn't that the same as an old cow eating young grass? Good little brother, just submit to this concubine. As long as you tell the whole story and reveal your identity, won't you be able to fly away with me? And this Fairy Hong Xia, I can also treat her as a little sister. Not to mention how many good little sisters you have. Even if you have more, I won't care. Don't you like the 9 stars transit? How about I and my 8 sisters transit the sun together? Bah, Fairy Hong Xia's face turned red. She spat and cursed, old witch. Bitch, Feng Suewu sneered. She flicked her finger, and an ice flower pierced towards Fairy Hong Xia. Xiao Hua didn't dare to be negligent. He waved his hand, and the wishful staff struck out. With a pung sound, it hit the ice flower. The ice flower turned into fragments, and the moment it fell, it once again rushed towards Fairy Hong Xia. Humph! Fairy Hong Xia hurriedly waved the phoenix command in her hand, and a 5-colored brilliance fell in front of her body. Puff, 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 a series of sounds rang out. The fragments hit the brilliance and instantly shattered the defensive brilliance. Fortunately, those sword lights were shattered by Xiao Hua, and after passing through the defense of the Phoenix token, by the time they reached Fairy Hong Xia's body, they were unable to break through her protective brilliance and fell from the sky one after another. Little girl, Feng Suewu said coldly, don't think that you can block this sword's sword intent. This sword was only afraid of hurting little brother Zhao's heart, so I didn't go all out. Fairy Hong Xia muttered a few words, but in the end, she didn't say anything. Obviously, against a 2nd-grade sword transformation realm swordsman, she really didn't have the strength to fight back. Nameless, Qin Heng said faintly, sword friend Feng is right. You have my sword domain's sword energy, so why did you sneak into the country of Xi's Imperial Thunder sect? Which sword sect of my sword domain are you a disciple of? As long as you tell us the reason, we will definitely not make things difficult for you. In fact, we will even assist you. Have you ever seen a sword cultivator's disciple with a nascent soul realm cultivation? Have you ever seen a sword cultivator's disciple kill a sword cultivator? Xiao Hua said coldly, besides Qin Jian's life, Ling Yunwu's and Yuan's lives, won't you all pursue it? And the lives of these few Dao sect disciples. Hee hee, it's precisely because Senior Nameless has the nascent soul realm cultivation of the Dao sect, and my sword domain's sword transformation realm cultivation, that our sword domain's sword transformation realm senior treats you so well. Lu Ruochang chuckled and said, Isn't a sword transformation realm swordsman who can control the country of Xi's Imperial Thunder sect more important than the entire Sky Patrol City? Sky Patrol City? Xiao Hua raised his eyebrows and said coldly, I'm afraid that Sky Patrol City is already heavily guarded by our Dao sect disciples. If you all attack, speaking of this, Xiao Hua was suddenly shocked and knew that he couldn't continue. If he said too much, he might expose Josiah. Oh, Senior Nameless actually knows that Sky Patrol City is the target of our sword domain's battle? Lu Ruochang was naturally stunned, but then he smiled and said, to be able to see this point in such a complicated battle situation, Senior Nameless is indeed amazing. If that's the case, our sword domain will have to invite Senior Nameless back. Furthermore, I've also revealed to you that even if the Dao sect's cultivators manage to find out about the Sword Domain's goal, the Sky Patrol City will still fall into the hands of the Sword Domain. There will be no change at all. Well, if you follow us back, you might be able to see how the warriors of our Sword Domain will attack Sky Patrol City. I'm not going. Xiaohua didn't believe Lu Ruochang's words. He had already sent the message to the Imperial Thunder sect. He didn't believe that such an important piece of news would not be taken seriously by the nascent Soul Realm Masters in the meeting hall. Moreover, he originally wanted to go through with it. However, looking at Qin Jian's master and Ling Yunwu's senior uncle, how could he back down? Senior Nameless, you don't have to worry. Our Sword Domain accepts all kinds of cultivators. Not only do we have beast cultivators, weapon cultivators, bird cultivators, and soul cultivators. The one who set up the soul formation in the Sword Tomb that day was a soul warrior from Meng Mountain. Naturally, this soul warrior has something to do with our Sword Domain. Since our Sword Domain can accommodate a soul warrior, why can't we accommodate a mere cultivator? Lu Ruochang persuaded again. Besides, in your 3 kingdoms, there are more than thousands of cultivators who have submitted to our Sword Domain. One more senior Nameless won't make much of a difference. Why do you care? Hee, I'm afraid none of those thousands of cultivators are in the nascent soul realm, right? Xiaohua said coldly, since one more won't make much of a difference, one less won't make much of a difference either. If I submit today, I'm afraid my path of cultivation has come to an end. Moreover, how can I give up on my fellow disciples? Xiaohua understood that if Lu Ruochang and the others attacked him, Fairy Hong Xia and the others would have a chance to live. However, if he submitted, Fairy Hong Xia and the others would definitely die. Good little brother, don't tell me you don't want to live anymore? Feng Suiwu smiled tenderly. Don't you want to take pity on me? Old witch. Xiaohua scolded coldly, not wanting to say a word more. Now that things have come to this, we can only take action. Xue Chendong, who had not spoken until now, waved his hand faintly and said, I've said it before. Unless we capture this guy and search his soul, it's impossible to know his background. LV Ruochang also sighed. A living Nameless Hua was much more valuable than a dead Xiao Hua. A lively Nameless Hua was naturally much more useful than a demented Xiao Hua. However, if they captured him, it might not be impossible for them to turn the situation around. Chapter 2955. Wung, wung, wung. 3 sword cries shook the heavens and the earth. 3 giant swords gradually emerged from the bodies of the 3 second-grade swordsmen. The crisscrossing sword energy had already sealed the space around Xiao Hua and the others. The biting cold sword energy absorbed a huge amount of spiritual energy from the heavens and the earth and hovered in the air. How do we escape? Xiao Hua was very anxious, but the surrounding area was sealed by the sword energy. He was really helpless. Spiritual fire? Wishful staff? Overturning sea seal? Nascent soul hand? Xiao Hua thought of many methods, but they seemed to be ineffective. Fight! Xiao Hua clapped his hands and was about to use the nascent soul hand. Hee, it's really lively. At this critical moment, a young voice came from the stern of the flowing cloud airship. When did the swordsmen of Sword Domain become so bold? Causing trouble at the doorstep of Meng Mountain? Say, senior? Hearing this, Xiao Hua saw the familiar figure of Huta Stockade's Elder Wu. He almost couldn't believe his eyes and stammered. Where did this soul warrior come from? Qin Hung and the others had already transformed into swords, but they still couldn't sense the cultivation of this young man. It was as if a person in the void revealed a shadow. While they were shocked, they shouted, "This is a dispute between Sword Domain and Dao sect cultivators. It has nothing to do with Meng Mountain soul warriors. If you have nothing else to do, please dodge. If my flying swords hurt you, it will affect the relationship between Sword Domain and Meng Mountain." Haha, when did Meng Mountain have feelings for Sword Domain? Elder Wu laughed and pointed at Qin Hung. This old man remembers that you should be the disciple of Void Heaven Sword School's Old Qin. Has Old Qin stepped into the Spirit Sword sect? When Qin Hung heard this, the sword's radiance shook violently. It was obvious that he was shocked. Rumble, 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 rumble. The sound of the sword resonated again. Qin Heng's sword flashed again, and the entire sword suddenly disappeared. Qin Hung actually wanted to run away at this moment. If Qin Hung wanted to leave, how could Feng Suiwu and Xue Chendong stay? Both of them had the same thought. Sword energy overflowed from their bodies, and in the blink of an eye, they flew dozens of feet away. Hee, don't you think it's too late to leave now? Old Wu chuckled and did not chase after him. Instead, he extended his hand and a pitch-black spirit treasure strangely appeared in midair. Lost Soul Lamp. Seeing the familiar Lost Soul Lamp, Xiaohua's eyes lit up. Woo. Strange witchcraft curses came out from Elder Wu's mouth and turned into a dark green color that landed on the soul-extinguishing lamp. The soul-extinguishing lamp, which was originally the size of a bean, suddenly shone with a bright green light. It shot up into the sky at an extremely fast speed, and in an instant, it illuminated an area of several hundred feet. Poof, Elder Wu spat out again, and a faint, tiny green seal script fell into the light. Prung, there was an explosive sound, as if the wick of the lamp had exploded. 3 dark green lights flew out from the wick of the lamp. The flow of the lights could not be seen at all, and in the next moment, they appeared on top of the giant sword formed by Qin Heng, Xue Chendong, and Feng Suwu, who were flying in 3 different directions. Woo! Others might not be able to see it clearly, but Xiao Hua's sharp senses allowed him to detect that when the 3 green lights appeared, there was a ghostly shriek in the nearby void. The entire horizon was suffused with strands of black gas, and each and every one of them was a strange ghostly head. Using the lost soul extinguishing lamp actually caused a celestial phenomenon. Xiao Hua sighed inwardly, because he could even see the faint rolling thunder and fierce winds in the horizon. When the 3 lights fell on the giant sword, the 3 previously arrogant second-grade sword transformation stage swordsmen immediately froze in midair. They could not get out of the sword's body, nor could they fly even half an inch. Sigh! An obscure, dry, and incomparably majestic sigh came from the lost soul-extinguishing lamp. It was actually the same sigh as the Huta great god when the lost soul-extinguishing lamp was lit. Along with this sigh, the entire world suddenly became bright and dim. Even Xiao Hua was startled, as if something had happened in this world, but also as if nothing had happened. The black gas and ghost heads froze, and the heavenly thunder and fierce winds also froze. Whiff! At the lost soul-extinguishing lamp, a soul-stirring bark sounded, and the entire space was stirred up by a strong storm. A burst of light and shadow swayed, the green light rolled back, and the black gas dispersed. Even the rolling thunder in the sky quickly subsided. Looking at the 3 giant swords again, they fell straight from midair. Obviously, the 3 second-grade sword transformation stage swordsmen had been killed by Elder Wu in an instant. This lost soul-extinguishing lamp is too powerful, isn't it? Xiao Hua was really stunned. Not to mention him, Xiao Mao and the others, as well as all the swordsmen, were stupefied on the spot. This unforeseen event seemed to be even more inconceivable than when Xiao Hua rushed into the sky to escape and was intercepted by the 3 sword transformation stage swordsmen. Scram! Elder Wu withdrew his hand, and the entire green light converged into his hand. The lost soul-extinguishing lamp also disappeared. All the swordsmen seemed to still be in a daze, and simply did not understand what Elder Wu was saying. After a few breaths, only then did the clever swordsmen wake up. How could they dare to stay here for a moment longer? They urged the flying generals under their feet to flee in panic. Someone moved, and the remaining people naturally woke up and hurriedly fled. LV Ruochang hesitated for a moment. Just as he was about to fly towards the giant sword transformed from the 3 swords, he heard Venerable Wu's cold voice again. Leave the flying swords behind. Xiao Hua is my little friend. It's disrespectful to me for you to intercept him. These 3 flying swords are the compensation. How could Lu Ruochang dare to disobey? He shrunk his neck and hurriedly flew away without looking back. Senior. Seeing all the swordsmen flee, Xiao Hua couldn't help but give a thumbs up and sighed. Junior only knew that he had the empty fort strategy, but I didn't expect Senior to have a secret plan. You've actually been following behind this Junior all this time. If I didn't follow behind, how would I know that someone was still gossiping behind me? Do you think I'm the kind of person who doesn't keep his word? Elder Wu's face was cold. He waved his hand, and a few jade slips were thrown onto the flying boat. This is the bullshit cultivation method you wanted. Take it yourself. Don't. Since it was like this, what else could Xiao Hua say? He could only thicken his face and endure the heat. With a wave of his hand, he once again picked up the jade slips and respectfully handed them to Elder Wu. He smiled apologetically. Junior was in a hurry. Hee. How could Junior be as far-sighted as Senior? You thought I would be greedy for your things? Elder Wu didn't take the jade slips and said coldly. No, no. Xiaohua smiled apologetically. Junior didn't expect that Senior would actually want to lure the snake out of its hole and give the sword cultivators and the others a warning. That's why I concealed myself. Junior now truly understands Senior's love for fists. Now that Senior has saved our lives, how could Junior still have the face to take Senior's things? Junior definitely can't accept these things. Junior thanks Senior for saving our lives. Xiao Mao and the others didn't dare to hesitate and hurriedly knelt on the ground. Elder Wu's kindness was indeed great. Humph! Elder Wu looked at the four of them and snorted coldly. He reached out his hand and took the jade slips and said indifferently, "Get up. I naturally have my reasons for sending you all out." Yes, Junior only knows now. Xiaohua hurriedly smiled apologetically. Furthermore, these so-called Earth, Heaven, and Saint-class cultivation techniques are just nonsense made up by your Dao sect cultivators. What use do you have for these cultivation techniques? Then Venerable Wu continued, even all the soul cultivation techniques in Meng Mountains are based on the Green Seal script. Now that you have understood the pronunciation of the Green Seal script and the witchcraft incantation, all you need to do is to understand the Green Seal script one by one. That will be the most basic soul cultivation technique. Isn't that much stronger than any other soul cultivation technique? Yes, Junior didn't know about this, right? Senior said it, Junior only knows now. Xiaohua was shocked and smiled apologetically, but it said that there are 365 Green Seal scripts. Where would Junior find them? How would I know? Elder Wu rolled his eyes and said indifferently, I only know that soul scholars can learn 50 Green Seal scripts every day in the 6 days of the soul. Shamans can learn 20 Green Seal scripts every day in the 3 days of the soul. As for the remaining 5, I don't even know where to find them. Of course, this is only a possibility. No one would dare to waste their life essence to compete with the essence of heaven and earth. Yes, Junior thanks Senior. Xiaohua naturally knew that Elder Wu was giving him pointers. While feeling grateful, he bowed and saluted. Also, Elder Wu hesitated for a moment and said, this time in Shaman King's stronghold. The Shaman King suddenly said that these 365 Green Seal scripts are the essence of heaven and earth. But outside of this essence of heaven and earth, there are 7 other essences that cannot be contained by heaven and earth. If someone is fated to obtain them, I'm afraid that they will transcend this heaven and earth. Ah? Xiaohua was stunned. This Green Seal script has so many things to pay attention to. The soul cultivation techniques of Meng Mountains far surpass your Taoist sect. Elder Wu said coldly, what I said is only the most basic. How could a kid like you know the other secrets? Elder Wu slapped his hand again and took out a bone and threw it in front of Xiaohua, saying, take it, this is what you want. It's been hard for you to help the people of Meng Mountains all this time. What is this? Xiaohua was stunned. Didn't Senior say that the soul cultivation techniques can't be passed to outsiders? You asked Junior to be loyal. Humph, you've been using witchcraft curses all this time. And you even asked G-Man for the inheritance of Confucian cultivators. No matter if it's us soul cultivators or Confucian cultivators, we are both the great enemies of your Taoist sect. Aren't you afraid of being found out by others? You've been acting like this in front of me. Is it just for the sake of a saint-level cultivation technique? Elder Wu sneered. This is a soul technique used by us soul cultivators to conceal and protect the soul. Consider it your reward for helping us all this time. Xiaohua blinked his eyes. He really wanted to cry and laugh in his heart. He really didn't have such thoughts. But since Elder Wu had already said so, and had even taken out a spirit technique, how could he reject it? He rolled his eyes and smiled apologetically. Senior is indeed astute. Junior's little thoughts have been guessed by Senior. Chapter 2956. How old are you? In front of this old man, you're just a child. At this point, Old Wu didn't say anything else. He waved his hand and a jade slip fell onto the flowing cloud airship. This is the route from Meng Mountains to the country of Xi. Although the people of Sword Domain won't dare to stop you, it's not without danger. This route is safe. After he finished speaking, Old Wu's figure disappeared again. Thank you, Senior. Xiaohua was overjoyed and bowed towards the sky. In addition, your rejuvenation pill. If you still have it, you can give one to Hanba. This thing is very useful for the transformation of a soul beast. Haha, maybe that drought demon took the rejuvenation pill and became a charming and beautiful lady. Old Wu's voice suddenly came from far away, but in the eyes of Xiaohua and the others, it seemed close at hand. Hiss, Xiaohua didn't pay attention to Old Wu's words, but he was really surprised that Old Wu could fly so far in an instant. The path of cultivation in this world is really strange. I thought that the lightning escape technique of the Imperial Thunder sect was already very wonderful, but today, not to mention that Qin Hung of the Void Heavensword School was able to catch up to me. Old Wu flew so far in an instant. This is far from what I can compare with. Light escape, a light escape, when will I be able to master it? When Xiaohua woke up from his shock, he turned to Xiao Mao and asked, Xiao Mao, what does Old Wu mean? He should know that I don't have any more rejuvenation pills, right? At this time, Xiao Mao's face was as red as a big red cloth. His eyes were wandering as he whispered, how would I know what Old Wu is talking about? However, Xiaohua looked at Xiao Mao's expression, then looked at Fairy Hong Xia and Li Zongbao, who couldn't help laughing. He suddenly understood. Hamba's extremely exaggerated figure, if she was really beautiful, then what kind of taste would that be? Old Wu, he's actually this old and dirty. Xiaohua was immediately happy. He really didn't expect that the usually serious Old Wu had this side to him. Forget it, forget it. Xiaohua flew out of the flowing cloud flying boat with a smile and said, you think about how to deal with your Qin Jian. I'm going to get the compensation for my hurt heart. That's right, Red Cloud. Take a look at this jade slip with senior brother Li and plan how we're going to return to the state of Shi. Big brother. Xiao Mao's face burned even more. It was nothing serious to begin with, but Elder Wu's sudden words made it seem like he was having an affair with Hitorigami. Xiaohua smiled as he left. Not long after, he returned with the 3 illusory sword grade 2 swordsmen. Looking at the 3 people, he asked, who wants these 3 flying swords? And their storage pouches. Hee. That's the compensation for your hurt heart. Why would we want that? Li Zongbao chuckled as he sat down cross-legged, and then he withdrew the immortal slaughter whip and said, with this treasure, I'm satisfied with my life. Red Cloud Fairy and Xiao Mao naturally didn't want it. Xiaohua didn't stand on ceremony and accepted it. Looking at the jade slip in Red Cloud Fairy's hand, he asked, is the route given by Elder Wu suitable? Red Cloud Fairy smiled and said, this is a secret passage. It's a shortcut from the Million Meng Mountains to the 3 kingdoms of cultivators. It must be used by the Million Meng Mountains spirit warriors. Elder Wu's thoughts, really don't treat Xiaohua as an outsider. Yeah, who are we to hood a stockade? Xiaohua smiled and said casually. But after he finished speaking, he saw the slyness in Red Cloud Fairy's narrowed eyes and that thought-provoking smile. He hurriedly explained, no? I Xiao. Big brother, you don't have to explain. Xiao Mao interrupted, there's no point in saying more. If there is, there is. If there isn't, there isn't. What's the use of explaining? Damn it. Xiaohua scolded. It's all because of your Hitorigami. After I refine the rejuvenation pill, I won't give you half a pill. Oh, right, you still have a mission. As he said that, Xiaohua took out a storage pouch and threw it to Xiao Mao. This is the remaining spiritual seeds. When you're driving the airship, find a suitable place and scatter some. Big brother, you can't order me around like this, right? Xiao Mao looked at the spiritual seeds in the storage pouch and stomped his feet. There are so many spiritual seeds. How long do I have to scatter them? Hee, you're the messenger of Huta Great God. Xiaohua laughed. If you're not the one doing this job, who else can do it? Hurry up and fly. We're still waiting to return to the country of Shi. Yes, I'll drive the airship right away. Xiao Mao smiled bitterly and looked at Red Cloud Fairy. Senior sister, even if you want me to drive the airship, you should at least tell me where I'm flying to, right? I can't possibly break into the sword domain again, right? Hee. Red Cloud Fairy rolled her eyes at Xiaohua and looked at the jade scroll cautiously. She pointed in another direction and said, fly there. Yes, I guarantee that under senior sister's command, the direction is correct. Xiao Mao replied in a loud and clear voice. He urged the flying boat to soar into the sky and charged in the direction that Fairy Hong Xia had pointed out. It's finally easy. Xiaohua heaved a sigh of relief and looked towards the direction the airship was heading towards. It was a piece of ice field, and there was no direction to refer to. Darling Xiao, how's your spiritual will? Red Cloud Fairy kept her smile and asked with concern. Xiaohua slapped his forehead and released his spiritual will. A strong pressure rushed out like a storm. In the Golden Core? Facing such a vast spiritual will and that strong pressure, Red Cloud Fairy, who was in the late stage of Foundation establishment, could not help but groan and ask in shock. My spiritual will has not recovered by 40%. However, it's no longer a problem. Xiaohua looked at Red Cloud Fairy's increasingly beautiful smile and replied, and in the process of recovery, my spiritual will was restored after it was broken. I have benefited a lot from it. When my spiritual will is fully recovered, it will be 30% stronger than before. As for the pressure, even if I meet a nascent soul cultivator again, I will not be afraid. You can even do that? Li Zongbao was also shocked by Xiaohua's pressure and was a little dumbfounded. If that's the case, I also want to be injured by hitorigami. This you have to ask Xiaomao. Xiaohua smiled and retracted his spiritual will and pressure. Up to you. As long as Senior Brotherly is willing, I can summon hitorigami here right now. Xiaomao drove the airship and replied, just like what happened with the fire ape. Sai, I don't have any secret techniques. Better not. Li Zongbao shrugged. Don't go for wool and come home shorn. Io, that's not right. That's not right. Suddenly, Xiaohua shouted and hurriedly said, Elder Wu's words are definitely not that simple. I seem to have understood something. Oh? What's wrong? Xiaomao did not go to the soul-refining cave and had never seen Master Qin Qin. He was not very clear about the night sacrifice and asked curiously. That's right, that's right. Li Zongbao also suddenly understood and stood up from the airship. Elder Wu mentioned the rejuvenation pill for no reason, as if to remind us. Xiaohua held his chin with his hand and looked at the millions of Meng mountains behind the airship. Indeed. It seems that Elder Wu is also very concerned about Master Qin Qin's death. How can he not be concerned? Master Qin Qin repaired the soul lamp of Huda Stockade. Speaking of which, she died for the inheritance of Huda Stockade. Fairy Hong Xia heard this and was a little sad. That is to say, Elder Wu suspects that a spirit beast that was preparing to transform took away the rejuvenation pill from Master Qin Qin. However, Elder Wu does not know who this spirit beast is. Xiaohua frowned and said, however, the strange thing is, if it was a spirit beast that could transform into a human form and kill Master Qin Qin, whose cultivation is comparable to the late Gold Core stage, and is close to the nascent soul stage, why didn't it attack us? After all, we have always been with Master Qin Qin. We were only absent during the period when Master Qin Qin was killed. Thinking about how she had always been coveted by a spirit beast that had transformed into a human form, Fairy Hong Xia shrunk her neck and felt a lingering fear. This can only be discussed in the future. Li Zongbao shook his head and said, our cultivation is not enough to deal with a spirit beast that has transformed into a human form. Even with Elder Wu's divine ability, you can't find this spirit beast, so I'm afraid we can't do it. Sai, yes. This should be the only regret of our trip to Meng Mountains. Xiaohua was disappointed, and Master Qin Qin's short figure, ferocious face, and broad chest unconsciously appeared in his mind. Sometimes it's more than that. Xiaohua sighed as he looked at Meng Mountains getting farther and farther away. Under the miraculous hands of Reverend Xiaohua, the crisis of millions of Meng Mountains had gradually subsided. Gradually, the peace and tranquility were restored. Meanwhile, Xiaohe had been brought away from the ancestral hall of Hutu Stockade by Xiaohua, and the millions of soul warriors of Meng Mountains would no longer intrude into the territory of Huan Kingdom to search for Zhang Xiaohua, who did not exist. The battle between soul warriors and swordsmen had come to an end. The greatest contributor had returned to Shi Kingdom through the secret passage of soul cultivators, and did not go to Celestial City. What about the sword battle between swordsmen and soul cultivators? Now, it had reached the most critical stage. The towering Celestial City was still standing in the snowy region like a huge fortress. The snow and ice around it were still unmelted, quietly shining a dazzling white under the sunlight. Today was a rare sunny day in the snowy plateau. The pale white sun was hanging in the sky without any clouds, and the azure sky looked like a boundless green pond hanging upside down in the sky. Under the clear sky, Sage Shueyu was sitting leisurely on a cushion in the quiet city lord's mansion. A small red furnace was burning in the air in front of him. There was a fist-sized emerald green teapot on top of the furnace, and it made gurgling sounds as it was being licked by the red flames. Along with the sound, Wisps of white smoke spurted out from the teapot's spout. This white gas was very strange. It didn't disappear like normal water vapor. Instead, it was like a long snake slithering in the air. There was a lot of white gas, and the whole teapot's surroundings looked like a dense fairyland. This white gas was the spiritual energy that the teapot breathed in and out. Chapter 2957. Hiss! Master Shuayu opened his mouth. Countless streams of white smoke turned into a thick white chain and rushed into his mouth. Gurgle, like the sound of a teapot, Master Shuayu's stomach was also growling. Then, 2 streams of turbid air came out of his nostrils. Phew! Shuayu Master let out a deep breath, and a mysterious smile appeared on his face. Clearly, he was enjoying the tightness. This cloud mist tea. Ordinary people only know how to brew it with spring water to satisfy their cravings. Even if it's the spiritual energy in the spirit tea, what benefit can it bring to cultivation? Who would know? If we use innate true water to evaporate this energy, not only will it be able to purify the energy, it will also be able to neutralize the innate true water. Using this innate true water for cultivation is a very rare technique for cultivators with water physique. Sage Shuayu muttered to himself, to be able to enjoy life like this at such a time, and to be able to cultivate while enjoying it, even if you asked me to be the sect master, I wouldn't be willing. As Taoist Shuayu smiled, the white mist surrounded the teapot again. Just as Taoist Shuayu was about to open his mouth to take a sip, the corner of his right eye suddenly twitched. Then, the slender white eyebrows above his right eye suddenly trembled for no reason. Io! Shuayu's face was filled with shock. Why is that? Could it be some sort of warning sign? Master Shuayu closed his eyes for a moment, as if he was trying to comprehend something. However, a moment later, he opened his eyes and said, It seems there is nothing to worry about. Although my Sky Patrol City is the focal point of the Great Tao Sword War, the Sky Patrol City is the main focus of the war. But now, the Great War of Tao and Sword has spread across the borders of the country of Xi, the country of Lian, and the country of Huan. Without the Sword Tomb, my Sky Patrol City's role is reduced. Cultivators can occupy a large territory of the country of Lian, so who would care about a small place like my Sky Patrol City? Moreover, it's fine if sword cultivators don't come to Sky Patrol City. But if they do, won't they fall into the trap of the 3 kingdoms? Perhaps it's because of Ai's cultivation. Just as Sage Shuayu was deep in thought, a sharp cry like that of an eagle rang out in the sky above Sky Patrol City. Not good. Sage Shuayu's expression changed when he heard the eagle's cry. He stood up from the futon in disbelief and exclaimed, Who dares to trigger the snow eagle alarm in the Sky Patrol City? Master Shuayu flew up from the praying mat and waved his sleeve. Whether it was the red clay stove or the emerald green teapot, they both fell into his sleeve and disappeared without a trace. Before Master Shuayu could reach the entrance of the hall, the door silently opened. Master Shuayu's divine sense swept out like a waterfall. Hiss! Shuayu True Master gasped when he saw what was happening 100 miles away from Sky Patrol City. These sword cultivators, where did they come from? At this moment, the sky was no longer as blue and boundless as before. Although the tragic sun was still stuck in the sky, there were still many dark clouds in the surroundings. These dark clouds were like thin strands, but they were like waves surging rapidly. Accompanied by the dark clouds was a howling cold wind. The cold wind was so harsh that it seemed as if it was going to blow Sky Patrol City into the sky. Just as the wind and clouds were surging, Master Shuayu's divine sense saw that the sky 100 miles away from Sky Patrol City was filled with sword cultivators. They were densely packed like locusts. Moreover, looking at the dense mass of sword cultivators, who knew how many sword cultivators were behind them? How could Master Shuayu not be stunned? An unknown number of sword cultivators were flying over on their swords. Each of them released their sword chi. The soaring sword chi rushed straight into the sky, disrupting the weather. What was special was that all the flying swords were emitting a powerful sword hum, faintly resonating with each other and faintly laughing arrogantly. That kind of invincible and heaven-shaking momentum made even Master Shuayu, who was a nascent soul cultivator, feel his heart pounding. At this moment, before Master Shuayu could expand his divine sense with the help of Sky Patrol City's array, there was a loud clang and an even more arrogant sword chi rushed into the sky from behind the sword cultivators. Hum! All the flying swords emitted a sorrowful cry. A powerful divine sense swept over like the flying swords, and Master Shueyu's divine sense was immediately hit by it. Hiss. Third-grade swordsman. Master Shueyu gasped again. His divine sense was instantly shattered by the sword chi. How could Master Shueyu not know that this was the appearance of a sword cultivator? His face turned pale. He did not dare to continue probing with his divine sense. He quickly withdrew it and looked in another direction. This time, Master Shueyu was much more obedient. He only briefly checked before withdrawing his divine sense and looking in another two directions. As Sage Shueyu had expected, he scanned the outside of Sky Patrol City with his divine thought. Among the swordsmen on all sides, there were powerful sword essences. Obviously, these swordsmen were going to surround Sky Patrol City. Just as Master Shueyu was shocked, several divine senses that were even more powerful than Master Shueyu's divine sense rushed out from Sky Patrol City and patrolled around like Master Shueyu. These divine intents seemed to have a tacit understanding as they all searched in different directions. However, just like Master Shueyu, the moment their divine intents touched the sword cultivators, they were all injured by the sword cultivators and were forced to withdraw their divine intents. City Lord. Just as Shueyu's spiritual master stood in front of the palace door with a pale face, bewildered Jin Kung, whose face was also pale, rushed over and shouted in a panicked tone, "Bad news, bad news." Humph. Master Shueyu had already made a decision. Seeing Jin Kung so panicked, he snorted and said calmly, "Even when the mountain collapsed, your expression did not change. Even when the enemy was at the city gates, your spirit did not waver. Jin Kung, if even you are so panicked, what will happen to the disciples of Sky Patrol City?" Phew. Jin Kung took a deep breath and barely suppressed his panic. He said anxiously, "I know I was wrong. However, today's situation is beyond my expectations. I don't know how to deal with it." "Easy." Master Shueyu said coldly. "The first thing is to activate the city defense formation of Sky Patrol City. Secondly, send a distress signal to the cultivators of the three kingdoms. Lastly, stop the teleportation formation to prevent the sword cultivators from using it to attack Sky Patrol City." "Yes, I know all of this." Jin Kung nodded and said, "I have already informed the city guards to adjust the city defense formation to the Snow Eagle level. All the disciples guarding the city are in position. Also, I have already issued an order to mobilize the disciples of the two sects to the four sides of the city gates and prepare to face the enemy. However, from what I can see, this Snow Eagle level defense can only withstand the first wave of attacks from sword cultivators. If you want to withstand the illusory sword and sword transformation level, then you have to activate the formation to the Snow Peak level. Then, you have to ask the City Lord to personally issue a City Lord order. As for the distress signal," Jin Kung smiled bitterly and said, "I just received a message from the patrolling disciples outside the city. I wanted to send the signal through the teleportation formations that are not fixed. However, I found that all the teleportation formations, whether they are fixed or not, cannot be used at all." Ah! Master Shueyu was stunned. However, this subordinate still followed the City Lord's instructions and sealed the teleportation array. Jin Kung was a little relieved when he said this. How serious is the situation? Master Shueyu had already seen the situation outside Sky Patrol City, but he still asked. Jin Kung replied, "According to the patrolling disciples of my Sky Patrol City, who were 100 miles away, sword cultivator disciples suddenly appeared 100 miles away from the Sky Patrol City. They could not tell where these sword cultivators came from. Moreover, there were so many of them that they could not see clearly. These sword cultivators did not attack the patrolling disciples and allowed them to fly back to Sky Patrol City. According to the patrolling disciples, the sword cultivators besieging the city have cultivations ranging from pregnant sword to bright sword. There are so many of them. As for the illusory sword and bright sword that cannot be detected, there are about 20% of them. Have the patrolling disciples returned?" Master Shueyu pursed his lips and looked into the distance. He seemed to be dissatisfied with the situation and asked again. "Governor, 80% of them have returned. There are still about 200 people who have not returned." Jin Kung said solemnly, "I'm afraid they have already died. About 200 people. Not all of them have died. Perhaps about 10% of them escaped the encirclement." Master Shueyu said faintly, "Yes." Jin Kung nodded. "There is also Mist Li and the others who are in charge of the teleportation formation. They should be able to escape the encirclement of these sword cultivators. It will not be long before the cultivators of Dao sect come to their rescue from all over Huan country. Perhaps. Master Shuiyu narrowed his eyes and a cold light flashed across his eyes. These sword cultivators have made such a big fuss and let the patrolling disciples go. It is obvious that they want to catch us off guard and take down Sky Patrol City in one go. This was beyond my expectations, but at the same time, it wasn't beyond my expectations. Although I have made preparations, and even the cultivators of the Three Kingdoms have made preparations, it is obvious that there are too many sword cultivators. We still have to fight to the death. Humph. Facing the calm immortal Shuiyu, Jinking's mood also calmed down. He snorted coldly and said, I have read the ancient books in the city. Back then, my ancestor of the city lord of Shuiyu, with the cultivation of the middle stage of the nascent soul stage, used the snow wave ice wave formation to protect the city to block the attack of 5 swordsmen at the late stage of the sword transformation stage. Although there are many sword cultivators, I am afraid they are just a motley crew. As he spoke, for powerful divine senses swept over. At the same time, 4 figures flew out from the same direction and landed in the sky above the city governor's mansion. Master Shuiyu did not dare to be negligent. He waved his hand, and a city governor's token landed in front of Jin Kung. He ordered, Go, pass on my city governor's token. Activate the Great Ice Wave Formation. When the time is right, I will personally take charge of the Great Ice Wave Formation. Kill those sword transformation swordsmen in front of Sky Patrol City. Chapter 2958. Yes, I understand. Jin Kung received the order and hurried out. Shuiyu's spiritual master flew up to greet them. Junior brother Shuiyu, a clear voice said in shock, why did the sword cultivators suddenly appear outside Sky Patrol City? Why didn't my Dao sect disciples react? Shuiyu's spiritual master looked indifferent. He looked at Miyu from Imperial Thunder sect and said with a smile, Isn't the arrival of the sword cultivators exactly what we want? It's fine if they don't come, but if they do, they'll definitely be defeated by our Sky Patrol City. Didn't they fall into our trap? Haha, that's right. An extremely arrogant voice said, I've said it before, our Imperial Thunder sect's message has always been accurate. Zhu Qinghe, that little brat, didn't believe me. Now that the sword cultivator is here, this Dao sword war will end in our hands. The credit of defending the Sky Patrol City and killing Hua Jian will fall on the heads of the thunder-controlling sect, Sky Patrol City, and Mo Sang Mountain. The voice belonged to none other than Quangtian's spiritual master. As mentioned earlier, Xiaohua told Qian Diheng that the sword cultivator's target was Sky Patrol City through Jiuxia. However, under Zhu Qinghe's analysis, Sun Yunzi and the others did not take it seriously. Instead, they thought it was a trap set by the sword cultivators. Quangtian's spiritual master was furious and challenged Zhu Qinghe on the spot. He wanted to pull the Imperial Thunder sect disciples back to Sky Patrol City to prevent the sword cultivators' sneak attack. Zhu Qinghe naturally went with the flow. He asked Sun Yunzi to agree to the Imperial Thunder sect's request to fight and let the Imperial Thunder sect disciples return to Sky Patrol City. Quangtian's spiritual master was not as good as Zhu Qinghe in terms of scheming, but he believed in Xiaohua's message and the defensive formation of Sky Patrol City. In particular, if the sword cultivators really wanted to attack Sky Patrol City, the Imperial Thunder sect would have to make a new contribution in the Great War of Dao Sword. Of course, Quang Tian had another plan in mind. If Xiaohua's message was wrong and the sword cultivators' target was not the Celestial City, then wouldn't the Imperial Thunder sect disciples be able to survive the Great Dao Sword battle by hiding in the city? To minimize the casualties of the Imperial Thunder sect? When he first came to Sentry City, Crazy Heaven was still a little nervous. From time to time, he would contact Reverend Miyu to come to Reverend Shuiyu's City Lord Mansion to check the battle reports. However, as time passed, those sword cultivators seemed to have forgotten about Sky Patrol City and had no intention of attacking it at all. Quang Tian also became lazy and only meditated in the encampment every day, waiting for the end of the great battle of Dao Sword. He did not expect to encounter a large-scale attack by sword cultivators today. However, Quang Tian only panicked for a moment before he calmed down again. He understood that no matter the outcome of the battle in Sky Patrol City, the Imperial Thunder sect and Xiaohua's contributions would not escape. He could even make a false accusation. Moreover, Sky Patrol City was originally a trap set up by Zhu Qinghe and the others. Kuang Tian, spiritual master Miyu, and the other disciples of the Thunder Control sect returned to Sky Patrol City in secret and would not let the sword cultivators know. Apart from the disciples of the Imperial Thunder sect, there were also 2 early-stage nascent soul cultivators from Mo Sang Mountain, perfected Qing Yan and perfected Lao Yun, as well as many disciples of Mo Sang Mountain. Haha, Kuang Tian is right. Reverend Shuiyu also laughed. And the credit should go to Xiao Hua who sent the message. After the battle, I will have to thank him properly. Well said, well said. Kuang Tian knew what Reverend Shuiyu was thinking and smiled widely. Senior brother Miyu, senior brother Qing Yan, and senior brother Lao Yun. Reverend Shuiyu looked at the other 3 and said seriously, Ai's cultivation is shallow and cannot compare to the previous city lord. I will have to rely on you for this battle. Spiritual Master Miyu had always felt that there was a grudge between the Thunder Control sect and Sky Patrol City because of Tu Hong and Dui Qiming's dual cultivation. Therefore, Reverend Shuiyu did not want the Thunder Control sect to be stationed in Sky Patrol City. However, now that the situation was critical and both sides had to join hands to face the enemy, she smiled faintly and said, Junior brother Shuiyu, don't worry. Now that you are in charge, and we are just assistants, we will do our best to resist the sword cultivators. That's right. The 2 nascent soul cultivators from Mo Sang Mountain nodded. We have already discussed the city defense array with Reverend Shuiyu. If the sword cultivators attack, we will fight the enemy together. Good, Reverend Shuiyu clapped his hands and said, I have already issued the city lord's order. The snow and ice waves array will be activated immediately. I feel that the sword cultivators have gathered so many troops to besiege the Sky Patrol City. They are prepared to attack with all their might. If the attack fails, they will definitely retreat. Otherwise, when the army of our Taoist sect cultivators surround them from the outside, they will be defeated. Hee, Kuang Tian laughed again. Before I came to Sky Patrol City, I heard from Sun Yunzi that there are a few fellow cultivators lying in ambush near Sky Patrol City. Now, they have probably received the news and are rushing here to help. In fact, we only need to withstand the first wave of attack from the sword cultivators, and the situation will be set. Ah, there is such a thing. Why don't I know about it? Reverend Shuiyu was stunned. Don't say that fellow cultivator doesn't know. On the day I came to Sky Patrol City, if I hadn't forced him, the little bastard from Su Yen faction would not have spat. Kuang Tian snorted coldly. They're all playing tricks. How can we compete with them? Sigh, no matter what, I have to thank the Imperial Thunder sect and Mo Sang Mountain. Reverend Shuiyu sighed slightly and bowed. Boom, boom, boom. Reverend Shuiyu's words were drowned out by a loud roar. The sound came from all sides of Sky Patrol City and was abnormally fierce. Accompanied by the roar, countless sword chi soared into the sky. Not only did it tear the dark clouds apart, it also cut the cold wind apart. At the spot where the dark clouds had shattered, snowflakes that looked like bird feathers slowly fell. The previously sunny and warm Sky Patrol City was now shrouded in gloom and tragedy in an instant. The sword cultivators attacked just like that. Reverend Kuang Tian was stunned. Of course, the sword cultivators appeared out of nowhere. When they arrived at Sky Patrol City, they had to organize their troops. How could they start the battle so hastily? Reverend Shuiyu bit his lips slightly when he saw how flustered the sword cultivators were. He waved his hand and said, Fellow cultivators, let's go and take a look. Perhaps the sword cultivators are at the end of their rope. Before Reverend Miyu and the others followed Reverend Shuiyu into the sky and approached the edge of Sky Patrol City. Hum. Hum. Another series of sounds was heard. These sounds were similar to the sound of sword humming. Although it was not as sharp as the sword humming, it was still a continuous sound. On the city walls around Sky Patrol City, thousands of rays of light shot out like fountains. These rays of light also rushed into the air, stirring up the surrounding heaven and earth spiritual chi and meeting the sword cultivators' oppressive sword light. Rumble, rumble. Countless explosions sounded one after another, and the entire Sky Patrol City seemed to be trembling. Cold winds blew everywhere, and snowflakes flew backward. Everything between heaven and earth was in a mess. In this chaos, streaks of blood began to appear from the places where the rays of light and sword light collided. The swordsmen who rushed at the front began to fall under the city-guarding formation of Sky Patrol City. Reverend Shui Yu's anxiety faded when he saw that the sword cultivators were already very close to Sky Patrol City. They lined up neatly and attacked the city guarding formation in an orderly manner. It seems the sword cultivators came prepared. Reverend Kwang Tian looked at Reverend Miyu and said in a low voice, "They're not just passing by in a hurry." "Nonsense," Reverend Miyu said coldly. "If they were just passing by in a hurry, would those swordsmen be able to follow them?" Reverend Miyu was obviously unhappy with Reverend Kwang Tian for bringing the Imperial Thunder Sect disciples into Sky Patrol City. "Senior Brother Miyu," Reverend Shui Yu chuckled and said, "It's because the sword cultivators came prepared that I am not afraid." "Oh," Reverend Miyu said curiously, "even though my Taoist sect cultivators have set up a big pocket outside Sky Patrol City and are waiting for the sword cultivators to enter. The process of tightening the pocket is also the most difficult process. I would be a little worried if there were only the disciples of Sky Patrol City." Reverend Shui Yu pointed at the rays of light and said with a smile, "But with the disciples of the Imperial Thunder Sect and Mo Sang Mountain, the city guarding formation of Sky Patrol City is several times stronger. It's impossible to defeat it with just these sword cultivators." Then he pointed with a heroic spirit and said, "As for those third-grade sword cultivators, I won't hide it from you. I can take on 3 of them by myself. With the 4 of you attacking, a dozen third-grade sword cultivators may not be able to take down Sky Patrol City." Hiss. Sky Patrol City's city guarding formation of Sky Patrol City is so powerful? Reverend Qing Yen of Mo Sang Mountain gasped and said, "Hee. If not, how could Sky Patrol City stand outside the sword tomb for so long?" Reverend Shui Yu said confidently, "But I'm afraid the sword cultivators will also set up a sword formation." Kwang Tian said again, "I heard that the teleportation formation of Sky Patrol City was cut off. This sword formation must be very powerful, right?" Reverend Shui Yu's expression changed slightly. He did not tell the 4 of them that the teleportation formation was cut off because he was afraid that they would be afraid. He did not expect Kwang Tian to find out. "It's okay." Reverend Shui Yu did not care at all. "No matter how powerful the sword formation is, we can hold on for a few days. Once the other cultivators surround the sword cultivators from the outside, we can attack from the inside and defeat the sword cultivators. Sky Patrol City will be the final battle of our Taoist sect cultivators." This was the second time Reverend Shui Yu said this. It seemed that he was really confident that he could defeat the third-grade sword cultivators in Sky Patrol City. Chapter 2959. Woo, the soft sound of the sword rang out again. It was like the sound of a flute in the midst of chaos. It was cool and sharp, piercing into everyone's ears from dozens of miles away from Sky Patrol City. Sage Shui Yu and the others' hearts skipped a beat. Before they could spread out their divine thought, similar sword sounds were heard from the other 3 sides of Sky Patrol City. Then, in the distance, behind the colorful sword lights, a faint green light emerged from the ground and slowly flew up into the sky. There! Before Sage Shui Yu could see the green light clearly, Sage Miyu was shocked again. Another green light appeared from her finger and rose to the left of everyone. Although it was far away, the green light was as bright as a meteor and was not obscured by the sword lights and the brilliance of the array. The other 2 sides must be there too. Sage Shui Yu did not look back. The other 2 sides were too far away and could not be seen. Sure enough, in less than half a cup of tea's time, 5 pillars of green light shot straight up into the sky. The 5 pillars of green light were like 5 green bamboos. They were extremely proud and tall, as if they were going to pierce through the sky. This is... Sage Shui Yu was puzzled. Could it be that they are going to break through the city with just these 5 pillars? However, at this moment, a rumbling sound rang out from the ground of Sky Patrol City. The entire city was shaking. Following the rumbling sound, layers of white light appeared out of thin air in midair. These light threads were like floating catkins in the sky, growing larger and larger. In just a moment, the catkins were like goose feathers, covering the entire sky above Sky Patrol City. The thick brilliance was like the snow on a snowy region, stacking layer upon layer. The snow and ice wave array of Sky Patrol City had been brewing for such a long time and was only activated now. Sage Shui Yu smiled when he saw the formation being activated. He waved his hand and a white light flashed. Above everyone's head, the 5 green lights gradually converged into one point in the sky above Sky Patrol City. As soon as the 5 green lights gathered, they immediately emitted an extremely bright brilliance. This brilliance was as strong as the sun, but it was immediately annihilated. However, where the brilliance fell, 5 spiraling green lights intertwined and rapidly spiraled toward Sky Patrol City. What kind of formation is this? It's actually made of 5 flying swords? Reverend Laoyun of the Mozong Mountains said curiously. Judging from the formation, it seems to be somewhat similar to the 10 Directions Annihilation formation. Who cares what sword formation it is? We can't let them set it up so easily. After that, Taoist Master Shui flew up into the sky. He pointed with his finger, and a wave of light rushed out from the great ice wave array towards the sword array in the sky. Haha, little Shui, don't you think it's too late to stop me now? A loud laugh came from the crowd of sword cultivators. A red-faced 3rd-grade sword transformation swordsman also soared into the sky. With a wave of his hand, a sword light like a gurgling stream rushed towards the light that was as cold as ice and snow. This swordsman was Sword Master Chong Taishu of the Void Heaven Sword School. There was a loud boom. Although Chong Taishu's sword light looked slow, it was very close in an instant. It hit Master Shui's attack. The small stream of light was able to shatter the mountain-like snow wave. We're here too. More than 10 swordsmen who had transformed into swords flew out from all sides of Sky Patrol City and surrounded Sky Patrol City. Damn it! Are you kidding me? Crazy Heaven was a little panicked at this time. Why are all these swordsmen in Sky Patrol City? Aren't they in the country of Shi and the country of Lien? Xiaohua, you've got me in trouble. At this time, Crazy Heaven was still thinking about Xiaohua. He didn't know if this was a good thing or a bad thing for Xiaohua. But how could Crazy Heaven have time to think? Sage Shuiyu shouted, "Fellow Taoists, please enter the array. Our success or failure depends on this. If we win, we'll be recorded in the Tao Sect's records." Bullshit. Crazy Heaven cursed in his heart. Even if I'm not in Sky Patrol City, I'll still be recorded in the records. Who cares about the records in your Sky Patrol City? Besides, if I lose my life, what's the point of being recorded in the records? But now he had no choice but to listen to Sage Shuiyu's command. Sage Miyu glared at him, and the 4 of them flew in different directions. Not to mention Taoist Crazed Heaven and the others who were controlling the Great Ice Wave formation. When Taoist Shuiyu saw the 4 of them fly away, waves of magic power surged out from the formation, and he was filled with fighting spirit. He knew that his sky-patrolling city relied on the formation of snow and ice waves. He had invested a lot of crystal stones in this formation every year. In order to protect the sky-patrolling city during the Taoist Sword War, all the crystal stones obtained by the sky-patrolling city were piled up in the formation. This huge investment had long strengthened the strength of the Defender formation. He firmly believed that he would not be afraid even if there were 2 more 3rd-grade swordsmen, let alone Chong Taishu. Old Man Chong, Sage Shuiyu patted his forehead and spat out a fist-sized magic bead from his mouth. It was Sage Shuiyu's magic treasure, Icy Beauty Bead. The moment the bead landed in the formation, a blue pillar of light that was as thick as a thumb and several feet long appeared. When the pillar of light entered the formation, it transformed into a giant palm that was several hundred feet large. Soon after, the ice-like light rushed into the palm, causing the light on the palm to become even more solid. The entire palm quickly expanded until it was half a mu in size. Zhang Yenzong, come and help me. Chong Taishu's eyes narrowed as he looked at the giant hand formed by the ice pearl and said coldly. Yes, a rough reply came and a bald old man flew over. It was the vice sword master of the Xian sword sect, Zhang Yenzong. Even if there are 2 sword transformation realm swordsmen, why should I be afraid? Sage Shuiyu coldly snorted and patted his forehead again. A dharma that looked like the hand of a nascent soul appeared. This dharma rushed into the array and merged with the light from the icy beauty bead. With a whoop sound, the giant hand flew toward Chong Taishu and Zhang Yenzong. Woo woo woo, sounds similar to the wails of ghosts and howls of wolves could be heard from the gaps between the fingers of the giant hand formed by the icy beauty beads. The spiritual energy of heaven and earth within 100 feet of the hand was sucked dry, and a solid sealing force was produced from the palm. At the same time, it enveloped the space within 100 feet. Inside the space, strands of ice continued to form. Chong Taishu and Zhang Yenzong didn't move, but they were already surrounded by ice. If it was anything else, the swordsmen of my sword domain would be afraid. But this ice? What a joke! Take a look at this old man's methods. Chong Taishu coldly laughed. Although the ice was like sharp thorns, he was a grade 3 sword transformation realm swordsman. His entire body was the body of the sword, so the ice couldn't touch him. Instead, the light pierced through the ice like thorns. Wang wang wang. As Chong Taishu finished speaking, Zhang Yenzong and Chong Taishu both turned into swords at the same time. The huge flying sword suddenly streaked across the sky, slashing towards the huge hand and the snow and ice wave formation. Boom, with a loud sound, the two giant swords slashed down even faster than normal swords and hit the giant hand formed by the icy beauty bead. With a cautious sound, all the ice was shattered. Half of the giant hand was shattered and the light from the icy beauty bead dimmed. Woo, with a long cry like a tsunami, the snow domain sage was already prepared and once again activated the giant hand. Several rays of light shot out from the giant hand and smashed down toward Zhang Yenzong and Chong Taishu's giant swords. Hee. Zhang Yenzong's cold laughter came from the sword shadow. The giant sword suddenly exploded and turned into a thunderbolt that smashed into the ocean of light. At the same time, wang wang, with a loud sword cry, Chong Taishu's giant sword slowly raised its head from the array. It was like a giant dragon coming out of the sea. Countless rays of light scattered in all directions. With a boom, it fell down like a waterfall. The sword light was so heavy, and the sword light was so sharp that even a mountain would bow down before it. Even a river would be cut off by this giant sword. The giant sword that Chong Taishu had transformed into flashed in the sky, and an unparalleled sharpness filled the space of several hundred feet. In this space, not only was sword light flashing and sword chi crisscrossing, even the sword intent revealed was awe-inspiring. Everything in the space was torn to pieces, and the snowflakes that were floating in the air disappeared without a trace. Woo! A deafening sword cry suddenly rose up, and then there was silence. The entire world seemed to have stopped. The snow domain sage's eyes were filled with that sword light. The sword light was like lightning and like a rainbow. It flashed through the air and slashed down on the giant hand formed by the icy beauty bead. Almost without a doubt, the giant hand was instantly split in half. However, the moment the giant hand was split apart, the entire formation emitted a powerful roar. Countless rays of light immediately gushed out from the giant hand like a raging storm, wrapping around the giant hand like a wave of the sea. The giant sword slashed down for more than 100 feet and could not go any further. However, in the blink of an eye, the sword cry moved forward again. Just as the shadow of the giant sword had yet to dissipate, 5 more sword lights surged out and slashed down one after another. Boom, boom, boom. Seemingly endless explosions were produced under the huge sword. The snow and ice waves that had been raised earlier were suddenly lifted high up into the air, reaching tens of feet high. Moreover, the area of effect was extremely wide, probably more than 1 mu. The entire sky above Sky Patrol City was filled with sword light and snow light. Chapter 2960. At this time, Zhang Yenzong had already retreated. Although he did not get out of the giant's sword, his smiling expression could be seen in the sword light. He knew that Chong Taishu did not ask him to break the formation together. Instead, the two of them joined forces to explore the power of the Sky Patrol City's formation. The other swordsmen who were fighting in the distance did the same. Of course, these swordsmen also planned to use up the formation's spirit stones. However, they also knew that the Sky Patrol City had several spirit veins, and there must be a lot of spirit stones stored in the city. However, it would take months for them to use up all the spirit stones. Behind the swordsmen, there would be Taoist sect cultivators who would come to their rescue. They had to take down the Sky Patrol City before these cultivators arrived. Otherwise, they would be attacked from the back as Master Shuiyu had said. Clang, with a loud sound, the thousands of sword light converged like fireflies. It was the giant sword in the snow light. Chong Taishu got out of the giant sword with a calm expression. His eyes narrowed slightly as he looked down at the 1 mu area below him. The brilliance was still surging there, rising and falling in an unstable manner. However, every time there was a wave, the area that was scattered by the sword light would close up again. In less than half a cup of tea's time, the entire formation was restored. The ice pearl gradually bulged in the formation again, and a big hand was gradually formed. Under the big hand, the brilliance gradually faded and revealed the pale-faced Master Shuiyu in the formation. Although he looked a little weak, His bright eyes were full of joy and excitement. Obviously, the Sky Patrol City's formation was worthy of its reputation. He was only an early nascent soul stage cultivator, but he was able to fight two swordsmen to a draw with the formation and magic weapon. Boom, boom, boom. Behind Master Shuiyu, there was a series of loud roars. It was Master Quangtian and Master Miyu from the Imperial Thunder Sect and Master Qing Yan and Master Lao Yun from the Emosang Mountain, who were fighting with the other swordsmen. Ha 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 ha, it's indeed the legendary snow and ice wave formation. Chong Taishu threw his head back and laughed. He was not angry at being blocked by an early nascent soul stage cultivator. He said, "My sword domain has always said that the Sky Patrol City is unbreakable. Every time we attack the country of Shi, we will suffer at the hands of the Sky Patrol City. This great ice wave formation really lives up to its reputation." Humph. Even though Master Shui had managed to block the attacks of the two swordsmen, he had also lost a lot of energy. While secretly adjusting his breathing, he snorted coldly. "Since you know the power of my Sky Patrol City, you should stay in Huan country obediently. Don't covet the 3 cultivation countries. If any of the Dao sect's major sects were to get angry, the sword cultivators of Huan country wouldn't be able to resist. This poor Daoist advises you to return to Huan country as soon as possible. That is your territory." Ha 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 ha. Chong Taishu laughed out loud once again. He looked up at the sky, at the azure sky, and said, "Then let this old man see how angry your Dao sect is. Let the flames of fury burn even more fiercely." Master Shui bit his lip and looked up at the sky as well. At this time, the 5 spiraling green lights had completely disappeared. The sky above Sky Patrol City was as clear as the sky before the sword cultivators' attack. Apart from the absence of the pale winter sun and the absence of floating clouds, the sky above Sky Patrol City was clear. Of course, if these damned sword cultivators were not around, it would be exactly the same as before. Unfortunately, this was just a fantasy. Immortal Shui, you had an unknown premonition in his heart, and a sense of heaviness gradually grew in his heart. Chong Taishu was too calm, and the 5 green lights from before were too strange. The sword formation that completely surrounded Sky Patrol City must be very powerful. Furthermore, the fact that the sword formation had not been activated for a long time only magnified the fear in Master Shui's heart. Rumble, suddenly, the entire Sky Patrol City trembled violently. This tremor was much stronger than the one caused by the Great Ice Wave formation. Master Shui was now one with the formation and could feel the entire Sky Patrol City trembling. What kind of sword formation is this? Master Shui was shocked. Before he could think further, a suffocating aura that could destroy heaven and earth surged from all sides of the Sky Patrol City and enveloped Master Shui completely. This is the seal of my True Path sect. Master Shui was absolutely shocked this time. Ha ha ha. Chong Taishu seemed to have sensed the aura of the entire heaven's single azure light array. He raised his head and laughed loudly. "Little Shuiyu, today, I will show you the power of my sword domain's single azure light array. I will also let you know that your Dao sect's array is nothing in front of my sword cultivator's sword array." Chong Taishu's body was covered in sword light as he shot up into the sky. As he flew up, 4 other sword lights flew out from the other 4 directions. They were Cheng Minghua from the Bright Sword Sect, Qi Liandia from the Black Phoenix Sword Sect, Zhuo Ming from the Lingfeng Sword Sect, and Ruo Tian from the Skyscraper Sword Sect. As Chong Taishu shot up into the sky, the sword light around him was as dazzling as the sun. What was special was that Ruo Tian and the others in the other 4 directions also transformed into swords at the same time. 5 soaring sword essences rushed into the sky azure light formation. As the powerful sword hums were heard, all the flying swords outside the Sky Patrol City rushed up into the sky. Countless flying swords cried out as if they were bowing to a supreme being. Woo! 5 sword cries sounded as if they were one. Where the 5 sword lights were pointing, another 5 green lights fell. When the green lights arrived above the 5 giant swords, the 5 giant swords trembled and showed signs of collapsing. Chong Taishu, Ruo Tian, Cheng Minghua, Qi Liandai, and Zhuo Ming could no longer maintain their swords' form. One by one, they broke out from the giant swords. However, Chong Taishu's red face emitted a faint blue radiance. Without any surprise, he reached out his hand and grabbed the green light. An extremely ordinary green flying sword appeared in his hand. Apart from a pure green light flowing on the flying sword, There was nothing special about this flying sword. Similarly, Ruotian, Cheng Minghua, Qi Liandai, and Zhuiming's faces flashed red, green, yellow, and silver respectively. They each held a green flying sword in their hands. Woo, it sounded like the wind and also like thunder. The 5 of them were in 5 different parts of the Sky Patrol City. They calmly waved the 5 green light swords in their hands. At first, there was no movement at all. However, after a while, an endless hurricane was born from the 5 green light swords. There was also a faint sound of thunder coming from the void. All the spiritual energy of heaven and earth near the Sky Patrol City was completely absorbed by the 5 green light swords. Even the snow and ice wave formation that covered the Sky Patrol City was set off huge snow waves. It was like a calm sea being stirred up by a hurricane. An uncontrollable feeling of powerlessness arose in the heart of Sage Xueyu. Seeing that the Sky Patrol City's formation was about to collapse before the 5 green light swords attacked, how could Sage Xueyu dare to be careless? Almost without any hesitation, he snorted coldly and slapped his forehead. A baby that looked like Sage Xueyu appeared on top of his head. This baby was holding a fist-sized ice pearl in its hands. As for the nascent soul, it was wearing a pocket-sized spirit armor. The spirit armor was dotted with greenish-purple ice crystals and was overflowing with treasure light. It was clearly an excellent defensive treasure. Sage Xueyu took out his nascent soul. The nascent soul didn't fly far and sat cross-legged on top of his head. The ice pearl in its hand emitted a beam of light that rushed into the formation. Then, the nascent soul waved its 2 fat hands and a series of seals rushed into the formation and the ice pearl. As the light flashed, the entire formation seemed to gradually calm down. However, it only lasted for a few breaths of time before the lightning-like green light hit the snow wave that rushed into the sky. The snow wave was like a void in the green light. There was no resistance at all as it slashed into the formation. Bzz, Sage Xueyu's nascent soul suddenly stood up on top of his head and grabbed with its hand. The ice pearl immediately turned into a giant fist and rushed toward the green light swords with a roar. Boom, countless green lights and beams of light scattered. The green light swords hit the fist, and the entire green light sword stopped in midair. However, at this moment, the green light sword suddenly elongated and rushed to the center of Sky Patrol City. There, the sword lights of the 5 green light swords converged, and the 5 green light swords revealed a ferocious look. An unparalleled sharpness and an irresistible sword intent followed the 5 connected azure light swords as they fell. Crack, crack, crack. A series of cracking sounds could be heard coming from the fist formed by the ice pearl. In an instant, the entire fist was covered in cracks. With a loud bang, the fist suddenly collapsed. Thousands of light beams shot out from the fist, and the snow fell like a falling tide. When the light faded away, the ice pearl that had been split into 6 pieces was floating in the air. Not only that, even after the green light shattered the ice pearl, it did not stop descending. Buzz, 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 buzz. A loud rumbling sound rang out like a dragon raising its head. In an instant, it disappeared. All the snow-like brilliance was split into 6 pieces by the green light and shattered after a slight vibration. Damn it! Sage Xueyu's nascent soul was already standing on top of his head. At this moment, silver blood was flowing out from the corner of his mouth. He cursed angrily, and his 2 small hands madly formed seals. Countless lights flashed, and the snow wave formation shone brightly again. At the same time, a deafening sound could be heard, and the scattered lights gradually gathered together again. Sage Xueyu found it hard to believe that Chong Taishu and the others could destroy the defensive formation that he had built for tens of thousands of years with just a single sword formation. Unfortunately, reality slapped Sage Xueyu in the face. When the 5 green light swords fell, they crisscrossed and formed a giant green spider web. The power of the green light swords did not weaken because of the spider web. Countless loud noises could be heard in the sky above the Sky Patrol City. The entire formation's snow wave was suppressed by the green spider web. Chapter 2961. Oh no! Seeing the green light that was only a few dozen feet away from him, Master Xueyu could feel the weakness of the snow and ice wave formation. A sense of fear that he had never felt before rose from the bottom of his heart. His nascent soul's body sank a bit, and was about to retreat back into his body. But when it was halfway through, the green light sword had already reached his head. The distance of a few dozen feet was covered in a flash, and the snow and ice wave formation could not stop it at all. What kind of sword formation is this? Master Shuiyu panicked and no longer dared to let his nascent soul go back into his body. The nascent soul formed a spell and jumped out from the top of his body and disappeared into the distance. The moment the nascent soul disappeared, Master Shuiyu used a secret technique and forced his body to escape toward the Sky Patrol City. He wanted to avoid the attack of the green light sword. Whoosh whoosh, there was no need to think. After the green light swept by, Master Shuiyu's body had only moved a few feet before it was cut into pieces. In just a moment, Master Shuiyu's nascent soul reappeared a few dozen feet below. The nascent soul's face was pale, and he was panicking. Where do you think you're going? Unfortunately, Chong Taishu did not plan on letting him go. He roared and sneered. His right hand's index and middle finger were together, as if he was forming a sword spell. Master Shuiyu's nascent soul did not dare to hesitate. He immediately formed another spell and disappeared. Kill! Chong Taishu did not panic. As he formed another spell, a Tai-Wei azure light sword appeared from the green spider web and slashed toward where the nascent soul disappeared like lightning. Wang, with a sword hum, the Tai-Wei azure light sword slashed through where the nascent soul disappeared and disappeared as well. Next, a few hundred feet away, ice flowers that looked like colored glass appeared. The color of the ice flowers was purple and green, the same color as the armor on Master Shuiyu's nascent soul. As soon as the ice flowers appeared, they immediately absorbed a large amount of spiritual qi from the world. An extremely cold ice was formed from the ice flowers. It was extremely tough, and it was as if it was going to seal the entire space. However, as soon as these ice flowers and astral ice were formed, traces of green light were immediately produced from the space. In an instant, everything was split in half, and the seal immediately collapsed. Ah! Another miserable scream came from 1,000 feet away. Sage Shuiyu's nascent soul had an expression of disbelief as he looked down at his own body. His nascent soul, which was wearing a suit of armor, had been cut in half. That seemingly sturdy armor hadn't been able to stop the Supreme Light Sword. What was even more strange was that the two halves of Taoist Shuiyu's nascent soul became blurry and was absorbed by the Supreme Light Sword. This. Shuiyu Enlightened Master never thought that he would die here. He knew very well that he still had a way to escape in the Sky Patrol City. As long as he entered the Sky Patrol City. Unfortunately, it was too late for him to think about anything else now. He really couldn't understand how this so-called Heaven's Single Azure Light Sword formation could be so fast. Why were the 5 azure light swords so sharp? At this moment, Sage Shuiyu regretted it. He blamed himself. Why didn't he escape earlier? Why did he escape before he sensed danger? At that time, the sword cultivators hadn't surrounded the Sky Patrol City, and the Single Azure Light Sword formation hadn't been completely set up yet, so he had enough time to escape. My life. Shuiyu Jinren still wanted to remember something, but his consciousness was already blurred. His entire nascent soul gradually disappeared into the Supreme Light Sword, leaving behind only a gaze filled with hatred as he looked into the distance. That was where Sage Miyu and the others were fighting. Now that Sage Shuiyu had died, Sage Quangtian and the others were naturally in danger. After all, Sage Shuiyu was the one in charge of the formation. Without Sage Shuiyu, the Ice Wave formation was just an empty shell. At this moment, Taoist Crazed Heaven and Taoist Miyu both had serious expressions, and even their eyes were filled with panic. Although they were far away from Taoist Shuiyu's nascent soul being destroyed, they could still feel it. They felt a sense of sadness and uneasiness. After all, which cultivator who could reach nascent soul wasn't a genius? Which one of them didn't suffer a lot? Which one of them didn't experience a lot of hardships? However, it was also in an instant that all of this turned into bubbles. Although some words and stories would be left behind, who could really remember him in their hearts after being passed down for so many years? In particular, if he couldn't escape this calamity, he would most likely end up like Sage Shuiyu and die. As a result, not to mention the usually arrogant Taoist Wild Heaven, even the calm Taoist Me, you had a trace of panic in her eyes. Taoist Wild Heaven patted his forehead, and a purple golden light rushed out. A 1-foot-long rhombus-shaped magic treasure flickered with dazzling lightning as it appeared in the air. This lightning was different from the lightning that Taoist Me you had used before. This lightning was purple and gold, and every time it flashed, it would create a lightning flower in the air. All of the lightning flowers extended in the air, and at the end of each lightning flower, There were specks of black as if they were hiding in the void. This magic treasure was Taoist Master Miyu's final life-saving measure. Following the birth of this lightning flower, the green spiderweb that had just broken the great ice wave formation began to flicker, and the green light around Taoist Master Miyu actually showed signs of collapsing. Sage Miyu was overjoyed when he saw this. He formed a seal and was about to activate his nascent soul. Just as he was about to charge out of the sword formation, he heard a loud voice above his head. "Miyu, you should obediently stay here." Following this voice, skyscraper sword Sex Rua Tian appeared not far from Sage Miyu. Rua Tian also had a green light sword in his hand. The green light also flashed and slashed at Sage Miyu's magic treasure. Wherever the azure light went, the outer layer of the lightning flower on the magic treasure was annihilated. It was as if all the lightning threads were cut off by the azure light. Crack, crack, a series of crisp sounds rang out, and azure cracks appeared on the purple-gold magic treasure. Ah, Sage Miyu's eyes were about to split open, and blood came out from the corner of his mouth. Just like Sage Shuiyu, he couldn't imagine how the green light sword could be so sharp. "I'll risk it." Sage Miyu knew that this was a moment of life and death. If he didn't fight to the death with the sword cultivator, he would have no chance of survival. However, before he could put his hand on his forehead and release his nascent soul to control the magic treasure, the green spiderweb that had collapsed suddenly shrank and completely wrapped around Taoist Miyu. The moment the green light gathered, all of the world's spiritual energy was completely cut off. Not only was the lightning around Sage Miyu extinguished, even the lightning flower magic treasure lost its brilliance and fell on top of her head. With Sage Miyu trapped, how could Kuang Tian escape? He was in the same situation as Kuang Tian. Looking at the green space, Kuang Tian smiled bitterly. He already understood that Chong Tai Su and the others didn't plan to kill him. All they wanted was the Sky Patrol City. Of course, his value alive was much higher than his value dead. The sword cultivator had 4 nascent soul cultivators and hundreds of thousands of disciples from the 2 sects and Sky Patrol City. How could he be afraid of other Taoist cultivators attacking the city? "Forget it," Kuang Tian smiled faintly. "I've only just reached nascent soul. Which one of these swords isn't stronger than me? Falling into their hands isn't a coward. Damn it." Thinking of this, Kuang Tian couldn't help but curse. "Xiaohua, you little bastard, if it weren't for you, would I be able to guard Sky Patrol City?" This person had always been like this. Not to mention the secular world or cultivators. Kuang Tian and Sage Miyu led the disciples of the Imperial Thunder Sect to guard Sky Patrol City because of Xiaohua's message. But in the end, if Kuang Tian and the others weren't greedy for military merits, why would they come? If Taoist crazed heaven and the others had blocked the sword cultivators' Sky 1 Azure Light Sword formation and obtained the battle merit, Taoist crazed heaven would have taken most of the credit for himself and definitely wouldn't have pushed the blame onto Xiaohua like now. Unfortunately, no matter how much Kuang Tian cursed Xiaohua, he couldn't escape the fate of being captured by the sword cultivator. Xiaohua, who was far away in the country of Shi, definitely didn't know the cause and effect of this. To the northwest of the country of Shi, there wasn't the bitter cold of the Huan country. Most of the land was green grassland. Most of the time, it was blue like waves. Although it didn't have the monstrous momentum of the Kuai-he Sea, a ripple of wind and grass could be transmitted thousands of miles away. It was a kind of boundlessness. Occasionally, there were some herds of cattle and sheep, embellishing the blue sky like white clouds. One in the sky and one on the ground, it was even more beautiful. However, the grassland wasn't the Kuai-he Sea after all. Slightly to the west, there was an endless mountain range. These mountain ranges were also different from the other places in the country of Shi. There were more low mountain ridges and fewer steep peaks. Moreover, the trees on these mountain ridges were lush, covering the entire mountain range. From time to time, there were sounds of tigers roaring and wolves howling. Occasionally, birds would soar into the sky from the mountain ridges, flying to different places with different feathers. The mountain wind was also somewhat long, lacking the biting cold of the Huan country. From time to time, it would blow on the face like the hand of a seductive lover. The murmuring of the stream was almost endless. Although it was in the mountain ridges, under the green shadows, and between the streams, it was impossible to see a trace. But if you only heard the murmuring of the stream a few times, you wouldn't be able to forget it. Further into the depths of the mountain ridges, the mountain ridges seemed to be as boundless as the grassland. The undulating greenery was like the solidified waves of the sea. The stagnant notes, no matter how you looked at it, were comfortable. This place with beautiful mountains and limpid waters was really different from the ice and snow of the Huan country. It was no wonder that the swordsmen of the Huan country were always thinking about the territory of the three countries. Chapter 2962. In the midst of this boundless greenery, a myriad of colors suddenly appeared. There were red, white, yellow, and purple. There were actually spring flowers of various colors in the midst of the green leaves. The sudden appearance of these gorgeous colors was like a calm sea with sky-high waves. In an instant, one's tranquil heart was stirred. Or perhaps it was like a simple spring day rushing into a hot summer day. One's entire mood was joyful and excited. As they went deeper into the mountains, the number of spring flowers increased, and their colors became even more colorful. Colorful could no longer describe the exuberance of the spring flowers in the depths of the mountains. And at the source of this myriad of colors, another huge city appeared in the mountains, floating in the sea of flowers. This was one of the 7 major cities in the country of Xi. Tongmu City. Beyond Tongmu City, in the northwest, above the sea of flowers, a flying boat was quietly parked. On the flying boat were Xiaohua and the other 3, who had just returned to the country of Xi from the millions of Meng Mountains. The 4 of them were granted a shortcut to cross the country of Huan by Elder Wu of Hutu's stronghold. But this shortcut was not a safe one. There were countless dangers on the way. Not to mention the natural moats, strange birds and monsters. Even the sword cultivators they encountered from time to time put Xiaohua and the others in danger. However, this path was chosen by Elder Wu and used by soul scholars. Elder Wu already had an estimate of Xiaohua's strength, but he still underestimated Xiaohua. Admittedly, this path had a 3rd-grade illusory swordsman laying down a sword array. Admittedly, it was extremely difficult, but under Xiaohua's divine ability, they were all turned into smoke. Finally, after half a year of hard work, the 4 of them finally stepped into the territory of the country of Xi. And this half a year of hard work was a great harvest for Xiaohua and the others. Xiaohua's soul cultivation technique had now entered Ming Ruo Tian. The 50 green seal characters that belonged to Ming Ruo Tian were revealed one by one, each of them releasing a roar like a stormy sea. The entire mysterious dark cloud was stirred up. Ever since Xiaohua learned from Elder Wu of Huta village that the green seal text was the most basic and authentic cultivation method of soul cultivation, he didn't plan to look at other cultivation methods. He didn't even look at Master Qin Qin's inheritance. Of course, Xiaohua still started from the most basic of soul cultivation methods. After all, Li Zongbao and the immortal slaughtering whip still needed him to repair them. After witnessing the power of the sun-shrouding art, Xiaohua did not give up on this aspect of cultivation. Spiritual sense was indeed too important to Dao sect cultivators. It was simply the foundation of all spells. With a powerful spiritual sense, the power of spells would increase tremendously. There were even many spells that could not be used by low-level cultivators, but with a powerful spiritual sense that surpassed those of the same level, one could see through their core. In addition, the primordial spirit that was formed after comprehending the initial green seal text in Ming Ruo Tian, after the 50th green seal text was born, the primordial spirit underwent some changes that even Xiaohua didn't understand. This change seemed to be complete, but it also seemed to be indiscernible. Xiaohua clearly felt it, but when he really examined it, other than some green lines on the primordial spirit, he couldn't see any other differences. Xiaohua was helpless. He sent the primordial spirit back to the space and had it continue to refine fire talismans, warm up the pill furnace, and refine simple pills. Xiaohua himself didn't have any free time. These primordial spirits didn't have anything to do, so he just let them move. What made Xiaohua the most oppressed was the heavenly laws embodiment technique. He originally had high expectations for this technique. He wanted to condense a Dharma body outside of his physical body. However, the Phoenix primordial spirit comprehended this technique for a long time. It could clearly use it, and it also used the technique on its physical body. However, the technique's effects didn't appear at all. On one hand, Xiaohua suspected that he had comprehended wrongly. On the other hand, he muttered to himself, wondering if it was because his physical body had already condensed the Phoenix Dharma body and could no longer condense a second Dharma body. However, since the time he spent comprehending the cosmic form technique was still short, he decided to put this matter aside and let the phoenix primordial spirit continue to comprehend it. After all, if one primordial spirit comprehended something, the other primordial spirits would also benefit, so it was not a waste of effort. As for Fairy Hong Xia, a faint five-colored brilliance would appear every day. She was constantly receiving the phoenix's legacy. It seemed that she was improving every day. As for how much she had improved, Xiaohua did not ask. Li Zongbao continued to nurture the immortal slaughtering whip. This was also Xiaohua's suggestion. Li Zongbao was a famous disciple of the Utopia faction, so he had all kinds of cultivation arts and secret arts. This immortal slaughtering whip was exactly what he needed. As a spiritual weapon, Li Zongbao had nurtured the immortal slaughtering whip when it was first refined. When the spiritual weapon was completed, its power could be imagined. This was also the reason why Li Zongbao never asked Xiaohua for a cultivation technique. Specialization leads to permanence, permanence leads to permanence, and permanence leads to strength. This was nothing more than dripping water penetrating a stone. Poor Xiao Mao, who had worked hard for more than half a year, could only drive the flowing cloud flying ship to fly everyone to the country of Xi. Moreover, he was sowing seeds while flying, so he was very busy. Li Zongbao nurtured the spiritual weapon, and Fairy Hong Xia comprehended the legacy. He could not possibly let Xiaohua drive the flying ship, could he? Well, even if Xiaohua took the initiative to come, Xiao Mao would not dare to leave it to Xiaohua. He now knew Xiaohua's poor sense of direction very well. That was really a great weapon. Rather than having him worry at the side, it was better to drive the ship himself. However, it would be a mistake to think that Xiao Mao had not made any progress. Because driving the flowing cloud flying boat required transcendence energy, Xiao Mao was constantly using the dragonization incantation. The more he used the dragonization incantation, the more he felt the vastness of this technique. His meridians were constantly and imperceptibly strengthening, and his vital energy were constantly increasing. Xiao Mao felt that he would be able to break through to the late stage of foundation establishment very soon, and the Oris core stage was definitely within his reach. Everyone had made progress, and the road back home had also come to an end. At this time, Xiaohua was riding the flying ship, passing through the thousands of flowers. His eyes looked at the flower-like city in disbelief, and his young face could not help but reveal a helpless expression. Sigh, this world is really wonderful. The 7 major cities of the country of Xi each have their own unique characteristics, and each have their own beauty. This Xiao really did not expect that in the depths of the foothills, there would be such a splendid and colorful city hidden outside the world. Only by looking at such colors with the naked eye can one perceive the prosperity of this world. How can one experience the mortal world through their spiritual sense? That's right. Fairy Hong Xia's colorful brilliance was also retracted. The skin on her face was refined and looked incomparably holy. Her beautiful face was like a fairy's, even more beautiful than the thousands of flowers. This concubine has long heard of the great name of Twilight Tong City, but it is deep in the northwest border. If there is no urgent matter, just the transportation of spirit stones is enough for this concubine to consider. So I have never had the chance to come here. Hee. Who would have thought that today I would be able to see the legendary Twilight Tong Spring? Fairy Hong Xia's eyes reflected the thousands of colors in the distance. Coupled with the brilliance of her own body, an indescribable magnificence was faintly emitted. Unexpectedly, Xiao Mao and the rest had a feeling that they could not bear to look at her. Hee. Twilight Tong Spring is indeed famous. Li Zongbao also stood up, and his face was slightly flushed. He laughed coldly. But the most famous? I'm afraid it is the face-retaining pill? Face-retaining pill? That's right. Xiaohua suddenly realized. As early as during the auction in Sky Patrol City, the auctioneer had mentioned the Twilight Tong City's face-retaining pill. Xiaohua was already on guard that day. After all, the face-retaining pill was extremely rare in the Dawn Rain mainland. Xiaohua had only seen it in Chun Yi's burial flower manor. Therefore, a thought flashed through his mind. He did not know if the scheming Chun Yi was related to Twilight Tong City. Of course, there were countless rare herbs in the Dawn Rain mainland. Who could say that a flourishing place like Twilight Tong City would not have the face-retaining pill? Even though the face-retaining pill is famous, but compared to the rejuvenation pill, the difference is like heaven and earth. Fairy Hong Xia smiled and looked at Xiaohua thoughtfully. Xiaohua glanced at Fairy Hongxia, as if he did not see her smile. He waved his hand and said, "Let's go. We can go to Luoyang through the transportation array in Twilight Tong City. Now that this Zhao's storage bag is full, those spirit stones are nothing in my eyes. Anyway, let's hurry back to Luoyang. This Xiao is really curious. Kaizhuixia, is she really still alive in this world?" Hearing Xiaohua mention her sister, Fairy Hongxia's face changed. She did not say anything else, and let Xiao Mao keep the flowing cloud-flying boat. The four of them flew towards Twilight Tong City in the distance. It didn't take long for Tongmu City to appear in their sights. This Twilight Tong City was very strange. There was no obvious tall city wall. Instead, there was something like a wall of vines that surrounded the entire Twilight Tong City. Twilight Tong City was within the wall of vines. The wall of vines that was not very tall surrounded the periphery of Twilight Tong City. Rather than saying that these vines were city walls, they were more like decorations. However, the thick vines were like the arms of an adult. They were entangled together and extended over the mountain ridge. They were so long that one could not see the end of them. Moreover, the wall of vines was extremely wide and thick. It was at least a few miles wide. It looked like a huge green python that was coiled in a cluster of flowers. At first glance, the undulating mountain ridge within the wall of vines was still covered with flowers and plants. Countless celestial birds flew up from time to time. It was no different from the surroundings. However, Xiaohua's Buddhist consciousness had already discovered the strangeness of the wall of vines. An extremely thick wood-based spiritual energy of heaven and earth condensed around the wall of vines, forming a huge enchantment. The so-called blooming flowers and chirping orioles were probably the illusion of the Twilight Tong City's array, right? This Twilight Tong City's array can actually create such a huge illusion. Its power should not be underestimated, Xiaohua thought to himself. However, the distance between Twilight Tong City and Hung Country is not much different from Sun Tian City. Although there are many dangers along the way from Hung Country, and most of the Brightsword swordsmen would not be able to pass through, but compared to the Sword Tomb, it is much better. Why didn't the Hung Country's swordsmen kill their way into Shi Country from here? Chapter 2963. Thinking of this, Xiaohua could not help but laugh. Damn it, what am I thinking? Do you want to see the world in chaos? Facing sword cultivators in Sky Patrol City has already caused a lot of casualties to Dao Sect. If Tongmu City comes, won't more Dao Sect disciples die? Besides, the real reason why the sword cultivators attacked Sky Patrol City was because the soul cultivators were fighting behind Huan Kingdom. Tongmu City was not too far away from Mount Meng. If the sword cultivators were to fight here, wouldn't that expose the fact that they were being attacked from behind? No matter how stupid sword cultivators are, they won't do this, right? Not to mention that they have Jiuxia behind them who knows everything. Thinking of Jiuxia, Xiaohua could not help but think of the beauty that could bewitch all living things. It was as if this beauty had been deeply engraved in his mind, and it was impossible to get rid of it without some special magic power. Someone is coming. Xiao Mao's divine sense was very strong now. While Xiaohua and the others were looking at Tongmu City, he was looking in other directions. Oh! Xiaohua's Buddhist sense swept toward the direction where Xiao Mao was looking. He already knew that this place was not far away from Tongmu City. If he was not mistaken, these people should be the city guards of Tongmu City. Sure enough, after the four of them slowed down and flew for a while, a dozen cultivators of about the 11th level of Qi refining appeared in the distance. These cultivators were dressed in green military uniforms with a thin layer of armor. The style of the armor was very strange. It seemed to be made of wrought tan, and the wrought tan flickered with a faint green light. Runes could be vaguely seen in the green light. The dozen or so cultivators had already sensed the presence of Xiao Mao and the others. Their faces were filled with respect as they silently hovered in midair. When the four of them approached, the leading 12th layer Qi refining guard respectfully said, "Junior Wang Chung greets the four seniors. May I know if the four seniors are passing by? Are you passing by or entering my Tongmu City?" In such a situation, Xiaohua usually did not step forward. Xiao Mao looked at Li Zongbao, who was also silent. He flew half a foot forward and waved his hand. "Get up. We are passing by Tongmu City and want to use its teleportation formation." "Yes, I understand." After Wang Chung answered, he said carefully, "However, it is currently wartime. Although sword cultivators rarely come to my Tongmu city, this place is not too far from the Huan state. My city lord has ordered that any cultivator our Tongmu city's patrol team encounters, regardless of whether they have entered Tongmu city or not, must show their identity token. If Senior wants to enter Twilight Tong City, please allow this junior to verify your identity. Tisk Xiaomao laughed. This place is miles away from Sky Patrol City. Why would a sword cultivator come here? Besides, even if a sword cultivator were to come, would you be able to detect the identity token of a Dao sect cultivator? Wang Cheng seemed to be a little shy, his face slightly red as he said in a low voice, Junior and the others know that our cultivation is shallow, so this kind of examination cannot be taken seriously. However, this is better than nothing. Of course, if Senior doesn't want me to examine it, then I'll ask the captain of the city guards of Danton City to come over. Xiaomao laughed. He was just casually pointing out that Danton City's methods were more formal than effective. How could he really make things difficult for the city guards of Qi Refinement Realm? He hurriedly clapped his hands and took out his token. He handed it to Wang Cheng and said gently, "There's no need for that. This is your duty. Since we want to enter Tongmu City, we naturally have to act according to the orders of the city lord." "Thank you, Senior." Wang Cheng breathed a sigh of relief. He could roughly sense that these Foundation Establishment cultivators were in the middle and late stages of the Foundation Establishment realm through magic. Most of these Foundation Establishment cultivators were disdainful of Qi Refinement disciples. They had also encountered some of these Foundation Establishment cultivators during today's routine inspection. Many of these Foundation Establishment cultivators left in a huff and did not pay attention to them at all. Most of them would only be willing to take out their identity tokens when a captain of the same Foundation Establishment realm came out. It was rare to see someone like Xiao Mao, who spoke gently and took out his token without hesitation. Xiao Mao of the Xuanyan School. Xiao Mao's identity token was written very clearly. Moreover, the image was exactly the same as the cultivator in front of them. Wang Cheng used his divine sense, which had only been cultivated for a few years, to check it out. He then looked at Xiao Mao and was about to withdraw his divine sense. However, at this moment, a few other shining words in the token caught his attention. Huh! When Wang Cheng saw it clearly, he couldn't help but cry out in surprise. He then looked behind Xiao Mao in disbelief. Wang Cheng's cry of surprise was not a big deal. The dozen or so Qi Refinement disciples behind him who had been preparing for a long time immediately scattered. At the same time, a few communication talismans were sent out from the hands of the disciples who were on guard furthest away. Looking at their tacit cooperation, it was obvious that they had been training for a long time. Damn it! Xiao Mao was also stunned. He couldn't think of anything wrong with his token. Council Hall. First squad. Wang Cheng obviously didn't expect that his cry of surprise would cause such a big reaction. At this time, he didn't have time to explain anything. Instead, he shouted in an incredulous voice. First squad of the council hall? Xiaohua frowned slightly behind the three people. Is it a special squad of the council hall? But then, Xiaohua suddenly understood. It seemed that after the Battle of the Sword Catacomb, the council hall named this special squad as the first squad of the council hall because of their outstanding achievements in battle. In the future, no other squad would be able to use this name. That day, Li Zongbao just casually mentioned it, and Xiaohua also casually listened. Unexpectedly, the name of the first squad of the council hall had spread to Tongmu City. This junior deserves to die, this junior deserves to die. Wang Cheng's ecstatic gaze swept across Xiao Mao, Li Zongbao, Fairy Hongxia and Xiaohua, and then fell on Fairy Hongxia's fairy-like beauty. He unconsciously slapped his forehead and said regretfully, "This junior should have thought of the 4 seniors when he saw them. I have seen the 4 seniors' appearances in the battle report. How could this junior be so blind?" What? This? The dozens of Qi Refinement disciples who were fleeing in all directions also came to a realization. They all stopped in midair and looked at the 4 of them. Naturally, most of their gazes were still fixed on Fairy Hongxia's face. Yes, this is the first squad of the council hall. This junior saw the battle report half a year ago. Yes, this is Fairy Hongxia from the Rinsing Flower sect, and this is Senior Li Zongbao from the Utopia faction. This is Senior Xiaohua from the Imperial Thunder sect. Heavens, I really saw the legendary hero of the Great Sword Catacomb. One of the disciples shouted. We are indeed the first squad of the council hall. Xiao Mao said with a smile. But now that the first stage of the Great Sword Catacomb has ended, we are here to gain experience. Yes, yes, this junior knows, this junior knows. Wang Chung said impatiently. The four seniors formed deep friendships during the Great Battle, and their cultivations also had great breakthroughs. Therefore, after the Great Battle, the four seniors went out to travel together. On one hand, they comprehended what they had gained during the Great Battle. On the other hand, they lived in the wilderness and avoided the harassment of the mortals. They did not bring the battle achievements of the Great Battle into their own cultivation. This kind of pure and untainted nobility really makes us admire you. Damn it, what the hell is this? In the end, Xiaohua could only shake his head. In this world, rumors are the most erroneous. What deep friendship, that. Where did these foundation establishment friends come from? Do they not have any respect for my Dantong city? Just as Xiaohua was laughing inwardly, several divine consciousnesses swept over from the direction of Dantong city. Once they discovered Xiaohua and the others, they immediately locked onto them. At the same time, a rough voice roared loudly. Captain Mu, Captain Mu. Wang Chung naturally knew that it was the message talismans that had caused the trouble. He hurriedly shouted, Please don't misunderstand, please don't misunderstand. This is the first squad of the Council Hall of the Dao sect. The first squad of the Council Hall of the Council Hall? In the distance, several early-stage Foundation establishment city guards flew over with a murderous aura. They were flying over with hundreds of Qi refinement disciples. Upon hearing Wang Cheng's shout, the burly man in the lead was as valiant as his voice. His bulging eyes swept over Xiao Mao and the others in astonishment. He was stunned on the spot. Not only the early-stage Foundation establishment cultivator in the lead, but the other city guards and the hundreds of Qi refinement disciples were also stunned by the name of the first squad of the Council Hall of the Council Hall of the Council Hall. That's right, since the beginning of the war, although Dantong City had not been involved in the war, as one of the 7 major cities of the Kingdom of Xi, how could Dantong City not pay attention to the situation of the war in Sky Patrol City? Almost every day, the situation of the war would be sent to Dantong City in the shortest time possible. Dantong City specially set up a so-called council hall. This council hall did nothing but announce the war report of Sky Patrol City. It was for all the cultivators to discuss. Among the cultivators, there were certainly some who were obsessed with cultivation, but there were also some who liked to be lively, especially when discussing the war. If there were some spirit stones and elixirs as wagers, it would be even more attractive. Therefore, since the Great War of Dao and Sword, a large number of cultivators would gather in Dantong City's council hall every day. There were even many cultivators gathered in the tea houses and wine shops near the council hall. Not only did they listen to the war report and analyze the situation, but they also gave pointers and predicted the outcome of the war. It had to be said that the city lord of Dantong City was far-sighted. This council hall not only attracted a large number of cultivators to Dantong City, but there was also an endless stream of small and large merchants. Dantong City's reputation also soared in the war, bringing great prosperity to Dantong City. To a large extent, it made up for the loss caused by not being able to provide the face-retaining elixirs in a short period of time. It could be said that Dantong City's council hall had a better grasp of the news of the war than many of the cultivation sects in the 3 kingdoms of cultivation. And in the first stage of the Great War of Dao cultivators, the special task force of the Council Hall of the Council Hall had not only risen gradually in Sky Patrol City, but also became a dazzling star in Dantong City. Chapter 2964. Speaking of Li Zhongbao's special task force, there was an interesting story in Tongmu City. That year, when the Dao sect had issued the number 1 bounty order, Twilight Tong City had also released the news in a timely manner. It was said that many cultivators had formed teams and headed to Sky Patrol City to kill Qin Jian that day. As for how many had gone and how many had returned, no one knew. What everyone knew was that Twilight Tong City had also set up bets based on the battle situation at that time. They had placed bets on which sect's disciple would be able to kill Qin Jian. Of course, most of the bets were on Golden Core stage cultivators, and there was no sign of Foundation establishment stage cultivators. After Li Zhongbao and the others became famous, no one knew what the Dantong City was thinking. Perhaps it was to play to the gallery, but they actually allowed the special task force from the assembly hall to participate in the competition. Moreover, they even invested a considerable amount of spirit stones. When the other cultivators saw this, they were almost overjoyed. This was because although Li Zongbao and the others had military exploits and could even be said to be very outstanding, the three of them were Foundation establishment cultivators after all. Not to mention the three of them, even if there were 30 of them, they could not be compared to Qin Jian, who was a third-grade illusory sword. Therefore, everyone bet with Tongmu City. For some reason, the people of Dantong City seemed to believe that this special task force would definitely be able to obtain Qin Jian's head. Whenever someone placed a bet, they would answer it without any hesitation. As a result, in the past few years, this place had actually accumulated an enormous amount of spirit stones. Just hearing the number of spirit stones was enough to shock anyone. This number not only exceeded the total number of spirit stones that all the Golden Core cultivators in the conference hall had killed Qin Jian, but it also exceeded the total number of other bets. All the cultivators were looking at Tongmu City as a joke. They were waiting for Qin Jian to be killed by the Golden Core cultivators, or for Qin Jian to not be killed by Li Zongbao and the others and get the spirit stones that they won after the battle. However, the news of Qin Jian being killed by Li Zongbao and the others came from Sky Patrol City. This was almost impossible news, but it caused a huge uproar in Tongmu City. The entire conference hall and the entire Tongmu City were in an uproar. Even the cultivators who did not care about the special task force from the conference hall paid attention to Li Zongbao, Xiao Mao, and Xiao Hua. Not only did Twilight Tong City win a lot of spirit stones, they also obtained a commendation order from Sky Patrol City. The images of Li Zongbao, Xiao Mao, and Xiao Hua were displayed in the meeting hall for all cultivators to see. They even listed the sect information of Li Zongbao, Xiao Mao, and Xiao Hua, as well as the glory of their participation in the battle. Especially before the Great Battle of the Sword Tomb, when Xiao Hua withdrew from the Special Task Force and Fairy Hong Xia participated in it, it attracted the attention of many male cultivators. The story of Fairy Hong Xia breaking the 4 cardinal sword array and her Xiantian primordial water, saving her Golden Core stage master, was spread by word of mouth in Tongmu City. Was leader, who was Foundation establishment cultivator, was stunned, was leader, leaders, how leader was in midair. It's really the first team from the conference hall. Leader Mu came to his senses and immediately put on a smile. He adjusted his armor and bowed. I'm Mu Ziming. Greetings to senior brother Li, Fairy Hong Xia, and the 2 senior brothers Xiao. I'll lead the hundreds of thousands of disciples in Tongmu City to thank the 4 senior brothers for killing the enemy in the Battle of Sky Patrol City. Following Captain Mu's salute, all the other Tongmu City's disciples followed suit. Their attitudes were extremely respectful. Xiao Mao obviously did not expect his name to be so famous in Sky Patrol City, nor did he expect that he would win so much praise from the battle. He hurriedly returned the bow and said, Junior Brother Mu, please rise. Junior brothers and nephews, please rise. Xiao Mao and the others are disciples of the Dao sect. When the sword cultivators attacked with their swords, we naturally had to fight them head-on without hesitation. We did so, and so did you. Although you were guarding Tongmu City, you were also on the side of the battle. You have the responsibility to defend against the enemy. You were able to stop the sword cultivators from sneaking in, which is also a merit. It's just that everyone can see the merit of Xiao Mao and the others, but your merit is easy to be overlooked by everyone. Xiao Mao's words made Mu Ziming's face flush. He straightened his body and rubbed his hands. He said, Senior brother Xiao is indeed as broad-minded and humble as the legends say. Your words made my blood boil, and I almost wanted to fly to Sky Patrol City to kill the sword cultivators. Hearing this, Xiao Hua suddenly thought of the battle situation that LV Ruochang had mentioned when he stopped them. He could not help but ask, Leader Mu, how's the battle situation in Sky Patrol City now? Mu Ziming was obviously familiar with Xiao Hua's face. He hurriedly replied, Senior brother Xiao Hua, now Sky Patrol City is not within the attack range of the sword cultivators. Most of the sword cultivators. Then Mu Ziming roughly recounted the battle report obtained from Tongmu City. Xiao Hua's expression changed drastically. Seeing Xiao Hua's expression change, Mu Ziming was also shocked. He hurriedly smiled apologetically and said, Senior brother Xiao, may I know what I said wrong? Nothing. Xiao Hua waved his hand, lowered his head, and did not speak. However, after a moment, Li Zongbao, who was standing behind Xiao Mao, received Xiao Hua's voice transmission and said, "Junior brother Mu." "Yes, senior brother Li, what can I do for you?" Mu Ziming was more respectful to Li Zongbao, the leader of a team, and hurriedly replied, "How long does it take for the battle report to be sent from Sky Patrol City to Tongmu City?" Li Zongbao asked faintly. "This." Mu Ziming hesitated slightly, thought for a moment, and said with a wry smile, "I really don't know the exact time. This is my Tongmu City's secret." Approximate time. Li Zongbao was a little impatient. Mu Ziming did not dare to neglect and whispered, "Sometimes it's a month, sometimes it's more than 10 days. So long?" Li Zongbao frowned. "Let me tell you, senior brother Li. Because there is no direct teleportation formation from Sky Patrol City to other big cities, it takes a lot of effort for Tongmu City to get news from Sky Patrol City. It takes a lot of effort. Many times, the message charm is lost. It's already good that Tongmu City can get news from Sky Patrol City in such a short time. Furthermore, this humble one dares to boast that any news that can be obtained in the Three Kingdoms can be obtained in Tongmu City. Then, how long has it been since you last got information from Sky Patrol City?" Li Zongbao did not wait for Mu Ziming to finish and interrupted him and asked. "It seems like..." Mu Ziming was a little hesitant. "Reporting to Captain Mu, I just came from the conference hall yesterday. It seems that there has been no new battle report for more than 1.5 months. A Foundation establishment city guard beside him hurriedly whispered in his ear. "Conference hall?" Li Zongbao rolled his eyes and asked curiously, "Why does Tongmu City have a conference hall?" However, just as he finished speaking, Fairy Hong Xia, who was beside him, sighed and said, "Senior brother Li, why are you still asking such a boring question? Sky Patrol City. I'm afraid it has fallen into the hands of the sword cultivators. We'd better hurry into the city and use the teleportation formation." What? Sky Patrol City. Sky Patrol City has fallen into the hands of the sword cultivators? Is this true? Mu Ziming turned pale with fright. Fairy Hong Xia's heart was also filled with mixed feelings. She had heard from Xiao Hua that this news had been passed to the Imperial Thunder Sect 2 years ago. She felt that there would be no more problems, and that the tragedy of the Sword Catacomb would not happen again. However, LV Ruochang brought them another piece of bad news. Xiao Hua's message did not seem to be taken seriously by the Taoist sect cultivators. Of course, Fairy Hong Xia and Xiao Hua did not think that Jiu Xia would not send this news to Qian Diheng. Since Jiu Xia could say it out loud, he was naturally not afraid of being found out by the Taoist sect cultivators. At this time, the few questions that Li Zongbao asked were obviously from Xiao Hua. However, from Mu Ziming's answers, Fairy Hong Xia already understood that when the four of them passed through the territory of the Huan Kingdom and returned to the Kingdom of Shi, the sword cultivators had already launched their final attack on Sky Patrol City. Since it was another unintentional attack, and under the planning of Jiu Xia, even if the Taoist sect had a nascent soul stage cultivator, how could they be a match for the sword cultivators? The outcome of this great battle of Dao cultivators had undergone an earth-shattering change. Didn't you say just now? Generally speaking, the battle situation from Sky Patrol City to Tongmu City would take at most a month's time. Now, it has been less than a month and a half. If Sky Patrol City had not fallen, what other accidents could there be? Li Zongbao said lightly, "Well, since our identities have been confirmed, can we enter Tongmu City?" Yes, of course," Mu Ziming stammered. Obviously, he was particularly surprised by the news that Sky Patrol City had fallen. "If it's possible, I'll have to trouble Captain Mu to send someone to take us to the teleportation formation," Fairy Hong Xia said, eager to return home. Yes. Mu Ziming nodded hurriedly. Before he could say anything, Wang Cheng stepped forward and said, "Captain Mu, shall I lead the way?" "All right, go ahead." Seeing this, Mu Ziming nodded. "Yes." Wang Cheng was very happy. He bowed and said, "For seniors, please follow me." Xiao Mao nodded and looked at Li Zongbao. The two of them followed Wang Cheng, while Fairy Hong Xia and Xiao Hua prepared to follow behind. "Senior brother Li." At this time, Mu Ziming came to his senses and hurriedly called out, "Senior brother, can you wait for a moment? I still have to report the news of the 4 senior brothers' arrival in Tongmu City to the city governor. Moreover, senior brother Li's words just now were really shocking. I have to report it immediately." If the city governor asks, Captain Mu, we have urgent matters to attend to back to the sect. I hope that you can pass on our apologies to the governor of the city. Li Zongbao was even more anxious than Fairy Hongxia. He rejected the request without hesitation. All right. Okay. Mu Ziming nodded, and at the same time, he hurriedly gave a look to the other disciples. There were already disciples in the distance who turned and flew away. Seeing that the disciples had left, Mu Ziming bowed again and said, Senior Brotherly, the news just now is really important. I have to report it to the city governor as soon as possible. I'll leave first. Please forgive me, Senior Brotherly. Li Zongbao was a little unhappy, but he could not say anything. After all, this was Tongmu City, not the Utopia faction. He could only follow the thoughtful arrangements of Tongmu City. Chapter 2965. When Xiaohua saw Mu Ziming flying away hastily, while Wang Cheng brought the four of them and slowly flew towards the vine wall of Tongmu City, he sighed and asked, Marshal Nephew Wang, what's the matter with the Tongmu City's discussion hall you mentioned earlier? Oh, it's like this. I'll let Marshal Uncle Xiaohua know. Wang Cheng continued to talk about the origin of the discussion hall, and even talked about the special task force of the discussion hall in detail. Only then did he say with a smile, the four martial uncles have brought a considerable amount of spirit stones to my Tongmu City. Therefore, the disciples of my Tongmu City are extremely grateful to the four martial uncles in their hearts. Otherwise, this junior would not have been so ecstatic just now. AI, Tongmu City Lord is really calculative. Xiaohua couldn't help but sigh in admiration. Putting the special task force team together with Qin Jian seemed extremely unreliable at first glance. But after thinking about it, this kind of thing was really unreliable. Therefore, the possibility of Twilight Tong City and the cultivators betting on a tie was the highest. Relying on this bet, everyone's attention was drawn to the other bets. These cultivators bet on Qin Jian, and at the same time, they couldn't help but place their bets on other bets. The popularity of this discussion hall bet immediately soared. Even if Twilight Tong City lost in this aspect, they could earn it back in other places. Not to mention, Tongmu City was purely a blind cat that met a dead mouse. They were extremely lucky to bet on Xiaohua, who was behind Li Zongbao. All of a sudden, Tongmu City had earned a lot of money. Wasn't that obvious? Of course, this win was purely out of Tongmu City Lord's expectations. However, this calculation also showed how shrewd Tongmu City Lord was. He had a premonition that surpassed ordinary people. Damn it! Why does this Tongmu City Lord's shrewdness sound so similar to that sinister Chinyi? Could the two of them have some kind of relationship? Xiaohua immediately thought of Chinyi. However, before he could think further, Xiaohua's face suddenly changed as he looked at the city gate not far away. Xiaohua. Fairy Hongxia was very sensitive to Xiaohua's change. She hurriedly raised her head and looked at the city gate not far away. She asked curiously, Is there anything strange? Rather than calling the city gate a door, it was more like a huge gap. The gap was right in the middle of the wide wall of vines. Hundreds or even thousands of vines weaved together to form an arched door. The top of the door was empty, and the vines dragged on the ground. Countless tiny runes flickered between the vines and on the ground. At this moment, many cultivators were entering and exiting from the two sides of the vine gate. On both sides of the vine gate, there were also city guards of Tongmu City standing guard in the air. It didn't look like there was anything wrong with it. However, in Xiaohua's eyes, this vine gate was extremely similar to Chinyi's burial flower manor. Wang Cheng. Xiaohua did not answer Fairy Hongxia's question. Instead, he said, You said that the meeting hall contains the life stories of the four of us. Tell me, what are the stories that involve me? When Fairy Hongxia heard this, she was equally shocked. Xiaohua had always been concealing his cultivation level, trying his best to be the shadow behind Li Zongbao. Wasn't Tongmu City's actions just to expose Xiaohua to the light? Junior has long memorized Martial Uncle Zhao's deeds. Every one of them is like a thunderclap reverberating in the ears. How could Wang Cheng know what Xiaohua was thinking? His words frightened Xiaohua even more. Damn it, I really didn't expect this. This young master actually became famous in Tongmu City, one of the 7 major cities. Man proposes, God disposes. I'm afraid it will fall into the ears of the person who schemed against this young master. Xiaohua was extremely regretful. However, after thinking about it for a while, he smiled even more bitterly. Nonsense, since he entered the sword catacomb, everything he did was shocking. Didn't he reveal his nascent soul cultivation level and sword transformation cultivation level? Even Lu Ruochang, a sword cultivator, called him Senior Nameless. The cultivators of the Dao sect would know about it sooner or later. Seeing that Xiao Hua had stopped asking, Fairy Hongxia began to worry for him. She hurriedly asked Wang Cheng, "Tell me, what kind of heroic deeds did junior brother Xiao have recorded in the meeting hall of your Tongmu city?" Yes. Wang Cheng had long been observant and knew that Mu Ziming wanted to delay Xiao Hua and the others. He wanted to take advantage of this period of time to report to the city lord. When he heard this, he smiled and took the opportunity to say, "Actually, regarding Martial Uncle Zhao's deeds, other than being influenced by the Great Battle, there are very few records of his deeds in the Imperial Thunder sect. This junior only knows that Martial Uncle failed to establish his foundation the first time, and only later did he attempt to establish his foundation the second time. Even before Martial Uncle entered the Imperial Thunder sect, there are very few records of his deeds as a rogue cultivator." Oh, when Xiao Hua heard this, he almost reached out to pat his little heart. He heaved a sigh of relief and said with a smile, "Could it be that martial nephew Wang only remembers the deeds of senior brother Li Zongbao and does not remember the records of this Xiao?" Of course not, of course not. Wang Cheng was very anxious. The deeds of Martial Uncle Li, Martial Uncle Xiao Mao, and Fairy Hongxia are indeed many and very detailed. However, this junior greatly admires Martial Uncle Xiao when he entered the Imperial Thunder sect as a rogue cultivator, rose to prominence in the Imperial Thunder sect with great difficulty, displayed his ferocity at the Feather Immortal Gathering, and now even stood out in the great battle of Dao and Sword. This junior has seen the records of Martial Uncle on the wall of heroes of the meeting hall at least 8 times, if not 10 times. How could this junior forget them? Damn it, there are even records of the Feather Immortal Gathering. This Tongmu city has really put in a lot of effort. Xiao Hua was shocked in his heart. As they spoke, they had already arrived at the gates of Tongmu city. Seeing the 4 of them flying over, all the guards of Tongmu city stood respectfully and looked at them from afar. This caused the cultivators entering and leaving the city to feel that something was amiss. "Let's put on the camouflage cloak." Xiao Hua knew that once they entered Tongmu city, they would definitely cause a commotion, so he hurriedly said, Li Zongbao did not think much of it, but he still nodded in agreement. The 4 of them put on the camouflage cloak and hid their figures, so that they could avoid being surrounded by a group of cultivators. Naturally, the 4 of them followed Wang Cheng into the city gate, and no guards stopped them. Obviously, they had already received Mu Ziming's orders. After passing through the city gate, Xiao Hua's eyes flashed, and a completely different scene appeared in between the light and shadow. He saw that Tongmu city was still a continuous mountain range, and there were no changes. However, among the brocade-like flowers and plants, there were many buildings that seemed to have been created by the gods. These buildings were either made of rattan, green wood, or bamboo, and their styles were all different. Some were like flower buds, some were like pine cones, and some were like thick wood. Although there were so many buildings of different sizes, and they almost covered the entire mountain range, at a glance, these buildings seemed to have grown naturally on the mountain range. There was no trace of magic power or man-made at all. This is really a place out of this world. Fairy Hongxia could not help but exclaim in admiration. Female cultivators had a much higher pursuit of beauty than male cultivators, and they had an innate love for such natural beauty. Fairy Hongxia, Wang Cheng, who was beside her, could not help but look at the sky and said proudly, "Senior, what you see is just the ordinary side of Tongmu city. If the sun sets in another 2 hours, thousands of Paulownia flowers will bloom, and the entire Tongmu city will be as beautiful as a heavenly palace. That is true beauty." Xiao Hua knew what Wang Cheng was thinking. However, he only had feelings for the so-called beautiful scenery, and did not think about it. Whether it existed or not, it did not matter, and he did not care. He only wanted to use the teleportation formation of Tongmu city to leave this place. However, Fairy Hongxia was different. She was obviously moved by Wang Cheng's words, and she unconsciously looked around, as if she was thinking about the magnificent scene of Paulownia flowers blooming. Her footsteps actually slowed down. At this moment, Li Zongbao had already walked in front of the 4 of them. Xiao Mao obediently took half a step back. He also knew that in such a situation, Li Zongbao could handle it much better than him. He only needed to follow behind Li Zongbao, and he would receive all the praise he deserved. Li Zongbao's cultivation level was not as high as Xiao Hua's, but he was much better at dealing with people. He had not said much, but now he said lightly, "Marshal Nephew Wang, it's not far from dusk now. We have heard about Tongmu City long ago. If we can see the wonderful scene of Paulownia flowers blooming, this trip will not be in vain. How about this? Where is the meeting hall of Tongmu City? We'll go take a look." Hearing this, Wang Chung was overjoyed. He hurriedly pointed in a direction and said, "Marshal Uncle Li, the meeting hall is over there. If the four of you can move to the meeting hall of Tongmu City will definitely be honored. Only the Sentry City has a meeting hall. The meeting hall of my Dao sect is wherever the seniors are." Li Zongbao frowned and said with some displeasure, Yes, I understand." Wang Chung was a little frightened and said hurriedly, "I will report what Marshal Uncle Li said to the city lord. There's no need for that. This is a matter of your Tongmu City. I'm just saying what I think." Li Zongbao said calmly as he walked. That's right. Who is the city lord of Tongmu City? I don't think I've heard of him before." Xiaohua only remembered now. Although he was wary of Chun Yi and had always been guessing, he had never heard of any news about the city lord of Tongmu City. Therefore, Xiaohua whispered to Fairy Hongxia. Hearing Xiaohua's message, Fairy Hongxia did not find it strange this time. She also replied, "Xiaohua, the city lord of Tongmu City is called Qing Liuzi. He is usually very mysterious, and not many cultivators have seen his real face. Perhaps because of his arrogance, he said that only nascent soul masters and above can see him in Tongmu City. Therefore, I don't know anything about Qing Liuzi." "Oh, is that so?" Hearing this, Xiaohua was even more puzzled. Based on the arrangements of Tongmu City, the city lord of Tongmu City should be someone with a wide range of connections. How could he be so arrogant? What is the cultivation level of this senior Qing Liuzi? Xiaohua asked curiously. This concubine doesn't know. "Husband, you should ask senior brother Li." Fairy Hongxia smiled apologetically. Her gaze fell on the strange flowers and plants beside her. Chapter 2966. The roads of Twilight Tong City were ingenious. After entering the city, one would go straight up the mountain ridge with a slight curve. However, the roads below one's feet were extremely smooth and straight. Beside these roads were all sorts of shops, inns, taverns, and tea houses. They were not arranged in rows like in other large cities. Instead, they were uneven, with some high and some low. Rather than saying that they were standing tall, it would be more accurate to say that they were growing healthily like spiritual trees. There were also many flowers that seemed to be blooming among the spirit flowers. It was truly an eye-opener for Fairy Hongxia. Although there were many people on the roads, everyone seemed to be smiling. Clearly, they were intoxicated by the beautiful scenery of Twilight Tong City. It was very different from other big cities. Senior Qing Liuzi. He is indeed very mysterious. I don't know what he looks like either. Hearing Xiaohua's question, Li Zongbao muttered to himself before replying like Fairy Hongxia. However, he continued, I heard from my master that Senior Qing Liuzi is good at business and scheming. He is closer to cultivators who are useful to him than his own father. However, he is even more distant than cultivators who are strangers to him. Pfft. Li Zongbao's analogy made Xiaohua laugh. He could not help but laugh out loud. Wang Chung turned his head in confusion. Xiaohua smiled and pointed at a spirit flower that was about to bloom. This Xiao seems to have seen a spirit stone growing out of that spirit flower. It can't be? Wang Chung was stunned. He looked at it with all his might and asked in confusion, Senior Uncle Xiao, did you see wrongly? That is just an ordinary Ling Mian. I think I saw wrongly. Xiaohua waved his hand and said, how can that spirit stone be Ling Mian's father? Wang Chung was even more confused by Xiaohua's words. Fairy Hongxia and Xiao Mao were also stunned. It's fine. Xiaohua waved his hand and waited for Wang Chung to turn around. He then transmitted Li Zongbao's words to the two of them. Fortunately, the two of them were already prepared. Otherwise, they would definitely laugh out loud like Xiaohua. Li Zongbao shook his head slightly as he looked at the two of them who were trying to hold back their laughter. Then he transmitted his voice again. Junior brother Xiao, don't underestimate Senior Liuzi. However, His cultivation is the highest among the city lords of the 7 cities. Now, he had actually reached the middle stage of the nascent soul stage. He seems to be even more powerful than the sect leader of your esteemed sect. Hiss, hearing this, Xiaohua gasped. He was now at the early stage of the nascent soul realm. He had a deeper understanding of the difference between the early stage and the middle stage of the nascent soul realm. He knew that there was a huge gap between the two realms. For a cultivator who had a lot of work to do, being able to reach the early stage of the nascent soul realm was already a great fortune. But Qing Liuzi was able to reach the middle stage of the nascent soul realm again. The 3,000 Great Tao is indeed true. Xiaohua sighed. Everyone has their own destiny. The heavenly Tao is equally ruthless. Even if you have thousands of mistakes and thousands of shortcomings, as long as you wholeheartedly follow the Tao, the heavenly Tao will always leave a smooth path in front of you. However, if you have no Tao in your heart, even if you have thousands of good deeds, the door of the heavenly Tao won't open for you. Yes, that's right. Li Zongbao also sighed. When I heard this that day, I also sighed for a long time. I feel that this character is really incomparable to the realm and cultivation. Alas! Xiaohua shook his head slightly. He knew that he was only at the Gold Core realm, and it was extremely inappropriate to talk about the nascent soul realm senior. However, he still couldn't help but think about it. There was a difference between good and evil people, but the heavenly Tao didn't. If evil people could become immortals and good people fell, then what would the immortal realm become? What would the cultivation realm become? Thinking of this, Xiaohua was suddenly shocked again. The cultivation of the Tao sect doesn't care about good or evil, nor does it care about character. However, the Buddhist sect cares a lot about good and evil. There is a saying that good will have good results and evil will have evil retribution. A person's cultivation should plant a good tree, and only by planting good causes can there be good results and good retribution. Could it be that this deviation in cultivation caused the conflict between the Tao sect and the Buddhist sect? Caused the destruction of the Buddhist sect? But if that's the case, is the Buddhist sect's objective really different from the heavenly Tao? Is it really wrong? Even the Confucian cultivators, who only cultivated the qi of righteousness in their chests and faced the heavenly Tao with a pure heart, were also destroyed by the Tao sect. Their cultivation is also wrong? Xiaohua was somewhat at a loss. Do they really want to be the strongest? Do they really not care about good or evil, about the lives of others, and only care about their own cultivation? Only care about becoming immortals? Such immortals, are they really the immortals in my heart? It had to be said that if the Tao sect cultivators had such thoughts, no one would think of it. Perhaps if they had such thoughts, they would be instantly killed by themselves or their own masters. Only a cultivator like Xiaohua, who had tried many kinds of cultivation methods, could have such doubts and doubts. Helplessness, sometimes it was really helplessness. If he knew that this disciple of his actually doubted the Tao sect's cultivation method, he would probably immediately come out of seclusion. However, even if he appeared helplessly in front of Xiaohua, what could he do? Other than helplessness, what else could he do? Martial uncles, please come this way. That is the meeting hall of my Twilight Tong city. At this moment, Wang Cheng's voice rang out, pulling Xiaohua out of his deep thoughts. When he looked in the direction Wang Cheng was pointing, he couldn't help but be slightly stunned. His somewhat astonished eyes flashed with an expression of not knowing whether to laugh or cry. In the front left of the crowd, in the midst of the flowers, there was an oval-shaped bird's nest on top of hundreds of thick spiritual trees. The nest was completely built with fist-sized branches, and there was an extremely large gap between the branches. Through the gap, one could vaguely see the brilliance of the bird's nest. On top of the thick spiritual trees, large green talismans slowly flowed. These green talismans were like flowers and grass, and they corresponded with the surrounding spiritual trees and spiritual grasses. It was as if the grasses and trees on the mountain range were floating above the bird's nest. This bird's nest was admittedly huge, but its color and brilliance seemed to blend together with the many grasses and trees. It really seemed as if a huge bird had built its nest here. This is the meeting hall? Even Li Zongbao's face showed an expression of not knowing whether to laugh or cry, and even his voice changed a little. If the meeting hall was a bird's nest, then what about the Book of Heroes in the meeting hall? Wouldn't it be a bird's nest? Wang Cheng said in a deadpan manner, "Martial uncles, please know that this is the meeting hall of my Twilight Tong city." It is also the building of my Twilight Tong city that is second only to the City Lord's mansion. Usually, the auction for the face-retaining pill in my Twilight Tong city is usually held in this meeting hall. Li Zongbao withdrew his astonishment and nodded slightly. The buildings in Twilight Tong city were really strange. Building a bird's nest was already giving them face, but if they really built something strange, it would be hard to say. The meeting hall was in the shape of a bird's nest, so entering and leaving the meeting hall naturally had to be like a bird's nest. Seeing many Qi refining disciples activating their flying talismans and many foundation establishment cultivators summoning their transcendence energy to fly into a star-shaped entrance, Xiaohua smiled and pointed his hand. It seems there are also many cultivators who want to enter the bird's nest. Hee, of course, Wang Cheng said with a smile. Right now, we are already in the second stage of the Great War of Tao and Sword. Because the nascent soul masters of the 3 cultivation countries have already participated in the war, there are many battles that have yet to begin, but the outcome is already known. Therefore, the number of cultivators who come to my meeting hall to participate in the meeting has decreased by a lot. As early as a few years ago, when all of you were still fighting at the front line, the meeting hall was filled with people and was much livelier than it is now. Xiaohua nodded. He understood that in the first stage of the Great War of Tao and Sword, the strength invested by the Taoist sect was equivalent to the strength invested by the sword cultivators. Moreover, at that time, they were not very familiar with each other, so it was extremely difficult to guess the outcome of the battle. In particular, the sword cultivators had Zhu Xia's arrangement and LV Ruochang's command. This was definitely beyond the expectations of all the Taoist sect cultivators. The situation of the battle was like a cloud of fog, complicated and unpredictable, which was really suitable for gambling. Now that the higher-ups of the Taoist and sword sects were participating in the war, there were only so many sword transformation cultivators and nascent soul cultivators. The sword cultivators were obviously at a disadvantage in terms of strength, so they could only win by relying on the element of surprise. It could even be said that after more than 10 years of fighting, the last sentence was in Sentry City. Therefore, the situation in the second stage was extremely clear on the surface, but if it was used for gambling, it would be somewhat difficult. No wonder Wang Cheng said that there were fewer people entering and leaving. There has been no news for 1.5 months. The number of cultivators waiting here. I'm afraid there will be fewer. Xiao Mao looked at the entrance and said, "Senior, please." Wang Cheng took out a flight talisman again and activated it with his magic power. Then he said respectfully, "I'll lead the way." Wait a moment. At this moment, Li Zongbao stopped and turned to look at Fairy Hongxia, but in fact, he was transmitting his voice to Xiaohua. "Junior brother Xiao, should we go in?" Based on Wang Cheng's words, there are many cultivators inside. If we go in, we might be recognized by others. Xiaohua understood Li Zongbao's meaning. He knew that Li Zongbao was afraid that he would not be willing to show his face in public, so he asked this question. Xiaohua thought for a while and felt bitter. During the trip to the sword domain, he had killed dozens of illusory swordsmen. Although Qin Heng and other second-grade sword transformation swordsmen were killed by him, they died because of him. Sooner or later, the news would spread to the country of Shi. In particular, some cultivators had seen what he did in Million Mountains. Although they could not return to the 3 kingdoms of cultivation in a short period of time, they would come back sooner or later. It was only a matter of time before his true strength was exposed. Since that was the case, he could only prepare for a rainy day. He had to make an impact early and establish his reputation in the 3 kingdoms of cultivation. As for the cultivation of the Buddhist sect, Xiaohua had already taken a look at the soul technique of the Hutu Stockade's Elder Wu. It was 100 times more profound than the secret technique given by Han Zhu. Xiaohua was confident that even nascent soul cultivators would not be able to see through it. As for spirit-severing cultivators, would they even take Xiaohua seriously? Chapter 2967. Let's go in and take a look. Xiaohua faintly transmitted his voice. If we don't enter this place, not to mention that others will use this against us and say that we look down on Tongmu City, given the character of Tongmu City's city lord, I'm afraid he will be displeased with us. Now that we are only foundation establishment cultivators, it's better to be careful. All right, After getting Xiaohua's approval, Li Zongbao said, "Martial nephew Wang, you lead the way." Yes. Although Wang Cheng did not know why Li Zongbao asked Fairy Hongxia, he did not dare to think too much about it. He agreed and flew forward. Xiaohua and the others followed Wang Cheng to the entrance of the bird's nest. There were more than a dozen aura-refining disciples standing guard there. There were also 3 Foundation Establishment city guards standing to the side with grave and stern expressions. They were on full alert. Although Wang Cheng was leading the way, Xiaohua and the others were still required to remove the camouflage before they could enter. Li Zongbao and the others naturally did not agree. However, after Wang Cheng's helpless voice transmission, the Foundation Establishment city guards' faces were filled with shock. After seeing the token of Li Zongbao's special task force in the meeting hall, the 3 Foundation Establishment city guards immediately bowed respectfully and invited the 4 to enter the bird's nest. These cultivators are some nascent soul cultivators? After Li Zongbao and the others entered the bird's nest, and Qi Refinement Cultivator, who had a close relationship with the Foundation Establishment city guards, quietly transmitted his voice. After all, in this bird's nest-like meeting hall, apart from nascent soul cultivators, even late golden core cultivators could not wear the camouflage. They are not nascent soul cultivators. The Foundation Establishment Cultivator said respectfully. If those cultivators came, how could the city lord not accompany them? Do you think that Wang Cheng, a level 12 Qi Refinement Cultivator, could accompany them? Then how could they enter the meeting hall wearing the camouflage? The Qi Refinement Cultivator almost forgot to transmit his voice. If Deacon Chen knows about this, we will not be able to escape punishment. Not to mention Deacon Chen. Even if the city lord himself came, he would definitely not be punished. Another Foundation Establishment Cultivator laughed. Because although they are only Foundation Establishment Cultivators, they are worthy of the treatment of nascent soul cultivators. How is that possible? The aura refining disciple seemed to have walked into a dead end. He didn't understand the meaning of these words. An alert disciple next to him suddenly exclaimed, "Martial Uncle Wang, could it be that they are?" "Sure. It's good that you know." Martial Uncle Wang hurriedly said, "They naturally have their reasons for not announcing their arrival. Think about it. If the cultivators in the assembly hall knew that they were here, then wouldn't they go crazy? Sigh, what a pity. I can't see the faces of the 4 martial uncles with my own eyes." That disciple said regretfully. "Humph, haven't you seen enough of the appearances of the 4 fellow Taoists in the conference hall?" The disciple who spoke first finally understood and spoke with a hint of jealousy. That was just an illusion. How could it be so real? They were the seniors who had killed the 3rd-grade illusory sword and obtained the first bounty. Just thinking about it makes this subordinate's blood boil. They are simply too brave. They have truly made our Tao sex cultivators too proud. That's right. Their honor was obtained with blood and lives. The Foundation Establishment city guard's gaze was also deep. If we were there, I'm afraid that we would have been buried in a foreign land. In order to kill the sword cultivators, this subordinate will not hesitate even if my body is smashed to pieces. That disciple said vehemently. Good. Well said. The Foundation Establishment city guard nodded vigorously. This old man will remember your words. Whenever there is such a good opportunity, this old man will think of you first. Not to mention these Dawn Tree city guards who were discussing behind Xiaohua and the others. When Xiaohua and the others stepped into the assembly hall, they were greeted by a huge space. The inside of this space was very similar to what they saw outside. It was really in the shape of an oval-shaped bird's nest. However, this bird's nest was really big. It was several times bigger than the assembly hall in Sky Patrol City. However, what attracted Xiaohua's attention was not the size of the assembly hall, but the images on the inner walls of the bird's nest. This bird's nest was about 1,000 feet tall, and the colorful light screen occupied the inner wall of the bird's nest. Moreover, the light curtain was divided into 2 layers. Each layer was about 100 feet high. In other words, the images on each layer were about 100 feet high. At a glance, there were many huge images that came into view. Xiaohua might not be able to see the images of the others, but at the bottom layer, there was a female cultivator who was stepping on a red flying cloud and holding a red silk in her hand. Above her head, there was a phoenix celestial body with its wings spread. Wasn't that Fairy Hongxia? And opposite Fairy Hongxia's image, there were several sword cultivators in front of her who were fleeing in panic on their flying swords. Every single one of these sword cultivators had ugly faces, and their faces were filled with fear. With a single glance, one could tell that Fairy Hong Xia was extremely valiant and ferocious. Xiaohua, you are over there. Unlike Xiaohua, Fairy Hong Xia saw Xiaohua at a glance. Without waiting for Xiaohua to take a closer look at the images of Fairy Hong Xia, she immediately called out. Xiaohua followed Fairy Hong Xia's finger. Sure enough, behind the 10 different huge images of Fairy Hong Xia, there was also the majestic appearance of Xiaohua stepping on thunder. However, this Xiaohua's hand was not holding the wishful staff, nor the seal of turning the sea, but a huge fire net. On the fire net, there were faint threads of lightning, and within the threads of lightning, there were many fire crows dancing. In front of the fire net, there was also a sword cultivator who was fleeing in panic. That sword cultivator's sword armor was already surrounded by flames, and his flying sword seemed to have been shattered. How could it be the fire crow net? Xiaohua was slightly stunned, and then he came to an understanding. Of course, Xiaohua utilized numerous magic treasures in the battle between the Dao Sword Sect and the Dao Sword Sect, yet practically no one had seen a single one of them. Even if someone had seen one, I presume that person had probably perished in the battle. And if Tongmu City wanted to know about Xiaohua's magic treasures, they could only get information from the Imperial Thunder Sect. This fire crow net was naturally obtained from the Shocking Thunder Palace, right? Hee, this Tongmu City is quite capable. I don't seem to have used this fire crow net much, right? Xiaohua chuckled. Just as he was about to say something, his expression changed slightly. That's right, following the transformation of the illusion, another image of Xiaohua quickly appeared in the distance. In this image, the fire crow net in Xiaohua's hand had already changed, turning into the appearance of the Great Wisdom Sword. This Great Wisdom Sword had smashed onto a sword cultivator's flying sword, smashing it into pieces. Damn it! Xiaohua couldn't help but curse inwardly. This Qing Liuzi is really harmful. I don't know what other secrets this guy has found out about me. But looking further, Xiaohua was relieved. The next few images were all of Li Zongbao. Li Zongbao was holding the glittering immortal piercing whip, majestically killing in all directions. He had practically beaten all the sword cultivators until they pissed their pants in terror. Then there was Xiao Mao. Xiao Mao was still holding the universe ring in his hand. Although he wasn't as majestic as Li Zongbao, he still had a righteous and awe-inspiring look on his face. He was like a lone hero charging into a group of swords. The universe ring overflowed with splendor, stepping on many broken swords. He was really impassioned. After Xiao Mao's image, there were many images of disciples from other sections. They were all vivid and lifelike. Xiaohua recognized some of them, but there were also many that he didn't recognize. Presumably, they were all meritorious officials in the war. After a few glances, Xiaohua once again focused his attention on the upper layer. He saw that the images of the upper layer were slightly different from those of the lower layer. Each and every one of them appeared somewhat dignified, and the killing intent on their faces was somewhat less. After seeing the familiar images of Taoist Jingru and Taoist Miyu, Xiaohua understood. The upper layer should be a record of the nascent soul masters, while the lower layer should be a record of the meritorious officials in the war. Wang Wang. A low rumbling sound suddenly sounded, and the light and shadow on the inner wall of the bird nest suddenly changed. Wang Chung, who was at the side, anxiously said, "For martial uncles, please wait for a moment." "Oh, is there something strange?" Li Zongbao frowned and asked. "No." Wang Chung smiled and shook his head. He pointed to an extremely far distance and said, "For martial uncles, please take a look." Following Wang Cheng's finger, in the distant light and shadow, a sword flew over at an extremely fast speed. On top of that flying sword stood an arrogant and unruly sword cultivator. Qin Jian? Xiaohua saw the sword cultivator's face at a glance, and he suddenly understood in his heart. Sure enough, immediately after, Li Zongbao, Xiao Mao, and Xiaohua appeared in midair around the flying sword. They surrounded Qin Jian in a triangular formation, and after a desperate struggle, Qin Jian finally self-detonated and died under the three's magic weapons. Xiaohua, Xiao Mao, and Li Zongbao looked at each other in dismay. To be honest, this illusion could not be called unreal. It was created according to Li Zongbao's report and according to what was written on the Order of Commendation. But how could the real battle be so childish? Qin Jian was a third-grade illusory swordsman. How could he be killed by 3 Foundation establishment cultivators? Lies, lies, lies are lies after all. They cannot stand up to scrutiny. Seeing that the 3 of them were greatly magnified in the entire nest, Xiao Hua was the first to think. Even though the 3 of us have exaggerated this matter to the heavens, when the real thing appears, it is far from what we thought it was. Luckily, after that, there were a few more battles, including the 4 sides sword formation, the 10 direction annihilation formation, etc. Fairy Hong Xia, Li Zongbao, and Xiao Mao's small team also broke through the 4 side sword formation. This battle situation was very real, and it also covered up the lie of Xiao Hua and the rest killing Qin Jian. Phew, Xiao Hua was secretly relieved. After all, if he could accept it in his heart, those who did not know would definitely think that it was real, right? Unfortunately, before Xiao Hua's little heart could calm down for a moment, there was a clear cry that seemed to shake the entire nest. Another 1,000 feet large phoenix Dharma body swooped down from high above. A blurry figure similarly descended like a deity. Xiao Hua knew with a single glance that this was definitely the image of a terrifying phoenix. Chapter 2968. Along with the appearance of the terrifying phoenix, there were also many sword cultivators. These sword cultivators were like small fries in front of the huge phoenix. The huge phoenix grabbed them one by one and crushed their flying swords. Who is the terrifying phoenix that makes sword cultivators tremble in fear? The Great Tao Sword War has already entered the second stage. This mystery still hasn't been solved. Could it be that we have to wait until the end of the war to find this hero's footsteps? A gentle and enticing voice rang out as the huge phoenix spread its wings. Others might be able to stay out of it, but the cultivators of my Tongmu city definitely can't. We have to rely on our own abilities to solve the mystery of the 3rd place in the Great Tao Sword War. If any of you have your own plans, you can come to number 3. My Tongmu city will discuss it with you. We must return the truth to the terrifying phoenix. Terrifying phoenix? Number 3? Damn it. Xiao Hua was shocked at first, but then he came to his senses. They are betting. Not waiting for Xiao Hua to search for the 3rd location, rumble. The sound of thunder came from afar. Sigh. Hearing this, Xiao Hua was helpless. Apart from Nameless, there is no bigger mystery than the terrifying phoenix. It was really like that. Nameless, wearing the robes of the Imperial Thunder sect, appeared. His appearance was so clear. The scene was naturally the Great Tao Sword War between the 7 Extremes mountain range and the Sword Catacomb. Xiao Hua felt like he was there. However, the last words made him feel extremely disgusted. The Imperial Thunder sect's Nameless is the 2nd mystery of the Great Tao Sword War. My Tongmu city has already sent disciples to the Imperial Thunder sect to investigate clearly. There is absolutely no nascent soul cultivator named Nameless in the entire Imperial Thunder sect. Then, is this Nameless really nameless? If this Nameless is nameless, why is he wearing the robes of the Imperial Thunder sect? Why does he know the Imperial Thunder sect's lightning escape technique? Fellow Taoists, we have to rely on our own abilities to solve the mystery of the 2nd place in the Great Tao Sword War. If any of you have your own plans, you can come to number 2. My Tongmu city will discuss it with you. We must return the truth to the Imperial Thunder sect's Nameless. Hearing this, Xiao Hua's heart moved. The terrifying phoenix and Nameless are 2 big mysteries. Then what is the first mystery? Could it be that the Sword Catacomb disappeared? Unfortunately, as the Nameless figure disappeared, another 2 layers of cultivators began to appear. There was no mention of the first mystery of the great battle of Tao and Sword. Hee for martial uncles. Are you satisfied? Was the scene of the 4 senior uncles killing the sword cultivators real? Wang Cheng said proudly. It took a lot of effort from the magicians of Tongmu City. Tis-tis-ke, Xiao Hua smacked his lips and said with a smile, how many spirit stones would this cost? Our Tongmu City is willing to spend these spirit stones in order to publicize your achievements. Wang Cheng said respectfully. Then, which mystery is ranked first in the Tao sword battle? Xiao Hua asked curiously. Martial uncles, please look over there. Wang Cheng didn't directly answer Xiao Hua. Instead, he pointed his finger into the distance. Xiao Hua followed his finger and looked over. He saw that in this huge space, there were many cultivators clustered around. Xiao Hua took a look and felt that there were at least 10,000 people. However, these 10,000 cultivators were moving around in this space, and it didn't make people feel crowded. At the end of this space, there was a huge jade archway with a green one on it. However, before Xiao Hua could take a closer look, he heard a thunderous rumble from the inner wall of the bird's nest. A ball of azure brilliance flew over from the distance like a meteor. When it got closer, it fell into the air with a pung sound. A brilliance like a bird's egg flashed with a sparkling luster and spun rapidly in the air. Buzz! A strong vibration came from the bird's egg. When the brilliance spread out like waves, a tall middle-stage gold core cultivator with 5 strands of beard on his face appeared in the brilliance with a smile. The flowing brilliance formed a green platform. The sudden appearance of this cultivator attracted the attention of all the cultivators in the bird's nest. However, looking at their unsurprised expressions, they were already used to it. Fellow cultivators. As soon as the cultivator appeared, he didn't stop and said loudly, "Since the Dao sword battle has entered the second stage, many of the battle results have been obvious since our nascent soul masters led the team to participate in the battle. My Tongmu city hasn't set up a bet for a long time. I'm sure all of you are a little impatient. Now I've received orders from the city lord. In order to repay all of you for your kindness to my Tongmu city will make a final bet on mystery number 1 since the beginning of the war." However, before the cultivator finished speaking, a white-haired gold core cultivator immediately said loudly, "Deacon Chun, you have been in the meeting hall for 1.5 months. There hasn't been any battle report from the Sky Patrol City. How can we guess? How can we place a bet? Could it be that Tongmu City has received the latest news from the Sky Patrol City?" Deacon Chun said with a smile, "Tongmu City has set up a meeting hall here since the beginning of the battle. It is to imitate the Sky Patrol City. Although we can't participate in the battle personally, we have to devote our minds to the Dao sword battle. Tongmu City didn't set up a bet to collect spirit stones. You must know that since the battle, Tongmu City has sent a lot of spirit stones to the Sky Patrol City's meeting hall. These are all recorded on the side of the meeting hall, and also have the imprint of the gold core cultivators in the meeting hall. Therefore, the battle reports received by Tongmu City are completely open to the public in the meeting hall. Any battle report received by the city lord from the front line of the Sky Patrol City will be sent to me as soon as possible, and I will definitely announce it here without missing a word. I think all the fellow cultivators have known about this for more than 10 years, right? I don't know what fellow cultivator C means today. Nothing." The gold core cultivator surnamed C obviously knew Deacon Chin, and said with a smile, "I just feel that there has been no news from the Sky Patrol City for so long. Did fellow cultivator Chin just get the latest news and hurriedly set up a bet?" Deacon Chen's expression remained unchanged, and he said with a smile, "I can swear a blood oath that Tongmu City has never received any latest battle reports from the Sky Patrol City." "Oh, Deacon Chin, you don't have to do this." When he heard that Deacon Chin was about to swear a blood oath, the old man surnamed C hurriedly waved his hand and said, "Deacon Chin represents Tongmu City. I and the others have been in Tongmu City for more than 10 years. How can we not trust Tongmu City?" "Oh, that's good." Deacon Chin nodded with a smile. He clapped his hand and took out a grassroot-like jade slip. As Deacon Chin cast a spell, the jade slip turned into a stream of light and rushed to the one archway that Xiao Hua saw earlier. Boom! With a loud sound, an emerald-green brilliance appeared at the place where the jade slip landed. It was as if the sky was filled with flying flowers that spiraled down. When the flying flowers disappeared into the air, a thumb-sized seed flashed in the air. That seed immediately landed below the decorated archway. With a whoosh sound, a vine that was several feet wide grew from the spot where the seed landed. In the blink of an eye, it rushed to the top of the decorated archway. A few large and powerful words appeared on the vine. Balls of green brilliance surrounded these large words and gave birth to light. "Sky Patrol City has fallen. Dao sect has fallen." What? These words were probably hundreds of feet high, and all the cultivators in the nest could see them clearly. The entire nest was in an uproar again, and exclamations rose to the sky. How is this possible? It has only been more than a month. There has been no battle report from the Sky Patrol City? How can it be that the Sky Patrol City has fallen? Even if the Sky Patrol City has fallen, so what? Dozens of nascent soul cultivators of Dao sect joined forces to attack. It's normal for them to seize the Sky Patrol City. It's absolutely impossible. This is a kind of slander to Dao sect's strength. Without the Sky Patrol City, we can still attack other places in Huan country. Our Dao sect will never fall. Impossible. The Sword Dao War had been going on for who knows how many years and who knows how many times, but the Dao sect had never lost. The fall of the Sky Patrol City is just a tactic of Dao sect. Waves of discussions came from all over the nest, and all the arguments were that it was impossible and that they did not believe it. Fellow cultivators, this is just a guess of Tong Mu City. If any of you feel that something is wrong, you can go to the first round and place a bet. No matter how much it is, Tong Mu City will accompany you. Deacon Chen's expression did not change. He clapped his hands and said, "My humble city lord also wants Dao sect to win. This guess is just to return the spirit stones that he won from you. Moreover, this is just to add some fun, so don't take it seriously." I don't believe it. The city lord of Tong Mu City can predict the future. A young Qi refinement cultivator who was quite close to the first round took a few steps forward to the side of the memorial archway and said angrily, back then, he was just trying his luck and connected the first team of the meeting hall with Qin Jian. Later on, I heard that it was just his blind guess. Today, I don't believe that his blind guess will come true. Even if the Sky Patrol City has really fallen, our nascent soul cultivators will not fall. As he said that, he clapped his hands and took out a jade slip. Then, he took out many spirit stones and threw them into the archway. On the side of the archway, there were many things that looked like flower buds. As the spirit stones and the jade slip were thrown in, the flower buds suddenly bloomed and turned into thin vines hanging on the archway. On the thin vines were the words, "Sky Patrol City has fallen, Dao sect wins." I don't think Sky Patrol City has fallen at all. A fat golden core cultivator on the left shook his head and said, "That Shuiyu sage has been in Sky Patrol City for a long time. There are magic arrays protecting the city both inside and outside. It is absolutely impregnable. However, there have been no reports of battle for a few days. This can only mean that sword cultivators have temporarily besieged Sky Patrol City. As long as the nascent soul cultivators receive the news, they will definitely lead a team to defeat the sword cultivators." Chapter 2969. Then the golden core cultivator threw a jade slip and some spirit stones into the other flower bud. The flower bud turned into a vine and wrote, "Sentry City has not fallen, Dao sect wins." Seeing these two cultivators going up to bet, the other cultivators also went up and put in a lot of spirit stones. The two vines grew bigger and bigger. Before long, the two vines were the same size as the one controlled by Deacon Chun. Of course, the cultivators who made the decision were only a part of the crowd. There were many cultivators who were discussing the reason behind Tong Mu City's city lord's decision. How can this be considered the number one mystery of the Dao Sword Great War? Xiao Mao frowned. He looked at Xiao Hua and then at the crowd and muttered, "If we're talking about mysteries, then the disappearance of the sword tomb should be the number one mystery." Wang Cheng heard this and smiled, but he didn't answer. Xiao Hua glanced at Wang Cheng and said with a smile, "From what I see, I'm afraid even the city lord doesn't know how the sword tomb disappeared. Moreover, the mystery of the disappearance of the sword tomb. No one will know in the future. With such a mystery, even if there are people who bet a lot of spirit stones, they won't be able to get it. If they can't get it, how can they be the number one mystery of the Dao Sword Great War?" Hee, indeed. Xiao Mao smiled. At this time, he also understood that even if the disappearance of the sword tomb was the number one mystery of the Dao Sword Great War, because it was impossible to get a result and it couldn't earn spirit stones for the city lord of Tong Mu City, it could only be kicked out of the top 3 mysteries. Or perhaps, someone had already asked this question after the first stage of the Dao Sword Great War. Wang Cheng didn't answer Xiao Mao because it was an old friend. Cough, cough. Deacon Chen glanced at the 3 huge vines and knew that those who could bet had already done so. Those who hadn't were waiting for the latest battle report. He coughed slightly and said loudly, "The number one mystery of the Dao Sword Great War will be like this for the time being. After all, the situation is not controlled by Tong Mu City. However, I have a piece of good news to share with everyone." Oh, everyone was stunned when they heard this. They looked at each other and didn't know what good news it was. However, when Xiao Hua heard these words, his heart skipped a beat, and he secretly cursed in his heart. Sure enough, Deacon Chen continued, "We've always been discussing the war, and we've always been envious of those who rendered meritorious service during the war. Moreover, We've always yearned to see their graceful bearing. Ever since the end of the first phase of the war, my Tongmu city has invited some of the outstanding disciples from the various factions to come to my Tongmu city. My Tongmu city has witnessed everyone's excitement when they came to my meeting hall. However, the biggest contributor in the first stage of the Great Tao Sword War had not shown himself and had not returned to the three cultivation kingdoms. It was said that they had gone to the QC and the Mabe Desert. Of course, Chunmao also heard that they had gone to the Huan Kingdom. It was even rumored that they had gone into seclusion in the Sky Patrol City after the war. Fellow Taoists, who do you think they are? Meeting Hall's first team. A few clever young cultivators had already shouted, "We've been here every day to see the four seniors' voices and smiles, but we've never seen them in person. Could it be that Tongmu City invited them here?" Tongmu City has always sent people to guard the Utopia faction, the Xuanyan School, the Huanhua sect, and the Thunder-controlling sect. Once there's any trace of the four fellow Taoists, Tongmu City will immediately invite them sincerely. Deacon Chen smiled and said, "However, God rewards those who wait. It's your enthusiasm that moved these four fellow Taoists." Chen Mao didn't even dare to imagine that these four fellow Taoists would actually come to my Tongmu City today and actually come to my meeting hall. Boom. Deacon Chen's words were like cold water poured into a hot pot of oil. The entire bird's nest was in an uproar. Everyone was in an uproar. Everyone's eyes were looking around randomly, and all their divine thoughts were sweeping around randomly. It seemed that they were really anxious to find the familiar yet strange faces. Xiao Hua and the other three did not walk into the crowd. They were accompanied by the disciples of Tongmu City. Therefore, it only took a moment for them to be noticed by the crowd. Tens of thousands of eyes fell on the four of them. Everyone held their breaths and concentrated. The entire bird's nest was silent, as if they were all waiting for the answer to the mystery. Alas, it's really the center of attention. Xiao Hua sighed somewhat helplessly. It seemed that this was the first time Xiao Hua had experienced showing his face in front of so many cultivators and receiving their respect. Marshal Nephew Li, Deacon Chen urged the green platform to fly in front of Xiao Hua and the others. He said with a smile, "I am the deacon of Tongmu City's meeting hall. My name is Chen Yuming. The city lord has already learned of the four fellow Taoists' arrival. Because he's busy with city affairs, he gave the task of receiving the four fellow Taoists to me. Now that the four fellow Taoists have come to the meeting hall, you've already seen the Book of Heroes of Tongmu City. Presumably, you also know that the people in the meeting hall yearn for the heroes of the Great War of Tao and Sword. Since you've come here, you've come to your own home. Why are you still dressed in camouflage? Could it be that you want to give us a surprise?" Li Zongbao stretched out his hand and tore off the camouflage, revealing his true face. Boom! Everyone let out a cry of surprise. When Xiao Mao, Fairy Hongxia, and Xiao Hua all took off their camouflage, especially when Fairy Hongxia removed her camouflage, revealing a face that was even more beautiful than the one in the illusion. When she revealed a graceful and luxurious appearance that wasn't present in the illusion, the entire meeting hall went into an uproar. It seemed that after Xiao Hua revealed his face, not many people paid attention to him anymore. Of course, in a corner, when a female cultivator saw Xiao Hua's face, shock appeared on her face. On another side, when another female cultivator saw Xiao Hua's face, ecstasy appeared on her face. As for another female cultivator who was close to the three great mysteries, when she saw Xiao Hua, she was even more astonished. "Martial nephews of the heroes, please come up the platform." Chen Yuming stretched out his hand with a smile, indicating for the four to fly up the platform. Li Zongbao knew that at this moment, Xiao Hua wouldn't show his face. He should stand in front of him like he did in the Sky Patrol City's meeting hall. Thus he smiled and said, "Martial brothers Xiao and martial sister Hongxia, let's go." Yes. The three of them agreed and flew up the platform together. They all bowed and said, "Greetings, Martial Uncle Chen." Chen Yuming was grinning from ear to ear. He hurriedly helped them up and said, "Martial nephews, please dispense with the formalities. I really didn't expect that the four people with the greatest battle merits would really appear before me and even bow to me. We don't dare. Although we have battle merits." Li Zongbao stood up in a manner that was neither haughty nor humble as he replied, "However, a senior is a senior, and a junior is a junior. We Dao sect cultivators must not be like the barbaric sword cultivators of the Huan Kingdom and neglect etiquette." "Good, well said. Qin Yuming clapped his hands and said, "Nephew, you're right. We're going to beat the invading sword cultivators and let them know that although our Dao sect values etiquette and reputation, we're definitely not to be trifled with." Before Qin Yuming could finish speaking, someone below the platform immediately shouted, "Senior Li, can you tell this junior how you used the immortal piercing whip to kill Qin Jian that day? I really find it unbelievable." Qin Jian was a third-grade illusory swordsman. His strength was almost higher than a late-stage Golden Core master. Although you brought 2 Shao seniors with you, but… Haha, Martial Nephew Li, you see. I haven't even opened my mouth, and someone has already asked. This question is really hard for us to answer. Martial Nephew, why don't you tell us what happened that day? Qin Yuming said with a smile. After all, the illusion in my meeting hall was created based on the information recorded in the bounty notice and the information obtained by the disciples of Tongmu City. It might be different from what happened that day. Li Zongbao smiled and said calmly, "Martial Uncle Chun, you're too humble. I've already seen the Book of Heroes. Everything else aside, the battle that I experienced was recorded in detail in the Book of Heroes. It made me feel like I was in it again. Tongmu City is really amazing. It really lives up to its reputation." "You flatter me." Qin Yuming cupped his hands and said, "This is all because of the city lord's great talent and strategy. Us subordinates were only doing things under the guidance of the elder. As for the other battles, I won't talk about them." Li Zongbao pointed with his finger and said, "Just based on what this fellow Taoist said, in this battle to kill Qin Jian, if it was someone else. Yes, it's the other 3 Foundation establishment cultivators like me who killed Qin Jian. I wouldn't believe it. First of all, he had to find evidence that they had lied about their military exploits, just as this fellow Taoist suspected." Hee, that cultivator laughed embarrassedly. The 100 or so cultivators beside him also laughed. "It's a pity that Qin Jian was indeed killed by me and my 2 Shao juniors. There's no doubt about it. Qin Jian really self-destructed in front of us. The sword light from that self-destruction soared into the sky. I could only barely find his head in the wreckage." Li Zongbao said frankly, "Even if this fellow Taoist were to follow us through the battle again, he would still be able to see how we killed Qin Jian. But I have to say that we were able to kill Qin Jian because we were standing on the shoulders of Martial Uncle Chu Hui from the Utopia sect, Martial Uncle Li Feiyu from the Chongbai sect, and Martial Uncle Su Bo from the Cool Breeze Valley. We were able to obtain this battle achievement. And if we're talking about battle achievements, these seniors who sacrificed their lives for the Taoist sect are the real heroes. We were only able to kill Qin Jian, who was a 3rd-grade illusory sword cultivator, by taking advantage of the fact that these seniors injured Qin Jian. We managed to cut off his head and barely got the battle achievement. Not only that, if it weren't for the other Foundation establishment and Qi refining cultivators who were holding back the other bright sword and nurturing sword cultivators, the 3 of us wouldn't have been able to kill Qin Jian so easily. Chapter 2970. Great! Qin Yuming could not help but exclaim, "Nephew Li, what a great way to claim credit, but not be arrogant. Senior brother Li, quick, tell us about the heroic deeds of these seniors. How did they fight to the death? How did they injure the demon like Qin Jian?" Some of the more impatient disciples shouted out. Li Zongbao looked at Xiao Hua and saw that he was smiling, seemingly satisfied with the atmosphere in the meeting hall. Li Zongbao knew that Xiao Hua was willing to share the battle of the cultivators in Flowing Ice Valley to encourage everyone. Li Zongbao's face turned serious as he said, "It's like this." Li Zongbao then vividly described the life-and-death battle in the Flowing Ice Valley. Li Zongbao's eloquence was top-notch. He had already intimidated the Gold Core cultivators in the Sky Patrol City's conference hall, let alone these cultivators who didn't know the situation of the battle. When these cultivators heard this, their blood vessels surged, their fists clenched, and their faces flushed red. It was as if they were the ones fighting in the underwater karst cave in the Flowing Ice Valley. Of course, the greatest contributor in the Battle of Flowing Ice Valley was still Xiao Hua. However, in Li Zongbao's mouth, Xiao Hua's contributions had already been shared between himself and Xiao Mao. He even said that Xiao Mao's hardships were more than his. Therefore, a lot of attention shifted from Li Zongbao to Xiao Mao. However, no matter how much attention was shifted, it was not as much as on Fairy Hongxia. Before coming to Meng Mountains millions of miles away, Fairy Hongxia was already a famous beauty with a great reputation. Now, not only had she restored the phoenix celestial body into an innate spirit body, the innate 5 elements nourished her body from the inside out. Her skin was as glossy as jade. Furthermore, she had also inherited the phoenix celestial body. She had inherited the so-called divine peacock mother's holiness and arrogance. Everyone who saw Fairy Hongxia would feel ashamed of their own inferiority. Then, they would feel the urge to bow down and worship Fairy Hongxia as a saint. How could such a person not attract attention? After Li Zongbao finished speaking, some people began to ask Fairy Hongxia. Although Fairy Hongxia had only joined the first team for a short period of time and had not experienced many battles, she could not resist the curiosity of the crowd towards the female cultivator. Everyone asked one question after another, and it took them almost an hour to ask her. There were even many cultivators who wanted Fairy Hongxia to release her phoenix celestial body so that they could broaden their horizons. With regards to this request, Fairy Hongxia rejected it without a trace. If she really did release it, what was the difference between that and playing with a monkey? Seeing all this, the man who was hidden in the woman's radiance shook his head slightly and sighed. Damn it, men and women can never be compared. Although his wife had played an important role, in terms of battle achievements, she was only comparable to Xiao Mao. Poor Xiao Mao, no one asked him anything. Junior brothers Xiao. Just as Xiao Hua was thinking, a late-stage foundation establishment cultivator suddenly spoke up with a smile. I heard that the 2 junior brothers are cultivators from the state of Xi. During the battle, it was junior brother Xiao Hua who recommended junior brother Xiao Mao to join the first team of the assembly hall. Could it be that the 2 junior brothers are related by blood? Xiao Hua smiled and didn't answer. He nodded towards Xiao Mao, indicating for Xiao Mao to answer. Senior brother, there's something wrong with what you said. Xiao Mao calmly said, this humble one and senior brother Xiao Hua only had some interactions. But this humble one and senior brother Xiao are not related by blood at all. In fact, when it comes to blood relatives and brothers, I feel that on the battlefield of the Great Dao Sword War, all cultivators were brothers. Not to mention which sect or which vassal state, as long as magic techniques were used against the enemy and magic tools were used to kill sword cultivators, then we are brothers. Good. Junior brother Xiao has really spoken his mind. Although Xiao Mao didn't answer some of his questions, the crowd of cultivators applauded. That's right, Martial Uncle Xiao Hua. Fairy Hongxia and Martial Uncle Li's backgrounds are extremely detailed. Only Martial Uncle's experience started from the Imperial Thunder sect. Moreover, it is said that Martial Uncle was a loose cultivator before. Is this all true? Where did you cultivate before, Martial Uncle? A qi condensation cultivator who appeared to be quite weak asked cautiously. Xiao Hua looked at this cultivator and said with a smile, presumably, this fellow Taoist is worried that his background isn't good and that he doesn't have the support of a famous sect. He feels that he won't be able to do anything earth-shattering, so he asked this question, right? Yes. The cultivator's face turned red and he said in a somewhat panicked manner. Then I'll give you some words of advice. Xiao Hua said word by word. Don't ask where a hero comes from. Miracles come from people. As long as you have a heart that seeks the Tao, as long as you have a tenacious path of cultivation, then miracles will be in your hands. The height of a nascent soul grandmaster will also be under your feet. Many thanks. Many thanks for Martial Uncle Zhao's guidance. Junior understands. The cultivator's face turned red from excitement. He had already thrown the matter of him asking about Xiao Hua's background to the back of his mind. Of course, those who wanted to know about Xiao Hua's background also knew that Xiao Hua didn't want to talk about this matter, so they didn't ask anymore. Martial nephew Xiao. Just when Xiao Hua let out a slight sigh of relief, a somewhat sharp voice sounded out. Xiao Hua raised his head and looked over. It was a thin and tall golden core cultivator with a protruding mouth and monkey-like cheeks looking at him. This Taoist is Qingsong Mountain's Huasong. I have a question to ask. Qingsong Mountain? Xiao Hua smacked his lips and thought for a moment. He didn't seem to have any impression of it, but he still smiled and said, Senior Hua, please speak. Huasong pointed at the 3 archways in the distance and said, Martial nephew also saw that there are 3 big mysteries in the discussion hall that haven't been answered yet. The second and third mysteries are related to your Imperial Thunder sect. This old man wants to ask you, which of your Imperial Thunder sect do you think this terrifying Phoenix and Senior Nameless are? Alas, what will come in the end. Xiao Hua sighed in his heart. He knew that he couldn't not face it. Thus, Xiao Hua said to Chen Yuming, Senior Chen, can you fly in front of the archways and let this junior see clearly? Of course. Chen Yuming smiled somewhat thought-provoking. He urged the green platform to arrive in front of the two archways. He saw that there were many vines on the second archway, and each vine had a different name written on it. Unfortunately, Xiao Hua used his divine sense to scan it, but there wasn't a single one with Xiao Hua's name written on it. Xiao Hua pointed at the archway with his hand, and the words, who is nameless, flickered with green light. He said, This Xiao is also very puzzled. Unfortunately, this Xiao's eyes have never seen Senior Nameless. Moreover, Xiao Mao is only a Foundation Establishment disciple in the Imperial Thunder sect. He has never known a few gold core late-stage masters, so even if this Xiao makes a wild guess, this Xiao won't know who it is. How about this Xiao throws in a spirit stone for himself? Xiao Mao laughed in his heart. That's right, Xiao Hua can't see himself with his own eyes. What he said is also right. Ha 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 ha, Chen Yuming laughed instead. He clapped his hands and said, Dear nephew Xiao, this bed in my Tongmu City's assembly hall is a kind of encouragement. Anyone can participate. If dear nephew wants to participate, you only need to write your choice on the jade slip, and then put in your own spirit stones. If the mystery is solved, my Tongmu City will pay according to the bet in the jade slip. Since Senior Chen has invited me, this junior can't not give face. This Xiao has never seen this Senior Nameless. Then, this low-grade spirit stone will be participation. Xiao Hua said, took out a jade slip, wrote something, and threw it into a budding flower bud along with a piece of low-grade spirit stone. When the jade slip fell, the flower bud was the same as before. It turned into an extremely thin vine and hung on the archway. The words on it were almost indiscernible. Chen Yuming laughed and shook his head. Nephew Xiao, it's also I's fault. I didn't explain things clearly. The size of the vine is related to the number of spirit stones thrown in. Nephew's low-grade spirit stone can't even show the words. Don't. Xiao Hua shook his head vigorously. This junior spirit stone is like throwing a meat bun at a dog. It's a one-way trip. One is enough. I can't throw in any more. Haha, junior brother Xiao, I'll help you. Li Zongbao laughed and threw in a low-grade spirit stone. We also agree. Xiao Mao and Fairy Hong Xia covered their mouths and laughed. They also threw in a low-grade spirit stone. Previously there were people who said that after the battle, the first team in the conference hall is like brothers. This old man didn't believe it at first. But looking at it now, it's true. It's through the baptism of smoke and blood that the relationship between people can become more solid. Chen Yuming took the opportunity to sigh. Nephew Xiao, that terrifying phoenix, do you know? The golden core cultivator named Huasong from before asked somewhat worriedly. Oh, Senior, did you throw in a lot of spirit stones? Xiao Hua raised his eyebrows and asked curiously. Yes. Huasong replied somewhat embarrassedly. Then which one of my Imperial Thunder sect did you throw in? Xiao Hua asked again. Huasong hesitated and said, I think it's all of them. Moreover, your sect has a lot of Foundation Establishment cultivators. It's not easy for me to choose. Did you choose me? Xiao Hua said with a smile. Of course, one of them is Nephew Xiao. Huasong's eyes lit up and blurted out. So Senior chose a few. Xiao Hua understood and said with a smile, Junior really wanted Senior to win these spirit stones. I also wanted to admit that I'm the terrifying phoenix, but unfortunately, could it be that Nephew Xiao isn't the terrifying phoenix? Huasong was disappointed again. Many people beside him were also disappointed. Xiao Hua shrugged and said somewhat helplessly, I don't have a true bloodline, nor do I have a phoenix body. Therefore, if I admit that I'm the terrifying phoenix, I'm afraid all of you won't believe it, right? Chapter 2971. Sigh. Suddenly, the entire nest was filled with sighs. That's easy. Chen Yuming's eyes flashed with a strange light as he continued. I happen to have a magic treasure from my Tongmu City. Previously, it was used to detect a disciple's bloodline and recruit disciples. Now that the world's spiritual energy has changed greatly, this magic treasure can detect whether a disciple has a true blood dharma body. If Martial Nephew Xiao is willing, you can try it. Oh, there's such a treasure? Xiao Hua was stunned, somewhat in disbelief. Marshal nephew, please take a look. Chen Yuming clapped his hands and took out a green leaf. This magic treasure is called discernment. I only need to inject my Tongmu City's unique spell into it, and it will reveal whether Marshal nephew Xiao has a phoenix dharma body or not. Senior Chen. Xiaohua was amused. Why does this junior feel that this thing was prepared for me? You just want to see if I have a terrifying phoenix? Of course not. Chen Yuming shook his head and said, as a deacon of the discussion hall, I am also responsible for the recruitment of disciples in my Tongmu City. I always carry this thing with me. How could I have specially prepared it for Marshal nephew? Marshal nephew Xiaohua is overthinking. And it seems that if I don't test it, you won't let me go. Xiaohua looked around and smiled. Marshal Uncle Xiao, you should test it. This junior is also betting on you. Your words just now made this junior's heart turn cold. And Qi Refinement disciple said with a bitter face. All right, Senior Chen, please cast the spell. Xiaohua was naturally not afraid and said. Okay. Chen Yuming was also not polite. He waved his hand, and the discernment flew into the air. Chen Yuming injected several spells into it, and the magic treasure turned into a green leaf about 10 feet in size. It covered Xiaohua from top to bottom. Xiaohua indifferently looked at it. When the emerald leaf was about a foot away from Xiaohua's head, it suddenly stopped. Then the entire emerald leaf began to rotate. Rings of emerald light wrapped around Xiaohua from head to toe like a halo. A faint suction force was born from the emerald leaf. Then, the emerald leaf rapidly swayed a few times. The emerald light passed through Xiaohua's body, then gradually dimmed. Chen Yuming was indeed a little surprised. Junior nephew Xiao really doesn't have a Dharmakaya? That's right. Could it be that Senior Chen thinks that I should have a Dharmakaya? Xiaohua asked in return. Looks like there are times when the city lord miscalculates. Chen Yuming muttered a few words in a low voice, but Xiaohua heard it clearly. Deacon Chen, is your magic treasure broken? Several golden core cultivators clamored. Marshal nephew Xiaohua is obviously a terrifying phoenix. Chen Yuming's analysis has always been useful. How could it be broken? Chen Yuming sneered. Why don't any fellow Taoist come up and let me test it? There's no need for others. Isn't there the famous Red Dawn fairy beside the deacon? Her phoenix dharma body has saved the life of a gold core stage elder in the conference hall. Several voices sounded in unison. Chen Yuming smiled bitterly. He had long seen through the arrogance of Fairy Hongxia. How could she possibly be tested? Sure enough, Fairy Hongxia glanced at those people indifferently and didn't say a word. If Fairy Hongxia can't do it, others can. Deacon Chen, how about you let us settle down peacefully? The crowd refused to let go. Sai, all right. Chen Yuming glanced at them and pointed at a city guard. Ming Hong, come over here. Yes. That city guard was a Foundation establishment cultivator. He helplessly flew up the platform. However, just as that disciple stood up, a slightly joyful voice sounded from not far away. Senior Chen, this junior is willing to give it a try. Oh. Xiaohua heard this familiar voice and couldn't help but be stunned. He looked up and saw a female cultivator with youthful vitality and a face full of joy. Moreover, there was a trace of untamed expression in her eyes as she squeezed her way over. Huang Mengxiang. Xiaohua couldn't help but groan in his heart. Although he hadn't seen this somewhat rebellious girl for a long time, he never thought that he would see her here. Almost at the same time, Xiaohua looked at Fairy Hongxia with a guilty conscience. Fortunately, Fairy Hongxia didn't know about his relationship with Huang Mengxiang. She just watched from the side with interest. Who are you? Seeing an extremely beautiful female cultivator in the early stage of Foundation establishment, Chen Yuming was also stunned. This junior is Huang Mengxiang from Sky Gate Mountain. Greetings, Senior Chen. Although Huang Mengxiang was very excited, her etiquette was thorough. She said respectfully, this junior has been in Tongmu City for many years. I like the flowers and plants here very much. I have also been in the meeting hall for a long time. I also admire the atmosphere here. Now that Deacon Chen has something to do, this junior naturally has to share the burden. Good, Chen Yuming clapped his hands and said, this old man will remember your name. Sky Gate Mountain is also a famous cultivation family in the country of Xi. If you have any problems in the future, feel free to come and find this old man. Thank you, Senior. Huang Mengxiang was overjoyed. She then bowed to Li Zongbao and the others and said, Greetings, Senior brothers. Li Zongbao and the others returned the greeting. Xiaohua also helplessly followed. However, Huang Mengxiang actually winked at Xiaohua. She even slightly pouted her red lips. Xiaohua was so frightened that he hurriedly looked left and right to see if anyone was paying attention. This girl is really too fiery. Xiaohua couldn't help but shake his head. Nephew, don't resist. This old man will cast a spell, just like the one I cast on Martial Nephew Xiao. Chen Yuming gave a few instructions. Then, as Chen Yuming activated the identification spell, a faint shadow of a red sparrow appeared from the green leaf. It was very similar to the usual Dharma body, but it was much smaller. How is it? Seeing this, Chen Yuming finally felt relieved. He said loudly, "This magic weapon of mine is indeed effective. It can only mean that the terrifying phoenix of the Imperial Thunder Sect is not Martial Nephew Xiaohua." That Huang Mengxiang waited for Chen Yuming to finish speaking and said with a smile, "Although the terrifying phoenix is very mysterious, it is far inferior to senior brother Xiaohua in terms of battle achievements. This concubine has been in this hall for many years and is very familiar with senior brother Zhao's deeds. This concubine has been determined since young to find a dual cultivation partner in this life. I want to find such a hot-blooded cultivator, a stalwart man who will place the safety of my Dao sect in his heart. Although senior brother Xiao looks young, his cultivation is deep. This concubine admires him. This concubine has an embroidered handkerchief, but I haven't been able to find an owner. Today, in front of tens of thousands of fellow Taoists, I will give it to senior brother Xiaohua. Although I don't dare to ask senior brother Xiao to keep it close to his body, if he can place it in his heart. That is also good." Saying this, Huang Mengxiang actually looked at Fairy Hong Xia provocatively. "Damn it, do you want to die?" Xiaohua almost jumped up, his face flushed red. Boom, the emotions of all the cultivators were once again ignited. The entire hall burst into cheers. Except, this? Xiaohua looked at Huang Mengxiang's exquisite jade-like face. Her skin revealed a kind of pink. Although he hadn't seen her for dozens of years, Huang Mengxiang's face unexpectedly didn't change much. It was as if the years simply didn't remember her. "Senior brother Xiao," Huang Mengxiang's face was delicate and pitiful. She said loudly, "Although this embroidered handkerchief has my own selfish motives. However, it also condensed the enthusiasm of countless cultivators who couldn't participate in the war in our Cultivation 3 countries. This isn't only for this concubine, but also for the tens of thousands of cultivators present. If you don't accept it, then you will be letting down the hearts of all the cultivators. Take it, take it, take it." Wave after wave of rapid and rhythmic shouts rang out. Everyone's gaze landed on Xiaohua's body. "AI, junior sister Huang, aren't you making things difficult for this Xiao?" Xiaohua touched his nose and said helplessly. Huang Mengxiang didn't answer, but her eyes clearly said, "What's wrong?" "I'm just making things difficult for you. Junior brother Xiao. Since this is a gift from the hearts of everyone, you should accept it." Fairy Hong Xia's face was really somewhat unsightly. She fiercely glared at Huang Mengxiang and suppressed her anger as she said in a low voice. Since Fairy Hong Xia had spoken, Xiaohua's heart lightened. He quickly stretched out his hand and received the embroidered handkerchief. However, even though his movements were fast, the sharp fingernail on Huang Mengxiang's little finger still quietly approached and lightly scratched his palm twice. These two scratches were so light, it was as if a beautiful hair had brushed across the bottom of Xiaohua's heart. "Good." Everyone roared with laughter. "A pipa for a beauty, an embroidered handkerchief for a hero. Fellow Taoist Xiao, shouldn't you be a little more interesting?" Fortunately, Huang Mengxiang's face revealed a happy expression. She blinked her eyes at Xiaohua and ignored the words of the others. She flew down from the platform and fell into the crowd. Soon after, she disappeared. Xiaohua also smiled bitterly. He helplessly looked at Fairy Hong Xia, who had turned her head and ignored him. He placed the embroidered handkerchief in his bosom. All right, after waiting for half a cup of tea's time, the atmosphere of the entire meeting hall slowly calmed down. At this time, Chen Yuming raised his hand again and said, "I am here under the orders of the city lord to invite the first team of the meeting hall. Now that I have taken the initiative to let the four of you show your faces, it can be considered as an explanation to all of you. Now, I will invite the four of you to the Jingtai Pavilion. Everyone, please excuse me." As he spoke, a green light flashed under Chen Yuming's feet. The green platform was about to move. "Wait!" Another golden core cultivator jumped out and hurriedly shouted, "Oh, fellow Taoist, is there anything else?" Chun Yuming was a little displeased. He had already brought out the orders of the city lord, but this cultivator still wanted to ask and prevent him from leaving. Obviously, he didn't put him in his eyes. However, seeing that the other party was also a golden core cultivator, Chun Yuming had no choice but to stop and ask indifferently. As expected, the gold core cultivator glanced at Chun Yuming's displeased expression before looking at the other gold core cultivators around him. He opened his mouth and said, "Martial nephew Li Zongbao and the other martial nephews have really boosted the courage of our Dao sect. Moreover, their noble character and unquestionable integrity has also convinced this poor Daoist and the rest. However, right now the few of us, and the majority of the cultivators nearby, have a question to ask martial nephew Li Zongbao." Chapter 2972. Senior, please ask. Li Zongbao naturally knew what the Golden Core cultivator wanted to ask, because when Xiaohua was being questioned, many cultivators had already woken up, and all of them were whispering to each other, or transmitting sound transmissions with strange expressions. "I want to ask you, did you bring the news of the fall of Sky City to Tongmu City? Did you see the fall of Sky City with your own eyes?" The Golden Core cultivator stared at Li Zongbao and asked, "How did the sword cultivator break into Sky City? Didn't my Taoism sect disciples come back in time?" "Ha ha ha." Li Zongbao laughed and said, "I thought you were going to ask me something. So this is it. Then, as a disciple of the Utopia faction, I would like to tell you that my 3 junior brothers and I did not come from the Sky Patrol City. It was impossible for us to see the fall of Sky City. Moreover, as fellow Taoists are well aware, we have left the battlefield after the Battle of the Sword Catacomb and traveled to other places. We have just returned to the state of Shi and arrived at Dawntree City. As for the situation of the battle, we do not know as much as fellow Taoists. In a while, we would like to ask Senior Chen for advice." But the Golden Core cultivator still wanted to ask more questions. Li Zongbao did not wait for the Golden Core cultivator to finish and interrupted him, saying, "I know you want to ask where we went to travel. However, this is our privacy. Forgive me for being rude, but I can't tell you. If possible, the Utopia faction, Shuanyan School, Huanhua sect, and Imperial Thunder sect will send disciples to answer your questions. Now, forgive me for not being able to tell you." Hearing that someone asked Li Zongbao about Sky City, Chun Yuming's heart skipped a beat. However, after hearing Li Zongbao's reply, which was neither arrogant nor humble, he couldn't help but give Li Zongbao a thumbs up secretly, praising the way the Utopia faction trained their disciples. When Chun Yuming heard Li Zongbao say no comment, he said loudly, "Everyone, Martial Nephew Li has said everything he needs to say. They've come from afar, so they must be tired. Chun Yuming will take them and leave first." Then, without waiting for others to say anything, he activated the platform under his feet. The platform turned into a stamen and flew toward the stone wall in the distance. Xiaohua's people followed the platform, but they could not help but look back, as if they wanted to see Huang Mengxiang's figure. Unfortunately, it was extremely difficult to find a person in a crowd of thousands of people, even if she was extremely beautiful. Xiaohua retracted his gaze and heard Fairy Hongxia's voice. "What's the matter? You and Huang Mengxiang are acquaintances?" Xiaohua naturally would not hide anything from Fairy Hongxia. He softly transmitted his voice and told her about his experience with Xue Xue in Tianmen Mountain. However, he naturally had the spring and autumn writing technique. He would not shatter the vinegar jar at home just because of his so-called magnanimity. The stamen rushed into the stone wall and disappeared. Everyone naturally retracted their gazes. However, Huang Mengxiang's eyes flashed with excitement. Xiaohua definitely couldn't guess the fiery passion in his eyes and how he wouldn't give up until he got what he wanted. In another direction, a female cultivator's eyes were filled with anxiety. This person was none other than Chun Kuei of the Flower Burial Heights. Chun Kuei had seen Xiaohua's real face when he showed his true face. She was extremely shocked. Although she was a maidservant of the Burial Flower Manor, she was still Chun Yi's confidant. Therefore, she knew almost everything that happened in the Burial Flower Manor. When Chun Yi, Zhu Qinghe, and the others went to the Ink Cloud Black Forest, Chun Kuei naturally knew some clues. When Chun Yi came back safely from the Ink Cloud Black Forest, only Zhu Qinghe was with her. Chang Yefeng, Xie Zhiqian, and Xiaohua were nowhere to be seen. Needless to say, Chun Kuei knew that Xiao Hua was buried in the ink cloud black forest. Although Chun Kuei had a good impression of this Foundation establishment cultivator who had indirectly saved her life, she could only sigh in her heart at the injustice of the heavens. However, when the great battle of Dao and Sword began, a new assembly hall appeared in Twilight Tong City. Chun Kuei would occasionally come here when she had nothing to do. When she saw Xiao Hua's familiar face, she was pleasantly surprised but also extremely worried. Although she couldn't come every day to look at the battle reports, every other month, as long as she had free time, she would definitely come to take a look. She didn't want to see Xiao Hua's achievements, but wanted to see if Xiao Hua could survive the cruel war. Of course, in addition to the meeting hall, Chun Kuei also paid attention in front of Chen Yi. She wanted to see Chen Yi's reaction, because she knew that since she knew that Xiao Hua was still alive, Chen Yi must have known earlier. Unfortunately, Chen Yi did not have any reaction. It was as if Xiao Hua did not die in the ink cloud black forest. This made Chun Kuei unable to guess Chen Yi's thoughts. She thought that she had really misunderstood Chen Yi. Xiao Hua also came out of the ink cloud black forest alive. Until today, Chun Kuei unexpectedly saw Xiao Hua's face that had not changed for years. Her heart thumped, and she immediately understood the reason why Xiao Hua wanted to take the roots of the beauty-retaining grass that day, as well as the reason why Xiao Hua wanted the other seeds. She couldn't help but secretly complain in her heart. Chun Kuei has served Chen Yi for many years, so she knows Chen Yi's temperament the best. Chen Yi may not remember Xiao Hua's kindness in saving the beauty grass, but Xiao Hua took the beauty grass, secretly cultivated it, and deceived her. Chen Yi will never forget that in her entire life. Now Xiao Hua actually delivered himself to her door. Not to mention that Xiao Hua was only a Foundation establishment cultivator. Even if he was a golden core cultivator, Chen Yi would never let him fly out of Tongmu City. Therefore, Chun Kuei could not help but be anxious. Looking at Xiao Hua's disappearing figure, she hurriedly went against the flow of people and walked out of the bird's nest. As she walked, she thought, or Deacon Chen, could it be that he received orders from the Manor Lord? After all, they are the heroes of the Great War. If they are killed in my Tongmu City, even the City Lord would not be able to explain it? No, Deacon Chen and the Manor Lord are blood relatives. Maybe the City Lord does not know about this. Xiao Hua is in danger. Even if I cannot save Xiao Hua, but I can at least remind him, right? If I can remind him once, I can also exchange for his life-saving grace. Chun Kuei walked away quickly. When Chun Kuei's figure disappeared, another female cultivator slowly appeared from the flow of people. She looked at Chun Kuei with a cold face and said in a faintly discernible voice, "Humph, I said it? That slut will definitely not let Xiao Hua go. With her poisonous heart, she will definitely send a servant girl to say that once there is any change in the meeting hall, she will definitely take action." This Xiao Hua is also unlucky. Of all places to go, he actually came to Tongmu City. Here, I don't even dare to show myself, but he appeared so boldly. Does he think that he is the hero of the Great War and will be respected wherever he goes? Really childish. This female cultivator paused for a moment, then also slowly walked out of the flow of people and walked towards the entrance of the bird's nest. On the contrary, Huang Mengxiang, who was in the limelight in front of everyone, ruthlessly teasing Xiao Hua, who was full of depression for not being able to find Xiao Hua for many years, walked to the second and third decorated archways with a smile on her face. She took out 2 huge storage pouches and 2 jade slips, pointing the answers to the 2 mysteries to Xiao Hua. It seemed that she understood Xiao Hua's cultivation better than Xue Xue. If this Imperial Thunder Sex nameless was not Xiao Hua, who else could it be? Was it just a terrifying phoenix? It was not like she had never seen Xiao Hua's phoenix Dharma body before, so naturally she could easily recognize the other side of Xiao Hua's terrifying phoenix. However, she was only curious about why Xiao Hua's phoenix Dharma body had disappeared. Xiao Hua did not know that after he left, there were actually so many accidents in the bird's nest-like meeting hall. He was somewhat nervous as he stole a glance at Fairy Hongxia. After all, time was too short, so he could not explain everything one by one. He only gave a rough account of what happened in Tianmen Mountain. During this time, Fairy Hongxia did not say a word. At this time, Fairy Hongxia proudly raised her head and stood in front of Xiao Hua, not turning her head at all. Xiao Hua simply did not know what Fairy Hongxia was thinking at this time. Seeing the platform transformed into a stamen rushing into the inner wall of the bird's nest, there was a green brilliance flashing all around. It was very similar to when Xiaohua used the wood escape. If it was a normal situation, Xiaohua would definitely look around and even secretly release his Buddhist consciousness to comprehend the wonders of a magic tool like Tongmu City. But at this time, how could he calm down? Fairy Hong Xia's head moved slightly. Xiaohua hurriedly put on a smile and greeted her. However, when Fairy Hong Xia saw Xiaohua's face, which was originally filled with anger, when she saw Xiaohua's flattering face, she couldn't help but become a little flustered, and her expression became even more complicated. Ai! Fairy Hong Xia did not know what she was feeling in her heart. It was not to the extent of having mixed feelings. She just felt an indescribable pressure in her chest, as if a huge rock was pressing down on her, making it hard for her to breathe. Fairy Hong Xia then turned her head and sighed in her heart. Yes, although Fairy Hong Xia did not come from a cultivation sect or a cultivation family, she came from a small cultivation family. However, Fairy Hong Xia's beauty had spread far and wide since she was young. Although she did not have Hua Furong's ability to summon wind and rain in front of thousands of blazing fire mountain disciples, nor did she have Kai Mingxia's pampering in front of thousands of disciples, she was still a pearl in the Kai family of Liang. She was held high by all the Kai family disciples and was definitely the focus of attention. Such an environment had long instilled in Fairy Hong Xia's arrogant heart. In her heart, her dual cultivation partner should definitely be a great hero and grandmaster of the Dawn Rain continent. He should definitely be the kind of unparalleled man who should ride on auspicious clouds and wear peerless battle armor to marry her. Moreover, this unparalleled man could only belong to her. The prideful Fairy Hong Xia had never thought that she would share a husband with others. However, the reality was, Chapter 2973. This was the hope of all female cultivators, as well as their lifelong dream. Naturally, this was extremely difficult. However, in that seemingly distant past, Kai Zhuixie's death suddenly made her see the fragility of life, and Xiaohua's magnanimity at that time also made her see that this little rogue cultivator was different from the other cultivators she had seen before, arrogant. That momentary realization of life and death, as well as that momentary feeling of being touched, opened her heart to Xiaohua, a disciple whose cultivation was lower than hers, who was only at the qi refinement stage. Actually, after Xiaohua left, she would occasionally think of Xiaohua with some confusion and hesitation in her heart. However, it was this distance, this half-believing and half-doubting period that tempered her feelings, and Xiaohua was deeply imprinted in her heart. People often said that it was love at first sight. However, without the beauty of distance and the hesitation of longing, how could one retain that fleeting moment of youth? At the Feather Immortal Gathering, Xiaohua's performance was unexpectedly good. It was also at that time that Fairy Hong Xia saw the confidence in Xiaohua's eyes. From then on, Fairy Hong Xia developed an unparalleled self-confidence, feeling that her choice was absolutely correct. This caused Fairy Hong Xia to fall out with Yun Jiechong in front of all the disciples, and to transmit her thoughts in front of Xiaohua. Of course, in Fairy Hong Xia's thoughts, although she and Xiaohua were fated to be together, when it came to the ceremony of dual cultivation, Xiaohua had to appear on a cloud. However, fate made fools of people. Xiaohua actually appeared when Fairy Hong Xia was at the brink of death, and the two of them had no choice but to engage in dual cultivation. Since it had already happened, Fairy Hong Xia had no choice but to face this sudden happiness and sweetness. As for when Xiaohua mentioned Xue Xue, although Fairy Hong Xia objected to it from the bottom of her heart, the happiness of tasting the marrow and savoring the taste of the marrow gave her less time to think. At the same time, she sighed inwardly. If she could always stay by Xiaohua's side, then Xue Xue, who was like a fishbone stuck in her throat, would definitely not appear by Xiaohua's side. Fairy Hong Xia could only silently accept the reality. She thought that this was just a small joke in reality. She could only face it with a smile. However, following by Xiaohua's side, such jokes became more frequent, and she could no longer smile. Wanhua Sec's Mingyu did not say anything, and even if Fairy Hong Xia knew, she would not say anything. Currently, Jiuxia, whose cultivation was unfathomable, and Ziming, whose power was shocking, made it hard for Fairy Hong Xia to breathe. But fortunately, Fairy Hong Xia boasted that she was a little better than Jiuxia and Ziming, and she still had some self-confidence. However, after seeing Huang Mengmeng, shwe 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 shwe, shwe 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 shwe, shwe shwe shwe, and that kind of direct provocation and confession, made her somewhat unable to withstand it. It was impossible for her to openly confess to Xiao Hua in front of so many people. Shwe shwe shwe, shwe 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 shwe, shwe 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 shwe, 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 shwe shwe sa shwe shwe. However, in the blink of an eye, she sees Xiao Hua's smiling face. Fairy Hongxia bitterly smiles again. She knows in her heart that Xiao Hua loves her very much. She can feel it in her heart. However, love is sometimes selfish. Only selfish love can be cherished. If you love too much, can it still be love? My dear Xiao, you're only at the early gold core stage, but you're already able to kill a third-grade illusory sword cultivator. You're almost as strong as a nascent soul cultivator. What kind of strength would he possess when he condensed his nascent soul? How many female cultivators would fight over such a peerless man? When that time comes, who knows how many Huang Mengxiangs will appear? Thinking of this, Fairy Hongxia felt a sense of helplessness. Previously, when they entered the Million Meng Mountains, their lofty aspirations of catching up to Xiao Hua's cultivation base and galloping across the Dawn Rain continent together with Xiao Hua had collapsed. Xiao Hua is really too outstanding. I'm afraid I won't be able to reach that level in this lifetime. It's so tiring. Why don't you let go? Fairy Hongxia could not help but feel a sense of sadness in her heart. A heart-wrenching pain was like being pricked by needles. Sigh. Fairy Hongxia could not help but let out a long sigh. Oh, my wife. Xiao Hua hurriedly transmitted his voice. What happened to you? It's nothing. Fairy Hongxia turned her head slightly and said faintly, I've just gained some new insights, that's all. Oh, okay. Xiao Hua replied awkwardly. However, he did not notice that Fairy Hongxia's tone had already made a choice, a kind of abandonment. Xiao Hua and Fairy Hongxia, this couple, had a sense of crisis in their relationship. This seemed to be normal. Nothing in the world was perfect, and nothing could be resolved in a single stroke. Wasn't this the case for the road to happiness being strewn with setbacks? However, in a place in Tongmu City, in a place that was much larger than the meeting hall, a man and a woman seemed to be having some conflicts. This continuous palace was located in the deepest part of Tongmu City, on top of a mountain ridge. This mountain ridge was blue in color, and from time to time, there would be light flowing on it, like ripples on the water. The densely packed palaces were lined up one after another, as if they were floating on the surface of the water. These palaces looked like weeping lotuses in a deep pool, lonely and arrogant. However, these palaces were connected by emerald green corridors. From afar, these palaces looked like a whole, like a huge beehive. Those who did not know the details would not know whether these palaces covered the entire mountain ridge, or whether the entire mountain ridge was a palace. Now, in the depths of the palace, in a palace shaped like a lotus seed, a beautiful female cultivator was snuggling in the arms of a short nascent soul middle-stage cultivator, who was wearing a tricolored robe and whispering to him. This nascent soul middle-stage cultivator was not only short, but his head was also very small. Since his head was small, his facial features were also very delicate. However, in the eyes of this short man, there was an indescribable shrewdness. This nascent soul middle-stage cultivator was none other than the city lord of Tongmu City, Qing Liuzi. City Lord, can you confirm that Sky Patrol City has fallen? Although the beautiful female cultivator was a golden core cultivator, she was like a kitten in Qing Liuzi's arms. Although her left hand was holding a jade cup, her right hand was stroking Qing Liuzi's waist gently, appearing extremely gentle. If Xiao Hua was here, he would definitely be shocked, because this female cultivator was Chen Yi, who had a fickle personality and a vicious heart. Why not? Qing Liuzi's thin lips curled up slightly, and he looked at the woman in his arms who was taller than him lovingly and asked, Sky Patrol City is the first city of the Dao sect after the Sword Tomb. Based on what I know, their defenses are definitely stronger than Twilight Tong cities. Others may not know, but I am very clear about the defense of Tongmu City. Even if they were to face more than 10 swordsmen, with the city lord's ability, sword cultivators would not be able to break the city. Not to mention the Sky Patrol City. Chunyi took a sip of spirit wine and obediently sent it into Qing Liuzi's mouth, and said indifferently after a while, In this world, there has never been an unbreakable city, and there has never been an unchanging thing. Qing Liuzi seemed to be enjoying it very much. He closed his eyes slightly, licked his lips with his scarlet tongue, and said calmly, Sky Patrol City has not been breached in the past, but it does not mean that it will never be breached in the future. If sword cultivators continue to plot against Sky Patrol City, or if what Li Zongbao and the others said is true, then Sky Patrol City will definitely be breached. You believe in the words of a few Foundation establishment cultivators so much? Chun-Yi raised her eyebrows and said curiously, It seems that the few think tanks of the Dao sect do not think that Sky Patrol City is the target of sword cultivators. Even a wise man will make a mistake. Qing Liuzi looked at Chun-Yi's beautiful face and said, I remember that day when Zhu Qinghe sent a message from the secret sect. He said that he had received a message from Xiaohua and the others from the Imperial Thunder sect. Of course I know. Chun-Yi's expression did not change. At that time, didn't I? Speaking of this, Chun-Yi was suddenly shocked, as if she had realized something. It's good that you can understand it now. Qing Liuzi said with a smile, now that Xiaohua and Li Zongbao have returned. The first thing they said when they saw the disciples of Tongmu City was to ask about Sky Patrol City. Then their message must be accurate. Think about it, sword cultivators have been plotting against Sky Patrol City for many years, but they did not make a move. Now there has been no news from Sky Patrol City for more than a month. Needless to say, isn't it? They must have suddenly attacked Sky Patrol City, and not even a sparrow flew out of Sky Patrol City. TSK, the disciples of Sky Patrol City were not the only ones in Sky Patrol City. There were also disciples from Imperial Thunder Sect and Mo Sang Mountain. How could they have been annihilated and not a single person escaped? Chun-Yi covered her mouth in disbelief. What's so unbelievable about it? The sword formation of sword cultivators is also extremely powerful. Didn't they almost kill all the disciples of the Dao sect in the Sword Tomb? I don't believe that they can't take down Sky Patrol City after so many years of planning. Qing Liuzi said disdainfully. But, even if Sky Patrol City has fallen, our Dao sect can't possibly lose this battle. Chun-Yi asked again, her eyes full of admiration. Qing Liuzi enjoyed this scene very much. He buried his head between Chun-Yi's breasts and took a few deep breaths, causing Chun-Yi to giggle nonstop. Then he said, previously, the sword cultivators didn't dare to attack the Sky Patrol City because they couldn't defend it. With the isolation of the Sword Tomb, it was just a lone city. But now that sword cultivators dare to attack Sky Patrol City, they must have the confidence to defend it. Moreover, there are not only disciples from Sky Patrol City, but also disciples from the Imperial Thunder Sect and Mo Sang Mountain. That gives sword cultivators more leverage to win. Does Sun Yunzi from the Xianghua sect dare to leave the disciples of the Imperial Thunder sect in the hands of sword cultivators? Can Qianlezi do it? Sigh, if Qianlezi is really in Sky Patrol City, this battle, I don't dare to predict that sword cultivators will win. Chapter 2974. Hehe, if Qianlezi is in Sky Patrol City, Sun Yunzi might really attack Sky Patrol City. Chun-Yi also understood. So, the sword cultivator has a 60% chance of winning. Qing Liuzi waved his hand and said, with such a bet, how can I not participate? Congratulations, city governor. Chun-Yi's face lit up. I'm really impressed. Hehe, you little girl. Don't think I don't know what you're thinking. Qing Liuzi pinched Chun-Yi a few times and said with a smile. Isn't it for my Tongmu city? Chun-Yi said shyly, otherwise I wouldn't be the bad guy. Li Zongbao and the others can't be touched. Xiaohua can't be touched casually. Qing Liuzi said with a smile. However, now that Sky Patrol City has been broken and the disciples of Imperial Thunder Sect have fallen, what's the harm in touching Xiaohua? I'd like to see if it was this guy who touched my Tongmu City's youth-retaining grass, and who is the mysterious alchemy master who can refine the rejuvenation pill. Yes, I understand. Chun-Yi lowered her head and said with a smile, I won't let go of anyone who deceives Tongmu City. Anyone? Qing Liuzi asked calmly. Yes, anyone. Chun-Yi was shocked and hurriedly said with determination. Hehe, if you can really do that, then I can give you a title. Qing Liuzi said with a double meaning. Chun-Yi gritted her teeth and nodded fiercely. I understand your painstaking efforts, city governor. I'll make sure you don't have to worry. Oh, that's good. Qing Liuzi said as he clapped his hands and took out a jade slip. There's a message here. Maybe you'll be interested. Yes. Chinny took it and looked at it. Her face lit up with joy. I've been waiting for this day for a long time. Don't worry, city governor. At this moment, before Chinny finished speaking, a green light flew in from outside the palace. It was a message talisman that landed in front of Qing Liuzi. Who's so annoying? Qing Liuzi's face showed displeasure, but he also knew that if it wasn't an extremely important matter, no one would disturb him. Sure enough, when Qing Liuzi's divine thought swept over, a joyful expression appeared on his face. He hurriedly pushed Qin Yi and said, "You can go now. I have asked Qin Yuming to bring Li Zongbao and the others to the Jingtai Pavilion. You can deal with everything as you deem fit. However, you must remember to not draw calamity to my Dantri city." Although Chunyi did not know who had come, she did not dare to disturb Qing Liuzi. She hurriedly bowed and said, "I know. I'll definitely deal with it cleanly and won't bring any trouble to my Tongmu city." Good that you know. From now on, Tongmu city will be yours. Qing Liuzi nodded. His body flashed as he transformed into a beam of light and flew away. Clearly, this person was very important, and he had to welcome him personally. Chunyi waited for Qing Liuzi to fly away before she stood up. She took out the jade slip and glanced at it. A trace of hesitation flashed in her eyes before it was replaced by determination. She raised the jade cup in her hand and poured the spiritual wine into her mouth. Then she flew out of the hall. After the stamen broke through several green barriers, it transformed into a small flying boat and charged into the depths of Danton City. Although there were many hidden restrictions in the sky above Dantri City, it didn't take much effort for the flying boat to break through them. Li Zongbao's eyelids twitched slightly when he saw the continuous appearance of the huge lotus-like palace. He was much more knowledgeable than Xiaohua. Not to mention the 7 big cities in the country of Xi, he had even been to many big cities in the country of Meng. However, it was obvious that no big city was as extravagant as Tongmu City. Using magic power to build a city was the basic method of the Taoist sect. Most of the ordinary palaces were made of green bricks and green tiles, or they used boulders and yellow sand as the foundation. Like Tongmu City, all the palaces were made of spiritual trees and spiritual fruits. Not only did it look pleasing on the surface, but Li Zongbao also knew that these palaces, walls, and spiritual trees were part of the Tongmu City's magic array. In other words, Sentian City was a city wall and other parts of the magic array, while Tongmu City was a complete magic array as a whole. Just how much strength and how many spirit stones were required to do this? Even a cultivation sect as powerful as the Utopia faction wouldn't have such confidence. Or maybe, this is the reason why the sword cultivators did not attack Tongmu City? Li Zongbao thought to himself. Beside him, Xiao Mao asked, "Senior Chen, this must be where the city governor's mansion is located, right?" "That's right." Qin Yuming did not hide and said with a smile, "Of course, I have to entertain 4 distinguished guests in the city governor's mansion." "Thank you for your generosity, city governor." Xiao Mao smiled and asked again, "Which one is the city governor's mansion?" "Today, the city governor has some city affairs to attend to. When we come to Tongmu City again, we can pay him a visit in the city governor's mansion." He, nephew Xiao, which one do you think is the city governor's mansion?" Qin Yuming did not answer directly, but asked a question instead. He, Senior Chen actually wants to test me. Let me see. Xiao Mao looked around as he spoke, trying to find the city governor's mansion. However, Xiao Mao looked at the palaces for a moment and felt that they were all close to each other and were connected to each other. There were obvious traces of magic arrays, which were really difficult to determine. After connecting them, Xiao Mao pointed to a palace at the highest point of the mountain ridge and said with a smile, "The city governor is naturally above everyone. I guess that palace is the city governor's mansion?" "Are you sure?" Qin Yuming asked with a smile. "Oh!" When Xiao Mao heard that, he was stunned and was a little surprised. When he was about to answer yes, he suddenly thought of something and said in astonishment, "Senior Chen, could it be that the entire mountain ridge is the city governor's mansion?" "That's right." Qin Yuming said proudly, "Nephew, you're right. The palaces in the entire mountain ridge are the city governor's mansion of Tongmu City. Moreover, the 4 of you are not outsiders. I'll reveal a little more. On the surface, the palaces look like they are outside the mountain ridge, but in fact, the entire mountain ridge is the real city governor's mansion." It's so big. Xiao Mao was also speechless. Although he guessed that the palaces that covered the mountain ridge were connected to the city governor's mansion, he really did not expect that Qing Liuzi would hollow out the entire mountain ridge and build the city governor's mansion in the mountain ridge. Damn it, only Tongmu City has such spiritual stones, right? Xiao Mao took a deep breath and said to himself, a meeting hall that is like a bird's nest has attracted countless cultivators to bet on it. For example, the news that was just released that Century City has fallen and the Taoist sect has been defeated has attracted countless spiritual stones. I have to say this senior Qing Liuzi is really good at making money. Thinking of this, Xiao Mao suddenly thought of what Li Zongbao had said. Qing Liuzi was the kind of person who could make use of his own father. If he could not make use of him, his father was also a stranger. He could not help but laugh out loud. Nephew Xiao, did I say something wrong? Chen Yuming asked, slightly stunned. No. Xiao Mao hurriedly waved his hand. I just saw the beautiful scenery of Tongmu City. As he was speaking, the entire Tongmu City suddenly darkened. Streaks of extremely beautiful dark red halos were projected from the western horizon and landed on the mountain ridge of Tongmu City. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. With a clear sound like a drizzle, the dark red halos landed and the defensive magic array of Tongmu City was activated. At the same time, the halos were torn apart and turned into fine snowflakes that scattered. The snowflakes were like cotton and had a hint of blood red. An indescribable desolation spread throughout the entire Tongmu City. The Tongmu flowers are blooming. Xiao Mao cried out again. His eyes flashed with joy. Even Fairy Hong Xia was unconsciously attracted by this desolate beauty, and an indescribable expression appeared in her eyes. Not only that, when the blood-red snowflakes landed on the mountain ridge of Tongmu City, buzz, buzz, buzz. Countless buzzing sounds were heard from the foothills. At the same time, thousands of brilliant lights were emitted from the spiritual trees all over the mountain. Within the brilliant lights, fist-sized tricolored petals slowly bloomed. The brilliant lights reflected on the petals, and the petals emitted a brilliance. This brilliance rushed into the thousands of palaces, and all of them shone brightly. Moreover, in this dusk, under the brilliance, a faint darkness appeared and a faint twilight mist appeared. Just as Wang Chung said, the entire Tongmu City was like a heavenly palace. Hiss! Although Xiao Hua had never been fond of beauty, when he saw such a scene, he couldn't help but sigh. However, as he sighed, he vaguely felt that this beautiful scenery was indeed beautiful, but the traces of magic power were quite heavy. Compared to natural beauty, it lacked some spiritual energy. In the eyes of people like Xiao Hua, it was as if every Tongmu flower was a piece of supreme-grade spirit stone. The beautiful Tongmu flowers bloomed like the aurora in the polar night of the Huan Kingdom. They lingered in Tongmu City for the time it takes for an incense stick to burn before slowly dissipating. The setting sun in the west also darkened. There was not a trace of the setting sun. What do you think? Chen Yuming looked at the four of them proudly and asked with a smile. Wonderful work. Xiao Hua couldn't help but reply. The city lord is indeed generous. Chen Yuming's smile froze for a moment. Then he smiled again and said, yes, the city lord is a man of great talent and bold vision. It is really difficult for us to reach. Then, Chen Yuming urged the flying boat to rush into the city lord's mansion. He didn't fly up the mountain ridge, but landed in front of a palace on the lower level. This palace was more than 10 feet tall. There was a green wooden plaque above the palace door. The words were written on it, Jingtai Pavilion. At this moment, the palace door opened. There was some brilliance inside. In front of the palace door, there were servant girls in light green clothes waiting. When they saw Chen Yuming and the others land, a few pretty servant girls flew over to greet them. Chapter 2975. Chen Yuming kept the flying boat and gave a few instructions. The maidservants hurriedly left. Chen Yuming pointed his finger and said, although the four of you are foundation establishment cultivators, you have contributed greatly to the Dao sect. The city lord ordered that the Jingtai Pavilion was originally prepared for mid-golden core cultivators. Today, it is specially used to welcome the four of you. Many thanks to the city lord. Li Zongbao took the lead and bowed. However, his words were somewhat perfunctory. After that, he no longer praised Qing Liuzi. On the other hand, Xiao Hua sneered. He really could not imagine the difference between a place that welcomed golden core cultivators and qi refining cultivators. Wasn't it the city lord of Tongmu City who was invited? Weren't they all Qing Liuzi's rules? This was the so-called face? This face, to be honest, Xiaohua did not care at all. However, Chen Yuming did not think so. He felt that Tongmu City was giving Li Zongbao and the rest a lot of face. Li Zongbao and the rest should be flattered. Unfortunately, among the four of them, Li Zongbao was calm and collected. Xiao Maodong looked around curiously. Fairy Hongxia's brows were slightly furrowed. She had a sad expression on her face, as if she was still intoxicated by the beauty of the Tongmu flowers blooming. As for Xiaohua, his eyes were even more dazed. He treated everything as if it was nothing. Really. Chen Yuming was somewhat displeased, but he didn't show it on his face. As they walked, they talked. When had this Jingtai Pavilion ever received any Azoth Core cultivators? When had there ever been a nascent soul cultivator? And so on. It was as if the four of them were really lucky to be able to come here. Li Zongbao only casually answered as the five of them entered the main hall. The entire hall was extremely large. The decorations inside were extremely beautiful. Not only were there rare spiritual flowers and herbs, there was also a strange fragrance that filled the entire hall. Linqi fragrance, Li Zongbao did not care at first. However, this strange fragrance was really thick. Just half a whiff could enter deep into his meridians and absorb it into his true yuan. His true yuan immediately became lively and dignified. Li Zongbao's mind flashed, and he could not help but cry out in surprise. Hee, nephew Li is indeed amazing. Chen Yuming's eyes flashed with a trace of arrogance. He raised his thumb and said, "This old man thought that you all did not understand the cultivation items used by Golden Core cultivators. Dantry City is really generous. This junior is convinced." Li Zongbao sighed. Looking at Xiaohua's inexplicable expression, he forced a smile and said, "This Qilin Qi incense is a type of incense used by Golden Core cultivators when they cultivate. Not only can it clear the mind and drive away heart demons, it can also condense true essence and purify the Golden Core. Ordinary Golden Core cultivators would already be very happy if they could obtain a thumb-sized piece. With such a strong fragrance in the Jingtai Pavilion, I think." As he spoke, Li Zongbao's gaze fell on the pillars that supported the hall. He said in disbelief, "Senior Chen, could it be that the 9 pillars?" Hee, nephew Li, you must be joking." Chen Yuming laughed and said, "The Lin Qi incense in my country of she only has 9 pillars, right? How can I take all of Tongmu City for myself? It's just that one of the pillars is wrapped in a layer of Lin Qi incense." Tiske, Li Zongbao smacked his lips and said, "Even if it's only wrapped in a layer of Lin Qi incense, this is something that this junior would never even dream of." Which one? Which one? Hearing this, Xiaohua's eyes unconsciously lit up. He hurriedly looked around, wanting to know which pillar was wrapped in Lin Qi incense. But it was also strange. This fragrance came from all sides of the hall, and he couldn't tell where the true source of the fragrance was. Xiaohua looked for a moment and could only give up. However, Xiaohua threw away his thoughts of searching. His mouth, nose, and even the cultivation method in his body began to circulate. Not taking advantage of the situation. Was this Xiaohua? Seeing the 4 people move, a smile appeared on Chen Yuming's face. At this time, the hall was very spacious. Around the corners of the hall stood a dozen or so low-level qi refining female cultivators. The clothes of these female cultivators were rather strange, different from what Xiaohua saw just now. Although these female cultivators were also wearing green robes like the previous few, these robes seemed to be the color of spirit herbs, and more like green flower buds. The most frightening thing was that the petals of these flower buds were almost transparent. Some of the vague shadows within the flower buds could be seen clearly. Xiaohua was the most curious. He had already seen it long ago. Under the brilliance of the main hall, those indistinct shadows were flickering. Even if Xiaohua wanted to shift his gaze away, it was impossible. He even somewhat forgot about Lin Qi incense. Humph! A faint cold snort entered Xiaohua's ears. Xiaohua was so frightened that he hurriedly shrunk his neck. His gaze moved faster than lightning. In his heart, he was still blaming himself. Damn it, what's wrong with this young master? My wife was still angry just now. However, when he thought of that, Xiaohua chuckled inwardly. Since Fairy Hongxia was dissatisfied with him, it meant that the matter with Huang Mengxiang earlier had eased up a little. Perhaps it wouldn't be long before their lives would return to how they used to be. Of course, this was only Xiaohua's own wishful thinking. How could he know the thoughts of female cultivators? Admittedly, she didn't have any feelings for you, but if you expressed interest in other female cultivators in front of her, she would also express her dissatisfaction with you. The expressions and actions of the four were naturally seen by Chen Yuming. The corner of his mouth curved into a smile. With a wave of his sleeve, a green light flashed, and the entire hall flashed. Then, in the center of the hall, a thick root grew out of nowhere. This root grew with the wind, and in an instant, it turned into a huge spirit flower. This spirit flower was none other than the Paulownia flower that Xiao Hua and the others had just seen. However, this Paulownia flower was a little different from the natural ones. On each of the huge petals, not only were there jade-like stamens, but there were also branches growing from the bottom of the petals. It was like a bridge that gradually stretched out and fell under the feet of the 5 people. Chen Yuming smiled and raised his hand. "For Martial nephews, please take a seat." "Many thanks, Martial Uncle Chen." Li Zongbao and the others bowed and stepped onto the bridge that was like a vine. The vine suddenly twitched and retracted like a tentacle. It even spun in the air, creating a strange fluctuation, and pulled Li Zongbao and the others in a strange arc. An indescribable force came from under Xiaohua's feet, as if it was trying to push Xiaohua out of the vine. Xiaohua frowned. He had no choice but to activate his magic power and release his Buddhist sense. Nearby, Li Zongbao and the others also flashed around, trying their best to resist this repulsive force. On the other hand, Chen Yuming had a smile on his face, and his calm figure danced with the baring fangs and brandishing claws of the vine. Damn it! Xiaohua's heart itched with hatred. He knew that this was another show of strength by Tongmu City, but he couldn't do anything to Chen Yuming. After all, Chen Yuming was a gold core cultivator, and the 4 of them were foundation establishment cultivators. Humph! I don't care. If this guy makes a fool of my wife, then don't blame me for being impolite. Seeing that the force under his feet was getting stronger and stronger, almost exceeding the strength of a foundation establishment cultivator, Xiaohua's heart was also ruthless. Fortunately, the heavens were protecting Chen Yuming, or Chen Yuming himself was in control. After a while, the force weakened to a certain extent, and all the vines began to slowly stop, shrinking towards the Tongmu flower. The brilliance of the Tongmu flower also gradually calmed down. When the 4 figures landed on the 4 petals of the Paulownia flower, Chen Yuming sat cross-legged in the middle of the 4. "Senior Chen," Li Zongbao said indifferently, "Tongmu City really has a lot of tests. I regret what I said in the meeting hall." Ha 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 ha, hearing this, Chen Yuming raised his eyebrows and laughed. "Nephew, don't blame me. This is a small rule of my Tongmu City, set by the city lord. It is to test the cultivation of the cultivators who enter the Jingtai Pavilion. I don't care about the treatment of a golden core cultivator." Xiaohua looked at the pale Hongsha fairy, knowing that the force just now had consumed a lot of her magic power, and said coldly, "Why do you want to test it?" "Haha, nephew Xiao, who has been silent all this time, is also angry. Come. It seems that this old man will have to apologize." Chen Yuming was not angry, and waved his hand, ordering the surrounding maids, quickly bring out the Tongmu drunken flower bestowed by the city lord. This old man still has to thank nephew Li for covering up in the meeting hall. What I said is the truth. Li Zongbao would not let him leave any evidence, and said indifferently, "I have no intention of covering it up." Hee. Chen Yuming naturally understood in his heart. He smiled and didn't ask any more questions. He turned his head and said to Xiaohua, "Nephew Xiao, this old man has a question. I think my Lord City Lord also wants to ask." Xiaohua actually already knew what Chen Yuming wanted to ask, but he pretended not to know, and asked curiously, "Senior, what do you want to ask?" "Junior." Speaking up to hear, Xiaohua stopped again, and a dry feeling arose from the bottom of his heart. Following Chen Yuming's order, the previous dozen or so maids wearing transparent green robes flashed with magic power fluctuations. Following these fluctuations, the green robes suddenly fluttered without wind, and after a green brilliance flashed behind these maids, they actually turned into a pair of emerald green wings, and these maids flapped their wings and flew towards Xiaohua and the others. 2 of the maids were facing Xiaohua directly. Not to mention that the fluttering wings of the 2 servant girls were like the eyelashes of their large eyes. Just the fact that they were not wearing green robes. The silk robes that were as thin as a cicada's wings simply covered their snow-like flesh was enough to make Xiaohua's gaze go blank. "Nephew Xiao." Chen Yuming's voice did not miss the opportunity to enter Xiaohua's ears, The city lord has already determined that nephew Xiao is the thunder-controlling sect's terrifying phoenix according to the battle report. So he placed the terrifying phoenix in the meeting hall as the third mystery of this Dao cultivator war. However, where did nephew Zhao's phoenix Dharma body go? Don't tell me that the Dharma body went missing. Chapter 2976. That's right. Junior's Dharma body was thrown into the void during a great battle. Xiaohua blurted out without concealing anything. As soon as these words left his mouth, Xiaohua immediately came to his senses and a cold sweat formed on his back. What happened to me? Xiaohua's gaze broke away from the shadows of the two maidservants in the distance and asked himself in bewilderment. At the same time, God's guidance slowly flowed out of his body and a cool feeling rushed into his mind. Nephew Xiao is really joking. Chen Yuming was also stunned. He didn't know whether Xiaohua was telling the truth or not. How could there be a void between Huan and Shi? Besides, how could a bloodline Dharma body be thrown into the void? Without a Dharma body, nephew Xiao can sit in front of this old man? Xiaohua's face still had a confused look. His eyes narrowed slightly as he looked ahead and seemed to be talking to himself. Junior is not a terrifying phoenix. How could I have a phoenix Dharma body? Moreover, Junior is a rogue cultivator and not a cultivator family. Not to mention a phoenix Dharma body. I don't even have a sparrow Dharma body. Chen Yuming was obviously disappointed. After thinking for a while, he turned to Xiao Mao and said, Nephew Xiao Mao, the city lord is also very curious about you. My Tongmu city has been investigating for a long time, but we still can't find out where you came from. Nephew, please enlighten us. This. Junior doesn't know either. Xiao Mao's words were very indifferent. Junior is now looking for my origins. Once I have the results, Junior will definitely inform Senior. Oh right. Can Junior also make a memorial archway in the conference hall? Let a group of cultivators guess Junior's origins? There's no need for that. Chen Yuming laughed and was a little embarrassed. At this time, those nearly naked maidservants had already flown to the Tongmu flower. Their faces were flushed with a trace of shyness. However, their hands and feet were methodically taking out various spiritual fruits and delicacies from the storage bags in their hands. In addition, they also placed jade wine jugs on the table in front of Xiaohua and the others. Fairy Hongxia was on Xiaohua's right hand. When she heard Xiaohua admit that the phoenix celestial body was lost, she couldn't help but be shocked. When she heard that Xiaohua had made up for it, she finally relaxed. At this moment, she couldn't help but glare at Xiaohua. Looking at Fairy Hongxia's gaze behind Chen Yuming, Xiaohua's face is burning. It seemed that, among the three male cultivators, only she was somewhat absent-minded. Xiao Mao and Li Zongbao were not bewitched by these female cultivators. Xiaohua immediately understood. He couldn't help but smile bitterly in his heart. Alas, what else can I say? Naturally, it was because Li Zongbao and Xiao Mao were both virgins and their primordial yang had not been damaged. He had long been dual cultivating with Fairy Hongxia, so it was easy for him to lose his footing here. When he thought up to here, Xiaohua suddenly came to a realization. Motherfucker, this Tongmu city is really scheming. What kind of bullshit Lin Qixiang is this? And that test that consumes magic power, I'm afraid there's something wrong with it. Thinking of this, Xiaohua unconsciously became vigilant. However, everything that happened after that, Chen Yuming's performance was normal. He casually said some polite words and did not touch on their privacy. It was just that the maidservants brought out all kinds of delicacies and bowed slightly towards the four of them. They spread their wings and flew like little bees among the flowers. The flowers among the flowers were Xiaohua and the rest. Li Zongbao looked at Fairy Hongxia, whose expression had changed, and waved his hand indifferently. Senior Chen, we are not golden core cultivators. Moreover, junior sister Hongxia is also a female cultivator. Let these female cultivators go. Haha, all right. Chen Yuming smiled and waved his hand, ordering the female cultivators to leave. Then he transmitted his voice to Li Zongbao and the rest, saying, if any of you have any ideas, you can directly transmit them to this old man. These female cultivators were specially trained by my Tongmu city. This old man can guarantee that there's nothing that you can't think of. There's nothing that they can't do. Xiaohua secretly curled his lips, but he still nodded with a smile, indicating that he understood. At the same time, he thought of the female cultivator from the Immortal Beauty sect that he met when he was training in Yenyuan City. There was also the female cultivator from the Immortal Beauty sect who accompanied Shang Cheng from the 10,000 Poisons sect on Tianmen Mountain. At that time, Xiaohua felt that the fate of these female cultivators from the Immortal Beauty sect was rather miserable. They were actually used as cultivation furnaces in exchange for their own cultivation. But now, looking at these female cultivators from Tongmu City, they actually had the meaning of a pair of jade arms for 1,000 people to sleep on, a pair of red lips for 10,000 people to taste. They were even worse than the female cultivators from the Immortal Beauty sect. Of course, Xiaohua still thought that Tongmu City was filthy. Qing Liuzi was a mid-nascent soul cultivator. No matter how snobbish he was, no matter how much he valued spirit stones, he would not do such a thing. These female cultivators were specially nurtured by Tongmu City. Similar to the female cultivators from the Immortal Beauty sect, their physiques leaned towards Yin, making them most suitable to be cultivation furnaces. This Jingtai Pavilion was specially designed to receive gold core cultivators. If a gold core cultivator took a fancy to a female cultivator, he could take her away and make her his concubine or something else. It was all up to the gold core cultivator. Even if the gold core cultivator sent the female cultivator back after a period of time, Tongmu City would definitely not allow her to stay in the Jingtai Pavilion for even half a moment. After those female cultivators who seemed pitiful in Xiaohua's eyes left, the atmosphere of the entire Jingtai Pavilion seemed to lighten up. Not only did Chen Yuming repeatedly propose toasts, even Li Zongbao and the others raised their cups in invitation. Before long, many rounds of food and wine had been served. Chen Yuming spoke. He clapped his hand and took out 4 emerald-green Tongmu flowers from his storage bag. With a wave of his hand, the 4 flowers landed in front of Li Zongbao and the others. He smiled and said, "For martial nephews, this is the City Lord token of my Tongmu City. It is also personally bestowed by the City Lord to commend the 4 of you for your contributions in the great battle of Dao Sword. Of course, when the 4 of you return to the sect, all kinds of rewards will follow. Oh, in particular, Martial Nephew Li and the 2 Martial Nephews received the reward of my Dao Sect's #1 bounty. Even if my Tongmu City wants to take out a reward, it can't compare to this reward. This is just a small token from my Tongmu City." Li Zongbao looked at the City Lord token in front of him with some hesitation. He looked at Xiaohua and the others and was slightly stunned. Obviously, they didn't know how to deal with this sudden City Lord token. "For Martial Nephews, don't worry." Chen Yuming's face was a little red. He smiled and said, "With this City Lord token, you can freely enter and leave Tongmu City. At the same time, you can freely use my Tongmu City's teleportation array. You don't have to spend any spirit stones. In particular, with this City Lord token, the 4 of you can directly meet the City Lord. In addition, in my Tongmu City's auction, you can obtain more priority rights. Of course, there are many other benefits that are recorded in this City Lord token. In short, this is a token of my Tongmu City to the 4 heroes. It is also a token of my Tongmu City's City Lord." "Haha, thank you so much, Martial Uncle Chen. Please also pass our thanks to the City Lord." After hearing so much, Li Zongbao knew that he couldn't not accept it. He could only reach out and accept it. He stood up with Xiaohua and the others and thanked him. "Haha, there is no need to be so polite." Chen Yuming laughed and said, "The 3 of you killing Qin Jian has already brought great surprise to my Tongmu City. This is nothing. Come, let's drink." The Tongmu City's Tongmu Drunken Flower wine was very strong. Although everyone was a cultivator, after a few toasts, everyone was a little drunk. Chen Yuming was also very interesting. After that, he didn't talk about anything else. He talked about some strange things that happened in the assembly hall and everyone's guesses about the Great Dao Sword War. These were the things that the 4 cultivators who had just returned from the Great Dao Sword War were interested in. Even Xiaohua's dissatisfaction with Chen Yuming seemed to gradually disappear from his words. Alas, this old man is really envious of the cultivators who were able to display their skills in the Great Dao Sword War. Chen Yuming raised his cup and said, "Cultivators of my generation should really hold a 3-foot sword in their hands, cut off the dissatisfaction in their hearts, and sweep away the injustice in the world. Come, come, this old man proposes another toast to the 4 of you. Senior, you flatter us. If you went to the front line, how could we have the chance to perform meritorious deeds?" Xiao Mao raised his cup and said with a smile, I'm afraid that Qin Jian would have been killed by you long ago. Haha, how is that possible? Chen Yuming laughed loudly. He raised his hand and poured the fragrant spiritual wine into his mouth. He said, "This old man is just indulging in my mouth. Once again, I will accompany the four of you to taste the drunken Polonia flower that the city lord bestowed upon you." "Senior, you are too humble," Li Zongbao said indifferently. Just as he was about to raise his cup, a green light flew in from outside the hall and landed directly in front of Chen Yuming's eyes. "Oh!" Chen Yuming pointed his finger and was about to pour the spiritual wine into his cup. When he saw the light land in front of him and turn into a message talisman, he said curiously, "Which blind person actually sent this old man a message talisman?" As he said that, he flicked his middle finger and a drop of spiritual wine rushed into the message talisman. With a bang, the communication talisman exploded. Strangely, there wasn't a single sound coming from it. "Humph," Chen Yuming sneered. With a grab of his hand, the damaged message talisman landed in his hand. He was about to activate his transcendence energy to destroy it. Beside him, Xiao Mao said anxiously, "Senior Chen, don't be anxious. Take a look first. Perhaps there's something important?" This old man was entrusted by the city lord to receive the four meritorious officials again. In this Tongmu city, what could be more important than this? As he said that, Chen Yuming did not hesitate to grab the message talisman, and it immediately disappeared. Did this guy drink too much? Although Xiao Hua felt his face burning, he was very clear in his heart. Looking at Chen Yuming's actions, he could not help but feel puzzled. However, before Xiao Hua and the others could say anything, with a whoosh, another message talisman landed in front of Chen Yuming's eyes. "Who is it?" Chen Yuming was a little angry. He stood up and tapped the message talisman again, shattering it. However, there was still no sound coming out from it. It was really strange. Chapter 2977. Chen Yuming frowned. This time, he did not dare to destroy the messaging charm, so he could only scan it with his divine thought. Chen Yuming was fine when he did not release his divine thought. As soon as his divine thought entered the messaging charm, Chen Yuming's expression changed drastically. He hurriedly said to Li Zongbao and the others, "Please wait for a moment. I have some urgent matters to attend to." "Excuse me." "Senior, please." Li Zongbao and the others hurriedly got up. "Senior's matters are the most important." Chen Yuming forced a smile. He tapped his foot, and the branches of the Polonia flower grew again, quickly sending him to the entrance of the hall. When Chen Yuming's figure disappeared from the entrance of the hall, Xiao Mao shook his head strangely and said with a smile, "Senior Chen must have drunk too much. That communication talisman must have been an urgent matter from Dantong City, but he actually crushed it. Humph, it must be a secret matter from Tongmu City." The messaging charm did not make a sound. Fairy Hong Xia snorted coldly. She seemed to be very dissatisfied with the way Jingtai Pavilion treated their guests. "Who cares if it is a secret matter? It has nothing to do with us," Xiao Hua said with a smile. "We just need to wait for a while and finish this banquet. After that, we will explain to Senior Chen that we have urgent matters to attend to back to the sect. We will use their teleportation formation to go to Luoyang." Fairy Hong Xia was a little cold toward Xiao Hua, but when she heard that they were going to Luoyang, her expression became slightly better. Li Zongbao, on the other hand, said thoughtfully in a low voice, "I'm afraid that the news of Sky Patrol City being captured has reached the 3 kingdoms of cultivation. Otherwise, Senior Chen would not be in such a hurry to leave." "Sigh, I did not expect that, the previous message. It was really in vain. It did not attract the attention of the seniors in the meeting hall." Xiao Hua sighed and looked up gloomily. Xiao Mao also nodded and smiled apologetically. "Big brother, even if they did not pay attention to it, they now understand. Our news is the most important. Although Sky Patrol City has been defeated, our military exploits have been added to it." "This military exploits. I would rather not have them," Xiao Hua said lightly. "Hee, I've kept the 4 of you waiting." Chen Yuming's voice rang out as he walked into the hall. At this moment, his face had regained its calmness, and the anxiousness from before was nowhere to be seen. After Chen Yuming took his seat, Xiao Mao could not help but ask, "Senior Chen, could it be the news of the fall of Sky Patrol City?" "Oh, that's not it." Chen Yuming replied calmly. "It's an urgent matter in my Tongmu City's conference hall. Nephew, you should know that I am in charge of the conference hall, so I have to make all the decisions. Just now, the four of you showed your faces in the conference hall, and now a large number of cultivators have rushed into the conference hall, wanting to see the faces of the four of you. No need. Li Zongbao calmly raised his cup and said, "We still have important matters to attend to. Once we finish this cup, please send us to the teleportation array. We will use the teleportation array in Twilight Tong City to head to Yenyuan City." Why are you in such a hurry? Chun Yumming was a little surprised and asked curiously, "This old man wanted to keep you for a few days. After all, you don't have many opportunities to come to my Tongmu City. Since we now know that Tongmu City also has a meeting hall, we will definitely pay a visit to Tongmu City after the war." Xiao Mao stood up and raised his cup. Don't worry. Chun Yumming smiled and clapped his hands. He took out a smaller emerald green wine pot from his storage bag and said, "Although this is a gift, you have to drink this wine first." As he spoke, Chun Yumming raised his cup to indicate that he was going to drink first. Then he raised the wine pot and poured out a cup of green spirit wine. He smiled and said, "This old man just went out and secretly took this from the city lord's reception area. It's the city lord's favorite, Shirshio Spring. To tell you the truth, this old man has coveted this wine for a long time, but I've only tasted it twice under the city lord's grace. Now that you're here, I can secretly drink a few more cups." As he spoke, he did not touch his cup with the four of them. He first took a small sip, and his face showed that he was savoring the taste. Xiao Mao's face showed a wry smile. He looked at Li Zongbao and Fairy Hong Xia and said, "Senior Chun, if you like, you can drink it alone." "Don't," Chun Yumming hurriedly said. "If the four of you don't drink it, how can I dare to drink it? Quick, after the four of you have drunk the wine in your cups, I will fill them up for you." This. All right. Li Zongbao saw this and was helpless. He drank the wine in his cup and said, "This wine is the last. We really have some urgent matters to attend to." "All right, I understand." Chun Yumming nodded. "After drinking this wine, I will personally send the four of you to the teleportation device." "All right, thank you, senior." Li Zongbao bowed and asked Chun Yumming to fill his cup. Indeed, this spiritual wine was different from the drunken Polonia flower from before. In the crystal-clear pure green, there were traces of fiery red, like spiritual snakes slithering around. An inexplicable fragrance rushed into the mouth before the nose could even get close. "Good wine," Li Zongbao could not help but exclaim. "Please." Chun Yumming raised his hand and gestured for the four of them to drink together. Just as Li Zongbao and the others raised their heads, a trace of pride flashed in Chun Yumming's eyes. Whoosh. At this crucial moment, there was another sound. The same message talisman came from outside the main hall. Seeing the message talisman appear again, Chun Yumming's face changed. Without waiting for the message talisman to land in front of him, he said, "Please wait a moment, my dear nephew." "Oh, senior, do you have any orders?" The four of them who were about to drink were stunned. They raised their cups to their lips and asked curiously. Chun Yumming did not answer. With a wave of his hand, he did not break the message talisman in front of him. Instead, he used his divine sense to scan it. Similarly, as soon as his divine sense entered the message talisman, his expression changed again. He looked at the four of them awkwardly and clenched his hand. An old voice sounded, "Please ask Deacon Chun, is Chiozan in the main hall? Manor Lord is looking for her for an urgent matter." Humph. Chun Yumming's expression was already strange. After hearing this, he became even angrier. He picked up the message talisman and whispered a few words. Then, with a wave of his hand, the message talisman flew out again. "Chiozan?" Xiaohua was listening from the side. That slightly aged voice seemed somewhat familiar, but he couldn't recall it for a moment. However, when he heard the name Autumn Hairpin, his eyes suddenly lit up. He immediately understood that the voice just now was Spring Kuei's. In other words, this message talisman was sent by Chun Kuei to Chun Yumming. Chunni. Xiaohua understood in an instant. Chunni must be very familiar with Qing Liuzi, the city lord of Tongmu City. Otherwise, Chun Kuei would not have directly sent a message to Chun Yumming and mentioned the manor lord. "It's nothing." Chun Yumming smiled bitterly. "You see, it's just a trivial matter. You have to look for this old man to find someone in the main hall. AI, there's nothing I can do. Haha, capable people do more work." Li Zongbao smiled and raised his cup again. Xiaohua did not think too much about it. He also raised his cup. However, just as he raised his cup to his lips, an indescribable feeling of fear suddenly appeared. An inconceivable thought emerged from the bottom of his heart. That's not right. Chun Kuei. Even if she wanted to find Chiu Zhan, she couldn't have directly found the deacon of the main hall. Moreover, even if this Chun Yumming was greedy for wine, he couldn't have revealed his good wine in front of the four of us. There must be a problem. Unfortunately, although Xiaohua's thought flashed through his mind, Li Zongbao and the other two's cups had already touched their lips. Seeing that Chun Kuei's lame reminder was about to fall through, a loud and clear voice suddenly came from outside the main hall. Hee, which daring, actually stole this old man's favorite Shirshio spring? Along with this voice, the entire main hall froze. Xiaohua felt a powerful magic power come out and support his arm. Even if he wanted to drink the wine in his cup, he could not do so at this time. Who is it? Xiaohua tried to turn his head with difficulty, but the magic power was so strong that Xiaohua could not turn his head. Naturally, before Xiaohua could release his divine sense, a short nascent soul cultivator appeared in front of them. The cultivator glanced indifferently and glared fiercely at Chen Yumming, who was also unable to move. He waved his hand and said coldly, "Yumming, this old man asked you to serve a guest again. How could you abuse your position for personal gain?" As the nascent soul cultivator waved his sleeve, Chen Yumming's body staggered and his expression changed greatly. Some beads of sweat even flowed from his temples. He bowed and said, "City Lord, please forgive me. This subordinate knows his mistake." This nascent soul cultivator was obviously the city lord of Tongmu City, Qing Liuzi. Hearing Chen Yumming's apology, Qing Liuzi sighed and said, "Alas, Yumming, you are addicted to wine, and it is not good for your cultivation. Also, do you know why this old man did not let you drink more Shirji Spring?" This subordinate does not know. "Please enlighten me, city lord." Chen Yumming did not dare to raise his head. This Shirji Spring is quite domineering. The spirit-devouring bugs in it have an extremely powerful corrosive effect on true essence. Only nascent soul cultivators who have a good grasp of spirit qi and can control true essence can benefit from the confrontation with this Shirji Spring. Qing Liuzi glanced at Li Zongbao and the others and waved his hand again. "You are already in the gold core stage. Perhaps drinking half a cup will be effective. But Li Zongbao and the others are only in the foundation establishment stage. If you let them drink with you, won't you be asking for their lives? This subordinate deserves to die." This subordinate really did not know about this. Chen Yumming's face had changed many times today, and this time, it was pale again. Alas, the ignorant are not to blame. This old man also knows that you have good intentions and want to let them have a taste. But this kind of good intention has turned into a bad thing. Qing Liuzi shook his head. "You have to apologize to Li Zongbao and the other disciples. If something happens to them, not only will the four sects blame Tongmu City, even the tens of thousands of cultivators in the conference hall will be the first to disagree." Chapter 2978. Greetings, City Lord. Li Zongbao and the others moved. They looked at the wine cups in their hands with lingering fear, put them on the table, and bowed to Qing Liuzi. "Get up." Qing Liuzi raised his hand with a smile and stopped the four people from bowing. "I didn't plan to come here, but I was dealing with the city affairs just now and felt a little uneasy, so I came here to take a look. I didn't expect that. You four are really lucky. If I didn't come here, although this Shirshio Spring wouldn't really kill you, it would make you suffer a lot. Martial Nephew Li, Martial Nephew Kai, Martial Nephew Xiao." Chen Yumming said with a bitter smile, "It's all my fault. I was greedy for wine and wanted to drag you four down with me. Fortunately, the city lord came in time, so I didn't make a big mistake. Please forgive me, Martial Nephews." "It's okay." What else could Li Zongbao say? After all, it was a golden core cultivator who apologized, and there was a nascent soul cultivator standing in front of him. He could only wave his hand and say, "Tasting this wine is Senior Chen's intention. The city lord said that the ignorant are not guilty. We dare not blame Senior." Xiaohua and the others naturally answered in the same way. Seeing this, Qing Liuzi said lightly, "Yumming, you can leave first and think about your mistakes. I will personally receive these four young friends." "Yes." Chen Yumming looked very ashamed. After cupping his hands to the four people, he quickly walked out of the hall. His ashamed expression was immediately replaced by confusion before he could even leave the palace. However, he didn't stop in front of the hall door at all. He quickly turned left and walked toward a palace of the same size not far away, just like when he came out of the Jingtai Pavilion. Walking to the front of the hall door, Chen Yuming flicked his sleeve, and the door opened silently. This palace was very similar to the Jingtai Pavilion. It was empty. In the center of the palace, there was a lonely jade platform like a flower stamen. On it was Chen Yi, who Chen Yuming had seen before. Villa Lord. Chen Yuming looked at Chen Yi and said curiously, "What is the city lord selling in the gourd?" "Sai. Yuming, don't tell me you don't know." Chen Yi's face was also filled with helplessness. She bitterly smiled and said, "Even I am confused." "Ah, even the manor lord doesn't know." Chen Yuming was even more stunned. "That's right. Just a moment ago, the city lord suddenly appeared here. After asking a few questions, he immediately disappeared again." Chen Yi bit her red lips and said unwillingly, moreover, before he left, he warned me that in the future, I shouldn't have any disloyalty towards the four of them. But after saying that, Chen Yi pursed her lips and smiled. "I'm just following the city lord's orders. Why would I be disloyal to them?" How could Chen Yuming not know Chen Yi's personality? He knew that there must be some secret behind it. However, he didn't ask any more questions. He smiled and said, "Since you don't know the reason, we don't need to ask any more questions." Fortunately, the city lord appeared in time. If I had been a moment later, I'm afraid I would have caused trouble for the city lord. Well, it's a loss. Chen Yuming was just about to tell her about Chen Kuei's message when Chen Yi raised her eyebrows and said, "Actually, it's simple to know the reason." Oh. After being interrupted by Chen Yi, Chen Yuming didn't mention Chen Kuei anymore. He asked curiously, "Does the manor lord know something about the situation?" It had to be said that good people always had good karma. Chen Kuei remembered Xiaohua's life-saving grace and risked his life to warn Xiaohua a few decades later, although it didn't really have any effect. But if Chen Yi knew about this, with Chen Yi's thoughts, how could Chen Kuei have a chance to survive? Chen Yuming only thought that Chen Kuei was really looking for Qiuzhan. Moreover, Chen Kuei's message did help him. Now that he didn't mention it in front of Chen Yi, it naturally helped Chen Kuei avoid a disaster. When I came over from the city lord's place, the city lord just happened to receive a message. He actually went out to receive it personally. It must be an important guest. Chen Yi said with a smile, "We just need to know who came to Tongmu City. Won't we know what made the city lord change his mind?" This. Chen Yuming was a little hesitant and said in a low voice, "This is the city lord's business. It's not appropriate for us to inquire about it, right?" "The city lord's business is my business." Chen Yi was unhappy and said coldly, "Why can't I inquire about it?" Hearing Chen Yi's words, Chen Yuming was shocked. He hurriedly looked around and said in a low voice, "Manor lord. You must remember your identity. You are still not the city lord's wife. Moreover, even if you are the city lord's wife, you must not interfere with the city lord's business. Although this subordinate is biased towards the manor lord, in Tongmu City, this subordinate is still the city lord's subordinate." Chen Yi sighed bitterly and looked at the entrance of the main hall, for the city lord. "I don't know how much I have sacrificed. But now, this subordinate can't just walk into the city lord's mansion openly." "Who said so?" "The city lord is well aware of what the manor lord has done for the city lord. I am also well aware of what the manor lord has done for my Dao sect. If manor lord Chen is unable to enter the city lord mansion of Tongmu City, I will be the first to not let the city lord off." A refined voice was suddenly emitted from outside the hall. "Hue." Chen Yi and Chen Yuming were shocked. No one was allowed to enter the city lord's mansion. The city guards and female servants did not dare to wait outside the hall for too long. Therefore, the two of them were a little careless. Although the two of them did not say anything against the city lord's mansion, how could they not be shocked when someone suddenly overheard them? "Hee, of course it's I." The voice sounded as the hall door slowly opened. A refined cultivator at the middle stage of foundation establishment walked in slowly. The atmosphere in the Jingtai Pavilion was completely different from before. Previously, Chen Yuming was a cultivator at the Golden Core stage. His identity was only the deacon of the meeting hall. Li Zongbao and the others did not feel any pressure when facing him. After all, although Li Zongbao was only at the late stage of foundation establishment, he could step into the Golden Core stage at any time. Moreover, after this battle, Li Zongbao's status in the Utopia faction would increase greatly. Compared to Li Zongbao, Chen Yuming was nothing. Li Zongbao could talk to Qin Yuming casually with a little bit of respect. However, in front of Qing Liuzi, Li Zongbao and the others did not even dare to sit. This was a cultivator at the middle stage of original infant stage. He was a grandmaster who could kill them with a raise of his hand. Even Xiao Hua, facing the pressure that Qing Liuzi was vaguely releasing, felt a chill in his heart. He stood there respectfully. The thought of mocking Qing Liuzi's character had long disappeared. My little friends, you don't have to be so cautious. Qing Liuzi sat down with a smile and waved his hand. Sit down. We don't dare. Li Zongbao and the others did not dare to sit down. They said respectfully, Senior Original Infant Stage, where did we find seats for us? Senior, if you have any instructions, please instruct us. Hee. Qing Liuzi was very satisfied with Li Zongbao's respect and said with a smile, You are the heroes of this great Dao sword war. Just now, Deacon Chen also brought you to see my Tongmu City's conference hall. Your reputation in my Tongmu City is almost on par with mine. We don't dare. Li Zongbao smiled apologetically and said, We said clearly in the conference hall, just now that we are only Foundation Establishment disciples. All of our merits were obtained by standing on the shoulders of Senior. Furthermore, all of these contributions have been exchanged with your blood, Senior. We've received them for free, and we're already feeling very guilty. If the other fellow Taoists were to exaggerate these contributions and exaggerate them, then it would be even more of a sin on our part. At this point, Li Zongbao's heart thumped again. He realized that he had misspoken and hurriedly corrected himself. Of course, Tongmu City set up a conference hall here to promote the righteousness of our Dao sect and to boost the morale of our Dao sect cultivators. Looking at the dozens of big cities in the 3 kingdoms of cultivation, I'm afraid that not many city lords have such a view. Ha. Qing Liuzi laughed and pointed his finger at Li Zongbao. People say that Li Zongbao of the Utopia faction is the first person below the Golden Core stage. You are the role model for all the low-level cultivators in the 3 kingdoms of cultivation. Now it seems that this is indeed the case. With you, Li Zongbao, the Utopia faction is really prosperous. I don't deserve such excessive praise. Li Zongbao said neither arrogantly nor humbly. I'm just walking my own path and doing my own things. Moreover, there are many handsome people in this world who are much better than me in terms of aptitude and strength. It's just that they don't show off, and others can't see them. I'm just a figurehead. Compared to them, I'm nothing but mud. Li Zongbao's words came from the bottom of his heart. The gap between him and Xiao Hua was indeed like that. However, Xiao Hua stood beside Li Zongbao's right hand with his head lowered and was unusually respectful. How could he see the slightest clue? Aptitude is one thing, but the way you conduct yourself is another. Qing Liuzi nodded and said, Moreover, the road of cultivation is not a smooth one. All kinds of spirit stones, cultivation methods, and opportunities are indispensable. From my point of view, the latter seems to be more important than the former. Once there was an opportunity, one had to grasp it. In a cultivator's life, they would have 3 opportunities. The first time was because they were inexperienced and didn't realize it. When they thought about it in the future, they would definitely regret it. The second opportunity is a good opportunity for a cultivator to rise. However, similarly, there are many cultivators who are not prepared or avoid it and lose the opportunity to advance to the high level. As for the third time, that is the mercy of the heavenly Tao. At the end of one's life, it will give you the last opportunity. If a cultivator who has lost the first 2 opportunities can seize this last opportunity, it may not be impossible for him to turn the tables and rewrite his cultivation path. Yes, what you said is very right. Li Zongbao was a little confused. He didn't understand why Qing Liuzi, who was at the middle stage of the original infant stage, welcomed him personally. He also didn't understand why he said such words. Chapter 2979. As for the 4 of you, I'm sure you've already grasped the first opportunity on the path of cultivation. Now, you've all reached the foundation establishment stage. Moreover, you've also shown your talents in this Taoist sword battle. In the future, you'll definitely have a smooth journey in your respective sections. You'll have a bright future ahead of you. Qing Liuzi said with a smile. However, in my opinion, this is not enough. You still need more help. The cultivation of a high-level cultivator was not guaranteed to be successful by just relying on a single sect. Only by gathering the strengths of 100 schools of thought could he succeed. Now, because of your outstanding performance in the Taoist sword battle, the second opportunity on the path of cultivation has automatically been delivered to you. Qing Liuzi finally revealed his true purpose. For a cultivator in the intermediate stage of the original infant stage, it was indeed difficult to beat around the bush. Li Zongbao was stunned. He really didn't understand. After listening to Qing Liuzi's words, it seemed that he wanted to invite them to join Tongmu City. However, how could Tongmu City compare to the Utopia faction? Even the Imperial Thunder sect couldn't compare to it. However, looking at Qing Liuzi's serious look and the way he spoke just now, it didn't seem like he was joking. Cough, cough, senior. Li Zongbao didn't dare to let Qing Liuzi finish his words. He hurriedly smiled and said, I'm a disciple of the Utopia faction. Junior brother Xiao Mao Xiao is a disciple of the Xuanyan school. Junior sister Kai Yuxia is a disciple of the Huanhua sect. Junior brother Xiao Hua is also a disciple of the Imperial Thunder sect. Haha Zongbao. Qing Liuzi naturally understood Li Zongbao's thoughts. He raised his hand and said, I understand what you mean. I've been in charge of Tongmu City for many years. Naturally, I also hope that the city can produce disciples with outstanding achievements, profound cultivation, and boundless prospects like the four of you. Moreover, I'm afraid that Yu Ming has already conveyed my intentions. I'm already very happy that you can come to my Tongmu City often. How could this old man possibly covet it? If that's the case, not to mention that the leaders of the four sects won't agree, even the other cultivation sects will come knocking on our door. Yes, Li Zongbao was even more confused. He did not understand what was going on. Actually, he didn't really want the city lord token of Tongmu City that Chen Yuming had taken out. After all, that person's hands were short and he had a soft mouth. Qing Liuzi's methods of currying favor were too powerful. He really didn't want to have anything to do with Tongmu City. Unfortunately, the city lord medallion was Qing Liuzi's face. You didn't give a nascent soul cultivator any face before leaving Tongmu City. Do you think you can leave Tongmu City calmly? That was why Li Zongbao had hesitated for a moment and had no choice but to accept it. But now trouble had indeed arrived. Senior, please speak clearly. We truly do not understand. Li Zongbao did not look at Xiao Hua, knowing that this fellow would not speak. Instead, he looked at Xiao Mao and Fairy Hongxia. As expected, the two of them also had a baffled look on their faces. This old man is about to give the four of you the answer. However, before I speak, the four of you have to swear a blood oath that you won't tell anyone about what happened today. Qing Liuzi nodded slightly and said calmly, Ah? Li Zongbao turned pale with fright. Even Xiao Mao and Fairy Hongxia's faces turned pale as they panicked. Senior, Xiao Hua's heart skipped a beat. He knew that he had to speak. He raised his head and said, I wonder if what Senior is talking about involves our sect? Involves the interests of our sect? Of course not. This old man is also from the Dao sect. How could I do such a thing? Qing Liuzi's tone was still calm. However, this matter is a secret and cannot be known by others. Otherwise, why would this old man come personally? All right, I swear a blood oath. When Xiao Hua heard this, he knew that the four of them were just fish on the chopping block. What choice did he have? Since it wouldn't endanger the interests of the sect and the Dao sect, what was there to be afraid of? Seeing Xiao Hua calmly swear a blood oath, Li Zongbao and the rest had no choice but to do so. Then, Qing Liuzi said, Have the four of you heard of the Immortal Alliance? Immortal Alliance. Li Zongbao was the first to lose his voice in shock. The city lord is from the Immortal Alliance? That's right. This old man was lucky enough to gain the favor of the Immortal Alliance's leader. He invited this old man to join the Immortal Alliance and take charge of Tongmu City at the border of country, to resist the attack of the sword cultivators of country Huan. Qing Liuzi not only did not hide it, he also said it with extreme pride. This junior has indeed heard of the Immortal Alliance. Li Zongbao was a little absent-minded as he said softly, The Immortal Alliance is an alliance formed by many nascent soul elders and above. It is the alliance that commands our Dao sect to resist the attack of the devil cultivators in the demon-resisting valley. Not only Li Zongbao, even Fairy Hongxia's face was filled with disbelief as she looked at Qing Liuzi in shock. It was as if this kind of opportunity could not appear at this time and place. On the other hand, Xiao Mao was a little confused. Like Xiao Hua, his face was filled with confusion. Qing Liuzi laughed. since Zongbao knows that's for the best. This old man said that this is the greatest opportunity for our Dao sect cultivators. If we can join the Immortal Alliance, our status will be much higher. Furthermore, there are many cultivation techniques in the Immortal Alliance, and they are always shared. What your sect doesn't have, the Immortal Alliance can provide. Where can you find such a good opportunity? This old man made you take the blood oath for your own good. But, faced with such temptation, Li Zongbao could not help but hesitate again. He asked, "This kind of great opportunity, this junior is naturally fearful. You can say that I dare not believe it. I only know that the people in the Immortal Alliance are all cultivators above the nascent soul stage. We have not even cultivated to the golden core stage." "You are right," Qing Liuzi nodded. "The people that the Immortal Alliance recruits are all elites of the three kingdoms of cultivation. They are only nascent soul cultivators. However, the Immortal Alliance can also make an exception for the disciples with exceptional aptitudes in the three kingdoms of cultivation. The four of you are the most outstanding disciples in the Great War of Dao Sword. Your future is limitless. Especially, at this point, Qing Liuzi said earnestly, if the four of you join the Immortal Alliance, you can borrow the strength of the Immortal Alliance. It is equivalent to adding wings to a tiger. When the envoy of the Immortal Alliance came to me, I didn't believe it at all, just like you. However, it turns out that I made the right choice. I can't say too much about the benefits of joining the Immortal Alliance. After you agree, you will naturally understand. Joining the Immortal Alliance. Is there anything else we need to do? Xiao Mao was a little tempted and asked in a low voice. There is nothing to do, Qing Liuzi said with a smile. In addition to swearing allegiance to the Immortal Alliance, maybe you have to fight on behalf of the Immortal Alliance in the 1,000-year battle of the Imperial Demon Valley. I think with the cultivation of the four of you, the Immortal Alliance will definitely not send you to the Imperial Demon Valley. You can rest assured. Are there really only such conditions? Xiao Mao was almost overjoyed. He was different from the other three. Xiao Hua was already in the nascent soul stage. He could never reach the level of Xiao Hua. Hongxia Fairy had obtained the inheritance of Holy Mother Peacock and was favored by the sect leader of the Huanhua sect. As for Li Zongbao, he was one of the best in the Utopia faction. Now that he had the immortal slaying whip, his cultivation in the future was immeasurable. Only Xiao Mao himself, although he had obtained the bloodline power of God Shibai in the millions of Meng Mountains, he had to face the soul cultivators of Shibai village and his enemy in the nascent soul stage. With his background in the Xuanyan school, although he had obtained military exploits because of Xiao Hua, he could also imagine that, in the years to come, these military exploits would fade with the passage of time, and there would be people who would constantly forget his glory. In particular, if the enemy of the nascent soul stage really came to the Xuanyan school, the Xuanyan school might not be a solid backing for him. The Immortal Alliance seemed to be the best choice for Xiao Mao, whether it was for Xiao Mao's cultivation or for his revenge. Xiao Hua frowned. He had always believed that there was no such thing as a free elixir in this world, and there would never be a rejuvenation elixir falling from the sky to the head of a female cultivator. It was true that the four of them had outstanding military exploits, but compared to other people, their cultivation bases might not be much higher. What caused him to be even more unwilling was that no matter if it was cultivation techniques, spirit stones, spirit pills, or the like, Xiao Hua was self-sufficient now. The existence of the thunder-controlling sect had already caused him to be slightly uncomfortable. So wouldn't the Immortal Alliance be even more uncomfortable for him? Xiao Hua's current thoughts were to hurry back to the Imperial Thunder sect and hide in the Heavenly Thunder Valley to cultivate. If he didn't cultivate for 8 to 10 years, he definitely wouldn't come out. But if Xiao Mao agreed, should he also agree? And if there really was a problem with the Immortal Alliance, Xiao Mao was all alone, and he was also a Middle Foundation establishment disciple. What power could he have to resist? Cough, cough, Xiao Hua coughed twice. Just as he was about to speak, his heart suddenly quivered. A thought flashed through his mind like lightning. Vice Alliance leader Luo. That's right, it was the Chongbai sect disciple who had already died in Xiao Hua's hands, Huguan and I. Xiao Hua had obtained a keepsake from his storage pouch. Wasn't there a word fall with a powerful aura inside? Wasn't it the so-called Vice Alliance leader Luo? When he thought of this, Xiao Hua's expression changed greatly. Since Huguan and I was a member of the Immortal Alliance, then Taoist Jing Si was naturally also a member of the Immortal Alliance. Wouldn't he be tired of living if he threw himself into the hands of his enemy for no reason? Xiaohua could absolutely imagine that in front of the so-called Vice Alliance leader Luo, if Daoist Jing Si wanted to take his life, Vice Alliance leader Luo wouldn't possibly stop it. Huh. Xiaohua, do you have anything to say? Qing Liuzi asked curiously. This old man knows that you were born as a loose cultivator, and it wasn't easy for you to become a disciple of the Imperial Thunder sect. Moreover, in the myriad Thunder Valley of the Imperial Thunder sect's Thunder Palace, you don't seem to be welcomed. For others, this opportunity might not be much. But for you, it's still precious. This old man doesn't want you to miss such a good opportunity. Chapter 2980. Senior. Xiaohua smiled bitterly. We're merely Foundation establishment cultivators. You've suddenly sent such a colossus like the Immortal Alliance to us. We really feel that it's too sudden. I won't hide it from you. The cultivators recruited by the Immortal Alliance today are at least in the early Golden Core stage. Moreover, their aptitudes are especially outstanding. Qing Liuzi seemed to have heard the evasiveness in Xiaohua's tone and said coldly, "The four of you are the first Foundation establishment cultivators recruited by the Immortal Alliance. Especially Xiaohua and Xiao Mao, who are only in the middle Foundation establishment stage. Just you wait, you can laugh to yourselves. Do you know why I've only come now? Why didn't you show up just now? Although you've contributed greatly to the great war of Dao and Sword, you're still far from being worthy of my personal reception. I didn't intend to meet you. However, just a moment ago, a messenger from the Alliance Master of the Immortal Alliance passed by my Tongmu city. When this old man received him, he mentioned the four of you. The Alliance Master of the Immortal Alliance likes talented and capable people the most. When the messenger heard about the four of you, he immediately decided to invite the four of you to join the Immortal Alliance. I was stunned for a long time at that time. If it weren't for the Immortal Alliance envoy's sincerity, I wouldn't have bothered to come here. Hearing Qing Liuzi mention the envoy of the Immortal Alliance, Xiaohua's heart was as clear as a mirror. He wanted to ask if the envoy of the Immortal Alliance was the envoy of the Immortal Alliance vice leader Luo. However, he also knew that as long as he said that, he would definitely reveal a flaw. He was afraid that he wouldn't be able to walk out of this Jingtai pavilion today. Senior. Since he had made up his mind, Xiaohua smiled apologetically and said, Junior's cultivation is the lowest among the four of us. These merit points were naturally given to me by Senior Marshal Brotherly. I don't have the aptitude that Senior mentioned, so I still want to return to the Imperial Thunder sect and improve my cultivation. Once I reach the nascent soul stage, I'll be bold enough to meet the city lord and recommend myself to him. Even though Li Zongbao and Fairy Hong Xia did not know the exact reason behind Xiaohua's rejection, they still bowed respectfully and said with a flattering smile, "We have just returned from our training outside and do not know the current situation in the cultivation world. If Senior is willing to allow us to return to the sect and have a good rest, after some time, we will give Senior an answer. How about that?" As for Xiao Mao, he bit his lips and his heart was filled with complicated emotions. He believed in Xiaohua's choice, but he couldn't bear to give up the strong support of the Celestial Alliance. He didn't know what to do. You don't know what's good for you. I gave you face, but you don't want it. Qing Liuzi's expression changed instantly. Immediately, the entire Jingtai pavilion flashed with light. A strong hurricane was generated from Qing Liuzi's body. Like a huge palm, it tore the Polonia flowers under everyone as if they were thin paper. Xiaohua and the others couldn't stand still. They flew up and tried to balance themselves in the strong wind. Then they fell to the ground. Buzz, there was another buzzing sound, as if Qing Liuzi was angry. A strong pressure came from the sky and pressed down on the four of them. With several boom, boom, boom sounds, the four of them fell to the ground awkwardly and couldn't move at all. Damn it, as expected, even after meeting his own father, he is still a stranger. Xiaohua saw Qing Liuzi's face change like flipping a book and couldn't help but smile bitterly. How can an ordinary nascent soul stage cultivator casually attack a Foundation establishment junior like this? It seems that my words are not words. Qing Liuzi's figure stood like a pillar in the wild wind. His gloomy voice reverberated in the Jingtai pavilion. Alas, what should I do? Xiaohua rolled his eyes and didn't know what to do. He knew that he couldn't fight with Qing Liuzi in Tongmu City. because even if he used all his skills, he couldn't win against a nascent soul stage cultivator. Maybe. I can only do it temporarily. I have to pass this test first. Just as Xiao Hua thought of this, Xiao Mao next to him shouted, Senior, Junior is willing to join. Haha, City Lord. Just as Xiao Hua was thinking about how to open his mouth, a hoarse voice came from the door of the hall. Don't be angry. These disciples are only children. They don't understand the dangers of the three kingdoms, and they don't know the benefits of the Immortal Alliance. Won't you scare them by making such a big fuss? Even if they reluctantly agree, won't they blame the Alliance Master in their hearts? Then a cultivator in camouflage walked in. When Qing Liuzi saw someone come in, his face was a little embarrassed. After all, he had already promised in front of the emissary, but he didn't expect Xiao Hua and the others to be so ignorant of the situation, which made him lose face. Although Xiao Mao spoke in the end, he still couldn't keep his face. However, he still had a cold face and said indifferently, This is what I did. It has nothing to do with the Immortal Alliance. It has nothing to do with the Alliance Master. Haha, City Lord, please calm down. The messenger waved his hand, and his laughter was a bit strange. My Immortal Alliance is an open and above-board place. If we want to recruit disciples, then we have to let these disciples join us willingly. If they have a trace of dissatisfaction, wouldn't it go against the original intention of the Alliance Master to establish the Immortal Alliance? Haha, the Alliance Master is a magnanimous person. I can't compare to him. Qing Liuzi waved his sleeve, and the wind in the entire Jingtai pavilion was extinguished. Qing Liuzi himself also landed on the ground. Xiao Hua and the others stood up from the ground in a sorry state and bowed to the envoy, greeting him. Forget it. The emissary flicked his sleeves and said, What the City Lord said just now was what I told him. Our Immortal Alliance's Alliance Master intended to do. You are all elites of the Great War of Tao and Sword. Although you are only at the Foundation Establishment realm, you are barely qualified to join our Immortal Alliance. If you are willing, I can recruit you on behalf of our Alliance Master. If you are not willing, I won't force you. You can leave immediately. Of course, you have already made a blood oath. Don't mention today's matter to others. Hearing this, Xiao Hua looked at the mystery he couldn't see through and said in disbelief, May I ask the envoy, if I don't agree to join the Immortal Alliance, can I leave now? Also, if I think it through and want to join in the future. Yes, this old man's words are naturally true. The City Lord was just disappointed that you didn't live up to his expectations. He was afraid that you would lose this second chance in your life. That's why he was so angry. If you don't want to join, you can leave now. No one will stop you. The envoy said in a hoarse voice, Of course, you are the rare elites of the three kingdoms. Our Immortal Alliance is the best place for you to return. However, you can easily join the Immortal Alliance today. If you regret it in the future, haha, it won't be easy to join again. You must pass the 10 great trials of our Immortal Alliance. 10 great trials? Xiao Mao was dumbfounded. Do you think that our Immortal Alliance can be joined so casually? Qing Liuzi said coldly, I really don't know what to say to you little dolls. City Lord, you don't have to say any more. The envoy said indifferently, This is their own choice. The Alliance Master has given them a chance. Everything depends on them. Xiao Hua pondered for a moment, then shook his head slightly and said, Junior, please forgive me, Lord City Lord and Lord Envoy. Junior still has to consider carefully, and when I understand, I'll come and take the 10 tests of the Immortal Alliance. As he spoke, Xiao Hua looked at Li Zongbao and the others. He walked a few steps and stopped near the door. I will also consider it. Since Xiao Hua moved, how could Fairy Hongxia not move? As she spoke, she also walked to Xiao Hua's side. I am also the same. Li Zongbao was a moment late and followed behind Fairy Hongxia. Qing Liuzi's face flashed with a green brilliance. Obviously, he was angry. Ha ha! City Lord, it seems that you have lost. When the emissary saw this, he rolled his eyes and laughed heartily. I knew it. They definitely wouldn't join the Celestial Alliance so easily. People like them, if they did not go through the real trials and let others see their real strength, they would not give in so easily. Let's go. You have to be prepared for the sure Xuechuan that you lost to me. However, Qing Liuzi squinted his eyes and looked at the envoy in confusion. Through the fog, he could not see the subtle expression on the envoy's face. However, he did not know why the envoy was so protective of Li Zongbao and the others. At this moment, a whistling sound came from afar. A jade slip that looked like a leaf rushed to Qing Liuzi's eyes. Behind the jade slip was an ordinary message talisman. Oh, even Qing Liuzi was taken aback. His slightly narrowed eyes, which were already filled with anger, opened, and with a grabbing motion, the two jade slips landed in his hand. Warning Song Tao command? The envoy asked curiously, City Lord, could it be that something big has happened? Ha ha. Ha. Qing Liuzi checked the Song Tao command with his divine sense, and the expression on his face immediately melted. It was even faster than snow under the sun. City Lord? The envoy was surprised to see that the news had greatly reduced Qing Liuzi's anger. Sky Patrol City has fallen. Shuiyu Immortal has fallen. All the disciples of Imperial Thunder Sect and Mozong Mountain have been captured. Qing Liuzi squinted his eyes and smiled brightly. It was as if the captured and fallen ones were the sword cultivators of Huan country. Ah? How? How? The envoy's shocked tone could be heard clearly by Xiao Hua and the others, even though it was changed by the fog. Xiao Hua's expression also changed greatly. He had a premonition that Sky Patrol City had fallen, but he did not expect that Shuiyu Immortal, the city lord of Sky Patrol City, had fallen. This was the first nascent soul stage cultivator to fall in the Great War of Dao Sword. What he found most inconceivable was that the disciples of Imperial Thunder Sect. Why were they in Sky Patrol City? And all the disciples had been captured. You're tuning in to the Li Mei's Sword of Destiny YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.